Eric, how you going, mate? I'd love to hear your story if you want to share. I've not heard it before.
Yeah, hey guys, good morning. Gosh, that's a, I apologize. That's a loaded question, man. I've been under MUFON investigation for 11 years now, so it's been a long ride. I wish I can say it was one sighting or one situation, but it's just been a long time.
Do you think MUFON's given you a fair shake? Eric, you're muted. I was asking if you thought MUFON was treating you fairly.
He always has cell phone connection issues, so be patient with him.
Yeah.
Luke, is there a specific question you would might have
Oh,
to kind of
did
lead?
you not
I
hear
don't.
Mike?
You can't hear Mike.
Mike, did maybe you
No,
drop
I've
down and come back and I'll co-host you again?
He asked if you felt MUFON treated you fairly.
Eric, can you hear Randy?
He can't hear me either, I think.
Eric,
Maybe Eric's
can you hear
talking.
me, Eric?
yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. So a question was asked if, like, a couple of guys have actually asked a question, but for some reason, I guess you can't hear them. But I think they asked something about has MUFON treated you well in the process? I guess was that the question? I think.
No, I don't think MUFON treats anyone well. I was very lucky to have met Barry Gaunt. He was the MUFON state director of MUFON Kentucky, and he did his due diligence, by turning in a 30-day report. It basically described the first 3 days, in my neighborhood with witness statements, electromagnetic field spectrums, and all the science and all that stuff on a quick 30-day report. But MUFON was a little too much. He recognized that. I didn't know what the hell was going on at the time, but so everything else was off the MUFON ledger, and he's been studying this thing, this kind of situation for about 50 years. So off MUFON record, him and his team have studied me for 11 years now.
So, what was your experience exactly? If you could share that.
It's a long-winded deal. I do apologize. I just woke up. I haven't had coffee yet, but I didn't believe
What a
in
sin, Eric.
anything.
How could you not have coffee?
I know,
It's
cast,
5 o'clock
cast thee
there.
into thy flames, but no, I didn't believe in UFOs at all. I didn't believe in paranormal. As a matter of fact, I was anybody that tried to talk to me about it, I thought they were nuts. And I was 34 years old and single father, trying to make it by every day. And I woke up one morning and it was around 4 o'clock in the morning, and I was standing outside of my apartment, and I was kind of shocked because I mean I was outside. I was supposed to be bed asleep, but my left shoulder was facing my apartment front door, and my right shoulder was facing the dead end street. It was a short dead end street, and there was an orange glow. So I turned, I looked, and it was maybe 50, 60 feet off the ground. Orange, fiery looking, 40-foot in diameter sphere, just there. It didn't bob, it didn't weave, it didn't emit light. It was extremely bright, but it should have lit up the whole neighborhood, but it didn't. It was self-contained light, and that's really confusing. I remember my, eyebrows just squeezing together, thinking, "What the hell is that?" Last thing I would think would be a UFO, because my only conception of a UFO would be like a flying disc in a 1950s film, not an orange fiery ball. And after about 20 minutes of looking at it, I left my door open. I went inside, I made coffee, I turned on the TV to see if there was any kind of strange weather phenomenon going on. I just couldn't conceptualize to myself what the hell this big rippling sun looking thing was doing in my yard. I thought it might be a optical illusion. I was so confused. So I figured by the time the sun came up, I would be able to ascertain the optical illusion, laugh at myself, and get my butt to work. I got kids to feed. And when the sun came up, this thing was gone. I didn't see it leave. I walked around in the yard, the grass. I was looking for anything, a shard of glass that might be, helping project some sort of light onto. I just didn't know. I mean, I exhausted, my cataloging thought process as to what this could possibly be. But anyway, life goes on. I went to work. I came home, watched Pixar films with the kids. It's got a lot of cool adult humor. If you've never checked them out, they're pretty cool. Did dinner, homework, and I went outside for my nightly smoke. And so one-story apartments, and I'm just kind of pacing the building, walking back and forth. And this thing turns on as if, it's a slow turning on light bulb, not really fast, but really slow, ominously turns on in basically the same area. And it started to slowly turn off and then back on. So it's moving like 2 miles an hour, but it's slowly blinking out and slowly blinking back on. And it's making a circle around me, like a stalker circle around me. And I'm turning my body as it's going over the tree line, over my apartment, and then stopping just above my head, maybe 12, 15 feet from my face. It flashed twice really fast and took off like a bullet. And my legs locked. I was standing there waiting for, the sound barrier to snap me in half or wind displacement to knock me over. I mean, something drastic was obviously going to happen in the aftermath of something moving that speed, but nothing. It was literally nothing, as if I didn't even see it, as if it wasn't real. I stayed up all night trying to figure out what it was. I Googled, this was back in 2013. I still don't know how to use, computers much. I'm 45 years old, so I'm not, I didn't have computer lab in school. I'm terrible with computers. But the next day I came home from work. My car was overheating. I had got my buddy Dan. He spent 2 terms, 4-year terms at Wright Patterson Air Force Base. He lived right across from me. And we're digging around the car trying to figure out where the why is it overheating? It's got to be the hose, the pump. It's got to be something. And we figured out it was the water pump, and that was terrible for me because when you're a single dad with kids and no family, $50 will set you back a month. You really got to hustle out there. So, long story short, Dan was going inside to have dinner with his wife. I knelt down to tie my shoe because I was standing on my own shoelace, and I stepped back. But I felt a vibration on the top of my head, very slight, not very strong, but it was there. And I thought it might be the chills. I didn't know, but all of a sudden, it was like the volume went all the way up. So if you can imagine like a rock and roll speaker at a concert, and it's vibrating your chest. Well, if you can times that by 1,000,000 and imagine that hitting you in the top of the head, the right portion of your brain. And when I say brain, I mean brain. I went completely down to the concrete. The only thought I had in my brain was, oh my God, something's killing me. I mean, that's the only thought I could have. I did notice that I was throwing up because my throat was open for a long period of time, and then it closed, and then it would open again. It was just so intense vibration. I couldn't, really describe it correctly. But after about, I'd say 12, 15 seconds, I pushed myself off the ground. I felt like a magnet was pushing me toward the ground and a little bit side to side. I pushed myself up. I looked at the object. It was right above me, and it flashed twice and shot off the opposite way it came the night before. So after that, it just became a very long story. I tried to reach out. I learned about this new word for me was ufology. And in my brain, I thought, well, these must be a bunch of PhDs that, study this for a long time. There must be classes. I had no idea. But it turned out to be something incredibly different, like a entertainment industry. And they wanted to cart me around and put me on stage and write books and movies about me and all that stuff. And all that kind of really felt wrong and weird. Why not study this? Why not, do the right thing, when it comes to innocent people that have to go through something like this. But I did eventually get a hold of Barry Gaunt, MUFON state director at the time, and he began the investigation. Got investigator Cindy Bailey Dove from Arkansas to come down with the team, and they got, I think, 19 witness statements. Because this thing, it wasn't just those three instances. I mean, these things kept coming back. There were black helicopters. There was Lieutenant Colonel Dallas E. Wood from the Pentagon stalking my family. There was a lot going on. It was a big mess. I mean, people all over town were hearing about it. So there were cars lined up the street every single night to see the object. And it was coming back. It wasn't way up in the sky. It was coming down into my yard. So I got kicked out of the church because people were saying I was calling the devil down from the sky.
That's fucked.
They wouldn't even let they wouldn't even let my kids go back to church. I said, look, I'll pick them up after service, but they need church, especially now. Don't do this to my kids. But yeah, it just it literally got to the point where I wanted to off myself, which is not me. That's not something I would want to do. But it just completely destroyed my worldview. My brain, which was literally hit by this thing. Witnesses say it was like a pencil electric blue beam that was literally hitting my head. I didn't see it, but witnesses saw it. But it caused savant syndrome in my motor function of my brain. So not only was I dealing with that, but I was dealing with my brain literally changing from a simple redneck with a deep Southern draw, very little education whatsoever in the Deep South, to studying quantum physics and devouring libraries, trying to keep up with whatever the hell my brain was doing. You're used to your brain your whole life. It's you. It's a big part of you. And all of a sudden, when it goes through a rapid change, guys, I don't even know how to explain that. And nobody really asked about it. They want to know about the lights in the sky and this and that, but internally it was hell. But we got the investigation started and stuff like that. So, I mean, that's kind of how it all began. I was really thinking, because of the military presence, that me and my children would get some help, but we got harassed. I mean, that's what we got. I guess they got what information they wanted from us, and they snuck around and did their thing. But yeah, it's been an unbelievable adventure ever since, because I wanted answers. I needed answers, and nothing else mattered. So I've been all over the world, been all over the country. I've moved a lot because of this activity and how it upsets my neighbors. But I've also grown. I've worked with over 3,000 experiencers all over the world. I've helped prevent hundreds of suicides. I helped start the world's first academic study into experiencers with Dr. Edgar Mitchell and Ray Hernandez in the Free Organization. I started my emails with Dr. Gary Nolan in, I think, 2013, which is around the same time Hal Puthoff had approached him with studying, the brain.
All right, Eric, we're gonna let me get to Randy. Randy's got his hand up here.
Can you hear me, Eric? Eric, can you hear me? He can't hear me. Forget it.
Yeah,
because
I guess
I was hit by a blue.
Randy.
Eric,
Because I was hit by
can
a
you
blue.
hear Randy?
Because I was hit by a blue beam. Him and I were supposed to
No, I
connect.
can't hear Randy. These spaces are kind of glitchy.
Yeah, they're super glitchy. Randy, did you want to come down and come back up if that's possible? Yeah, so you know what's funny? Like, the thing that struck me the most about that was the fact that, like, not just the experience itself, but the fact that, like, you weren't even able to like, your kids weren't even able to go to church. And I'm not even religious, but my dad is. But like, the thought that people can't practice their own beliefs and religion is just kind of gross.
That's what our country is like based off of too here in the U.S. is like freedom of a religion, but it turns out the religions have the freedom to be discriminatory and unfairly so. All right, Randy, go ahead. See if
Yeah.
Eric, tell us if you can
Can you
hear
hear me now,
Randy now.
Eric? Can you hear me now, Eric? Eric, can you hear me?
Yeah, Randy, I can hear you, buddy.
Yeah.
All
Well,
right.
Yeah.
I told you before I was hit by a blue beam, and I think your blue beam is a little bit narrower of a band than mine. Did you feel like a high energy voltage kind of? Like I saw like my neurons sparking when this beam was hitting me. Did you get that kind of a sensation? Because you're talking about vibration, and I felt more like an electrical charge. And it's just like I have this knowing after I was hit by this beam, and you kind of seem like you have the same thing. You are like have this interest for knowledge, and you've been going to. I didn't go to the libraries. I didn't have access to the libraries, but you didn't have missing time because you had children in your apartment, correct?
Yeah, there was definitely missing time. It was daytime when it happened. But for the 15 seconds that it happened, once it was over, it was dark. So I don't know what time it was at the time.
Right.
There's too much
Yeah.
detail, to skip over, but it did not, to me, feel electric. I mean, I know Travis Walton. I mean, we're good friends. I mean, how could we not? We actually lived together for about eight months up in Maine with Audrey Hewins and Starborn Support and everything. He reported, that it was electric, which I differ from him on that as well because it was just the most unimaginable vibration isolated on the right side of my brain, and I just God, I mean, I've for 11 years I've searched for words on the intense vibration.
I met
But
Travis because he said
it
that to
seemed,
me. Yeah, I want people
yeah,
to understand
yeah,
that
yeah.
Eric
Well, I mean,
has the biggest compilation of files and information that anybody else on Twitter has, and he needs to be acknowledged for that. He has done so much research, and he has files and documentation, and it's all organized. And Eric, you're just amazing. So thank you for all your research and work that you've done. You put so much time in this and I applaud you for all your work you've done. So thank you, Eric.
well, I appreciate that, Randy, but it's never been for clout or appreciation. It's a personal deal, brother. I mean, I had a life. I had a really simple, easy life. And yeah, I did struggle, raising the kids alone, but I'll never have that back. My best friend, he's a 500-pound redneck. Google can't understand his speech. We're just simple guys. And, the next thing I know, he's like, Eric, I can't understand the words you're saying, and I couldn't understand half the shit I was saying, I mean, my brain was just so rapid and hard to catch up with. And so it was a really big struggle, and it separated me from the life that I had. And, for the longest time, it's like, who am I now? What am I now? What am I becoming? And so I
So you
really
went.
sought
Sorry,
after answers.
sorry. I was gonna say. So you went from like your accent. I thought that's what you were saying. Your entire being and entire like accent and how you spoke changed or something.
Yeah, according to my investigators, I went from 110 IQ to 150 in a short period of time.
Wow, that's like 100 IQ points more than me. That's awesome.
No, it's actually miserable. The smarter you get, the more you realize how dumb you are. So it didn't help me at all.
Eric, do you like I don't want to put labels on obviously things, but as far as like you having this interaction where this craft, like you had this thing happen to you, I don't know what to download, but you said it hit you right in the brain. These feel like things that are non-consensual, right? Like you didn't ask for it, or to my understanding, you didn't ask for it. Do you see these things as is this a benevolent thing? Is it an indifferent thing? I think obviously my feeling is there's an objective here, and we are being manipulated, whether that's positive or negatively, um, for a means to meet an end of some sort. Like there is some sort of outcome somebody wants. Again, I'm not saying it's negative or positive, but it definitely seems like we have very little choice in it.
No, we have no choice whatsoever. I didn't believe in this stuff. For the longest time, I wanted to convince myself I had some sort of brain tumor or mental illness, even though my neighbors were taking pictures and people from uh, all over town were coming out and taking pictures. I wanted to convince myself that this whole thing wasn't real and I was having some sort of problem. Seek out psychiatry, get MRIs to see where the brain tumor is. I did not want to believe that this was real, but it wasn't something that I brought on myself in any way. Yeah, I've got every reason to be extremely angry at this phenomenon, but I had to grow up, and I had to stop being emotionally charged about the analytics of it. And once I put that down, I realized that poor little me had to die as well. And so through that process of poor little me dying and really getting into analytics and trying to find out what exactly is going on, I had to let go of the victim mentality and really put myself in a situation to try to understand. I've got scars on my body that doctors say are impossible. How the hell did this happen to you? And stuff like that. So, I could take off my shirt and look at these scars and know, and never forget what this is and what happened. But, the victim mentality is the least academically in trying to figure out what this is. Emotionally charged, it means that I'm unable to look at things correctly, and a lot of us do that. We have some of us have amazing wives and women in our life that get emotionally charged about certain things, and they are a very particular creature necessary for a home to be a home, to have that emotional essence. But it can get in the way of the analytical brain that men possess in his role in making a home. So when you're emotionally charged about this kind of thing, you're halfway blind to the whole. But yeah, it wasn't something that I
Are we
was
saying
studying. It wasn't something.
women kind of can make us blind?
I feel
You
like
know what, buddy? I'll leave that.
I mean, look. Let's
I
be
feel like
honest. That wouldn't be the
relationships
first
can.
time anybody's ever suggested that.
I feel like relationships, like close relationships, can have that effect on anyone. You're not just making decisions for yourself. You're making decisions that could impact the other person that you care about, and can get a bit complicated there. But love prevails, says the single guy.
You're like me.
Yeah,
You're searching for answers. I thought I had a brain tumor also. I have. I told you before. I suffer from migraines, but I thought, oh, I gotta have a brain tumor. I can't have a MRI because I have the stupid battery for my back and it's dead, and I need to have it removed. But I thought, okay, I must have a brain tumor. This is the cause, and so then I must have cancer or something, and this is maybe just like you're looking for some kind of answer, and it's like, no, you don't have a tumor, Randy. So it's like, okay, now the answer is like 300 and 59 degrees. It's like, what is it then, Eric? It's like, so now you gotta so then you start researching all this shit, so this is why I reached out to you, and you talk about, okay, you've been hit by a blue beam, and Linda Thompson, she was hit by a blue beam, and when she sees a police light, she trips out, and it's like, wow, I didn't realize the other people were experiencing this blue beam thing, In my church, I was an outcast. My dad forced me to go to church, and it's like, no, I pushed away from that, and it's like, and I feel you, man. It's just like you feel like you're an outcast, and you're just you're trying to navigate through life, and it's like, you're trying to be a good father and all the shit comes on you, and I tried to go to move on, and the application process is like another. It's like wow, it's like an 18-page thing. It's like oh my god, this is like traumatic. I couldn't deal with all that, Eric. How did you do it?
Yeah, dude, how do you just like going to the fucking hospital and going for a fucking colonoscopy or something? But
Oh,
yeah,
I don't.
respond
I
to that,
don't.
Eric.
I don't go for a colonoscopy because I've had because I bleed for like a week after I've been abducted because they penetrate me for insemination collection. I mean, the pictures I show people, they tell me don't share it to other people because my ass is bloody. It's like they use a tool to put in my butt that makes me ejaculate. And Mike, UAP Mike, I showed it to him. He says don't show it to other people, but you should tell a doctor,
I didn't
But I
say that.
told
I didn't. Wait, 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 wait.
no,
Randy.
no,
All
no,
right,
no,
I'm
you
gonna
don't.
go
You
back. No, no.
whoa, whoa,
First of all,
whoa,
Randy,
don't,
I
it's
work in
not that. It's not.
healthcare, dude. Stop. First of all, I'm gonna go back and look at my messages here. I never tell people to not show them to other people. Okay,
Okay,
I
it's someone
stressed
else
what
then.
I
Okay, calm
said.
down.
I said,
Uh,
you sent.
You told me to go see a doctor or tell a
Yeah,
physician.
okay, here's what I said, Randy. If you're bleeding, it's important that you get the reason checked out. Blood loss can lead to cardiac events. I understand the issue needs to be addressed, but if bleed out, nothing matters. I
Right.
understand, Randy. And then you said it's embarrassing, and I said, I understand. Tell them what you feel comfortable with, but most important, relay the most important clinically accurate details. Don't tell them anything you don't feel comfortable with, but make sure they understand the condition. So, look, Randy, like I didn't tell you not to tell
Okay.
anybody,
Yeah,
dude.
I
That is the
apologize.
opposite, man.
Okay, I apologize. You told me to tell a medical physician, but other people have said,
And then
"Oh,
I said,
Randy."
don't and only tell them what you feel. And you were like, I'm like, I don't feel comfortable. And I'm like, dude, like people who are having, if you're
Yes, you were
losing
supported.
blood, that is a legitimate, and again, I know this for a fact, okay, is a legitimate
Yes.
clinical issue. And if you lose enough blood, you can have a cardiac event. And Randy, like, if you're embarrassed to tell a medical professional that you're hemorrhaging blood, you got to tell them something. And that's what was my
Yeah.
point.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's like I don't really want to have a colonoscopy because it's like, oh wow, you have damage here. How'd that happen? And it's like, well, I'm not gay. It's like, and then doctors, you go there. Oh yeah, I've been abducted, and they put this tool. It's like, oh, you better go see a 72-hour
This is the goal
mental
right here,
facility.
boys. The
I
UFO
mean,
Twitter. This is it. This is
I
what I
mean, I,
stay up for. That was amazing.
I mean, I have had. Okay, Mike. I apologize. I've had other friends that I showed it to, and they said, "Don't show it to anyone else."
Yeah. Well, I mean, like that doesn't,
I was
I mean,
UAP
you
Mike,
gotta.
wasn't it?
No, it was not. I just read the messages.
Okay.
Randy, I love you, but you misconstrue everything. You're almost as bad as Matt.
Okay. Well, Logan was one of them. That was for sure. That's what happens. You don't sleep, Kibble. It's like I'm on like a 3-day run right now.
Dude, I slept for like 14 hours last night. It was amazing.
You're such a dick.
I'm just, it's out of love. I just thought that was funny because Mike got all like defensive about it.
Because I would
Yeah.
never
Yeah.
say that. Dude, like
Yeah.
I'm
Well,
100% like
Mike is
patient's
100%
advocate
accurate.
number one. I am number one
Mike is.
patient's advocate. Always,
Yes, he
always,
is.
always.
Mike, your statements are 100% accurate, and you amaze me how you're able to pull that shit up.
I trust Mike, especially on things like this. It just was funny. And then the host was just like dead silent the whole time.
Mm. Yeah,
Eric,
I actually
Eric is
wrote.
just like, wow.
Yeah, I really appreciate what Mike's doing. I would actually put him in the category of the UFO Twitter as a
You don't need to go further.
Jeremy
He's not that
Corbell.
great. He has a background in medical shit. That's all there is to it.
Yeah, he loves. Yeah, he's like up with the HACCP. He's very much with his health and safety, and I love that shit because I've always been super like into that. Going to like different businesses, a new job or something, and just looking around, going, "Man, this is fucked. These practices need to change." So
Well, Mike was,
yeah,
yeah, he was concerned about my well being, and he put that before anything else, and that's what I love about Mike.
You're blowing smoke, guys. You're blowing
True,
smoke at this point.
true. I'm blushing. I'm a blushing puppy dog.
you're a stoned puppy dog.
I am. I'm waiting till 10
Eric,
o'clock. We got 2
go
hours, and
make
then I'm
yourself a
going to
cup of
get.
coffee, Eric.
I'm gonna get a whole ounce of marijuana. I don't drink coffee too, so I just smoke weed when I should drink coffee sometimes.
Mate, you can't look. You know what? I don't actually know. I don't have enough information to really make a comment about weed. But
When
work for some people, I really do. And then I think it can be really destructive. And I think that might depend on the person. I feel like I get the feeling, not really knowing you very well, Mike, but you're probably one of those people who can actively live and exist consuming a certain amount
Mike's
of
an
weed.
island.
Um,
Nothing can actually penetrate to inner Mike. That should have been obvious a while ago.
yeah,
Yeah, my
my
mother already did all that work for everybody. So I built
my
those
neurologist.
walls up a long time ago.
Yeah, my neurologist told me no coffee, no aspirin. All these things can trigger headaches.
Yeah, I was having anxiety issues. Like my job was fucking super brutal, and I was waking up in anxiety attacks and shit. So like I had stopped drinking coffee, and I have some long COVID issues too that I'm dealing with. And they were like, "Yo, don't drink coffee."
I feel that. Mike, you should start a business, dude.
I already own a business. You start a business. I have one.
UFO
Mate,
Lake
yeah,
Group?
like what Mike was saying before, reminds me of my old boss. He basically had like just multiple different like small little businesses. Like he even the like honey that we used at work was from his own like apiary and everything that he owned. And he was just like one of those guys that had all sorts of different businesses all the time.
Yeah, I just like I
Sounds
had.
like a douche.
Well, I have one LLC. That's it.
He was a bit of an asshole.
Usually have to be.
I asked this guy. I was working an event for one of my businesses, and this guy was like a full bird colonel in the Army Reserve, I think. Yeah, and I was like, oh man, I'm gonna ask him. Like, do you know who Carl Nell is? And he's like, he thought about it. And he's like, And he started asking a few questions, and I didn't like say anything about UFOs, but he's like, no. He's like, when would he have served? And I figured, Nell was in the service as of not too long ago, right? Because of the UAPTF stuff. But the guy was like, no, I didn't know him. I was hoping even he'd be like, oh yeah, UFO guy, right? But no, almost. He was very nice though.
Yeah, Carnell seems like a straight shooter, but out of the all the people that spoke at Seoul, I would say Kevin Knuth is definitely my favorite. I think he had the most views on the YouTube videos too.
I love Kevin Knuth.
Yeah, he's pretty cool.
Anything like he was on that Theory of Everything podcast with
Jacques
I
Vallée.
don't even want to pronounce it. No, I don't even want to
Kurt
pronounce the
Mungle.
guy's
There
name.
was an episode where he
Yeah.
did. It was like Jacques Vallée and Kevin Knuth were both on the same episode.
Oh shit. Oh, was that before? Oh shit.
It's
Okay.
an older one.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, at that, I think it was like listening to that podcast where he was describing, if there is FTL essentially like a certain technology that can get NHI to like from a extrasolar place, another place, and get to Earth, that even though it might be like I think a year, it would for them, or no, a week for them, it would be like something like 50 years here and back, depending on how far away it was. And that was really great to hear because I've always been super skeptical of Rick Doty and everything he said, especially fucking Project Serpo.
Oh boy, you missed the. Did you see what's his name yelling at Doty about Serpo? As about the situation.
Was it Jack Sarfati?
Well, there was somebody in Jack Sarfati's space bringing up Project Serpo. NASA Jump Room, perhaps. I don't know if you know him.
Oh man. Yeah, no, oh, that would have been amazing. I've always thought about the fact because I was
He
on
did.
Thomas
He was
Fessler's
yelling about
Disclosure Tonight one
Serpo
time.
right at. He was fucking. He's like the emails. They traced it back to you, and like fucking Doty's like read a book. Like he's totally fucking.
Oh, whoa. That's yeah, that's awesome. Because yeah, I mean, I feel like he needs to be put in his place a bit, or at least
Oh wait,
questioned a
Randy's here.
lot.
Randy is
I'll,
best friends with Doty.
yeah,
Do you know that?
I want to know what Randy thinks of Doty, and honestly, Eric, what do you think of Doty?
Randy,
I
are you
believe
not allowed to say
I,
anything mean?
I believe about 60% of Doty. I think that was part of his job, disinform, you know. So I just roll with it.
Yeah, I stay away from spooks 100%. Once you allow these people around you, around your family, in your home, they start feeding you a narrative, and things become uh, really bad. I'll just put it that way. I'm not going to mention the case, but I'm well aware of um, a guy that has the same investigators I have, or some of the same, not all. That three-letter agencies are coming in and out of his house all the time, buddy, buddy, feeding him quote unquote information and leading him down a narrative that is really going to destroy his life and his family. And they've done it to a lot of people like me. So that's one of the first things I was warned about is stay away from anyone that was in the aviary. And of course, back then, nobody knew what the aviary or the aquarium was. But it's about 200 people, mostly retired CIA, that will
I'll put
destroy.
off, right?
Yeah, they'll destroy an experiencer's life. And so I've stayed away from that, but still have operated in ways where I can help science kind of move forward. You know, I kind of had to step away from Stanford and Seoul because of Dr. Christopher Green. You know, it's just I've always been taught by the people that protect me and that are in the know to stay away from these people. So when Green started moving in on you know, the Soul Foundation, before it was even known to be the Soul Foundation, it was time for me to go to Harvard, and so that's where I've been consulting ever since.
Is that Kit Green?
Who's Stephen Green?
Kit Green, Dr.
Uh,
Christopher Green.
Christopher Green.
Oh, kid. Yeah. Okay.
he started
Because he
studying.
was a part of the aviary, right?
Yeah, he started studying experiencers when he was active in the CIA back in 1967. Since then, he's been able to map out the psychology, sociology, blood work, neurology, everything you can think of when it comes to the experiencer. So that's been his life's work. He actually did run a place called the Phenomenology Desk. He was the head of the aviary for about 30 years. So when it comes to the cover up, he's one of the guys that was at the top at one point in time.
And he's got his hands in Serpo. Some people, I don't think. See, my thing is, all right. I've met Put Off, and like I don't really buy that he is like fleecing experiencers. You know, when I hear him talk, like he's a big advocate of like, you know, if someone comes up to you telling a weird fucking story, listen to them. Like, don't tell them like, you know, the weirder your story, the more I want to hear it. And like everything about Hal Put Off to me screams like he seems like, you know, a relatively genuine guy. You know, and I know a lot of people like bootstrapped him to the Serpo emails. And my thing about that is, I really think, you know, maybe Kit Green is involved. Obviously, I have not a lot of trust for Kit Green. However, someone like Hal Put Off, I do think he gets manipulated into situations, and like something like Serpo, where they take his work and they put it into these intelligence documents to frame him as some person that's involved with this. And I don't think he is.
I agree with everything you said 100% when it comes to him. You know, I think he's a great guy. I think he's an amazing scientist. You know, but in order to hold on your position into being in the know, you've got to play, you know, your part in the game. So he's kind of just in there. You know, he's not a bad guy at all.
I swear I remember hearing something about shit. I don't know who it was, but it's one of those group of people who weren't actually invited to Soul or welcome to be a part of Soul, who might have been in that. I thought it was actually Kit Green. And then that person has come out a few times and sort of spoken against Soul and Gary Nolan and everything. I don't know who that was, but I remember hearing that maybe about a month ago or so.
Yeah, in 2013, I was sending emails to Dr. Gary Nolan at Stanford about what happened to me, my brain. You should look at the right side. You should look at the motor function. I really didn't expect any kind of reply or anything, but I was just feeding information out there to pretty much any PhD that would listen. At the time, Hal Puthoff actually had two F-18 pilots that were charged to chase and shoot down an unknown off the coast of California. Well, once they locked their gun cameras on this object, both F-18s lost all power. An electromagnetic field, they believe, of a certain frequency hit these two planes, and they were going down. Once this object got about 60 miles away on radar, the planes turned on, and they were able to gain control of their F-18s, and thankfully landed safely. They were both euphoric. They felt dizzy. They had problems. So Hal, being the scientist that he is, he's a reputable, genius man. Like I said, I don't have anything bad to say about him, but he is involved with some questionable people, to say lightly. Brought those two pilots into Gary Nolan's office. So here's, a guy that's involved with the CIA bringing in two injured pilots. And when they did the MRI, they noticed that there was Havana syndrome scarring in the caudate nucleus. So that kind of began the study. Now, the funding for this kind of thing, and always follow the money when it comes to investigating anything, was to find out what was this weapon that hit these pilots? What is this weapon that, hit these planes that, can take them down? They're built to be impervious to electromagnetic fields. What's going on here? So that brought attention to the DoD budget and the DoD checkbook, and it brought the attention of, Dr. Christopher Green to step in and work on this. It's been his life's work. So that kind of started the whole study into that. And Gary Nolan is the genius type to look at the entire gambit when you look at science. And he wants to, but scientists are capitalists. So he has to work on what he's getting paid to do. So he's studying the adverse effect, Havana syndrome. But the other 90% of people that come around these craft, their caudiputamen, basal ganglia, basic motor function is not damaged. It actually grows incredibly fast. And that's what causes the savant syndrome in very particular people. It's not everyone, but very, very particular people. And when this happens, it grows its own 100 million neurons within something the size of a dime. And they call it the brain within the brain. So my colleagues at Harvard, once we began talking and sharing information, now, I think almost 10 years now, they've been studying it. And it's not been public. Most scientists don't study things in the meantime, go public about it. It just doesn't happen. But they wanted Gary Nolan to speak publicly on this. That's why Diana Pasulka's out there speaking. It's a narrative that these people want the public to hear. A narrative that they don't want the public to hear is that there are experiencers out there. It's not just pilots that are going through a huge.
Eric, what do you think? What are your thoughts on Pasulka? Honestly,
I think she's awesome. I haven't spoken to her yet. I know it's going to happen down the line. I had an incident with Dr. Michael P. Masters last year in Arizona. I had no idea who's a PhD until a year later, but they've had conversations about me and stuff like that. But I've watched a lot of her work and the things that she has done. And even though I can tell her observation of certain things have discrepancies, she's kicking butt, man. I mean, she's really learned a lot and gone through a lot in a short period of time, even for a an academic. But I think she's
And
awesome.
dated people in the intelligence community.
Yeah, she has done that,
Eric
and
is
people.
Yeah, I've heard that. I want to know a bit more about that. But Randy, did
yeah.
you want to speak,
Yeah, I
man?
just want to say, Eric, it's UFO Twitter week, and have you considered at all speaking in the space at all? Because I have friends that are biting at my ears saying, ask Eric, come into space. And a friend of mine, he does Doomer, Eric, he does Doomer spaces, and he's like, he's too shy to come into space. He says, you're amazing and everything. But we've been doing some Doomer spaces. I don't know. I know your phone reception and you're a dad, single dad and stuff, so it's just throwing it out there. So
Oh, the kids are grown now, and they're doing great in the world. I really thought
great
going
to
through all
hear.
that trauma with the kids, they would, not do so well. But kids are grown; they're doing great. I'm fairly new to spaces. A lot of times I'll get in here and I'll see a lot of banter, and I just get right back off. But God, man, I've done thousands of hours of radio that have been taken down. I turn down TV now. I turn down radio now. I just, it's not something I want to do, become popular. What I've decided to do is kind of turn my back on traditional ufology, which has had 80 years to come up with some sort of something, and they haven't. And my major push is to push this into academia. That's where my time goes. Where's the proof? Let's study this for real. Let's stop playing pretend and having pretendologies. I'm not going to pull out a blank sheet of paper today and put ology next to my name with a red crayon and then tell the world I'm an ologist. I'm not. I don't have a PhD, and I'm not a
Total respect
ufologist.
for you.
Nor, yeah. So, yeah, I think my life's work in the last 11 years has literally been pegging down PhDs that are willing to take a look. And once they take a look, they can't look away. And, I noticed that addiction and even the average person. Once you get enough information and start believing, um, your life pursuit is to figure this impossible puzzle out. So when you hand this to a PhD, they say, "Oh my God, I want more. I want more." Just like Michael P. Masters. I didn't know he was a PhD, but I knew that he and I needed to have a conversation. That was just an intuitive thing that happens with me. And once we had this strange, very strange conversation, his life was changed. My friend Heidi Gadd, she's a really good friend of mine. We met in person at that conference for the first time, and she knew, she could tell something was about to go down, and she was a part of it. That's why Michael says they were two strange humans, and that's okay. I'm okay. I'm fine with being strange. I know my brain is different now. Once you, I'll take some of the woo woo out of this really fast. Your motor function is basic. Don't trip over that. Don't fall over. Don't wreck your motorcycle. Just basic instinct to help you stay alive. So, like, you have to have a certain gene. It is a sleeping gene. It is not, it's a random nucleotide polymorphism that's within your epigenetic DNA, which only comes out with certain people in your family line. And how it initially comes out is early childhood trauma. So I'll put it to you this way, and all of us have a different part of childhood trauma. But what if dad drinks all the time, comes home, and you're not sure if he's going to pull off his belt and beat you for something? You're just not sure all the time. You're on edge. So your motor function starts to build more. And once it's completely full and totally fibrous, dense as hell, has its own 100 billion neurons by itself, it has to be inventive. So the first thing it does is create empathy. So you'll notice people that have had a really hard life are not assholes. They're really empathic toward other people. I understand what you've been through. I feel your feelings. I know what's going on. So now I feel that dad's coming home. He's probably in this temper, and I'm probably going to get beat. The next thing that forms within that brain complex is intuitive ability, not psychic. I'm not saying I'm walking around with a crystal ball, guessing everybody's life. It's intuitive. I'm going to feel if dad's getting close, and I'm going to feel if he's angry. And the next step that happens is non-locality, which that's a tricky one when it comes to an MRI, because when you observe non-locality, you can ask someone in a cohort group next to you that's never had an experience an impossible question. There's no way they can answer it. And you can see the right brain, left brain, you can see everything moving around, and then they just don't know the answer. And then you go over to the MRI where you have the quintessential experiencer in there and ask them a question they couldn't possibly know. Well, left, right brain, they're thinking a little bit back and forth, and all of a sudden the motor function lights up, it takes off, which we cannot measure. Once it's not within the brain, it's called the quantum measurement problem. You cannot measure this activity, but when it comes back, it has the answer, and the answer is vocalized. So you have those three main components within not an experiencer that has seen a craft or has seen the paranormal. A quintessential experiencer is someone that has the brain anomaly and the capability of doing these things. Not just the capability, but lives it almost all the time. It's not always active. You can't, when you grab a child and you slam their butt on the ground in front of a bunch of Legos and say, now play. Well, you've robbed that child out of their creative ability. So they're not going to be able to see that castle that you want them to build. But if you allow that child to just flow and play and have a good time, you'll see that creative ability come out, and it becomes masterful. So if you leave the quintessential brain alone of the experiencer and just watch as they conduct life, you'll see that magic happen. So just to take all the woo woo out of it, that's the science behind it. But it is still, incredible, to be a part of, even though it's
You're
the most
You know what?
incredible,
difficult
You
part.
know
Eric.
what science? I want to know about the science. So here's some science I want to know, and like this is not a question for Eric. This is just like something I'm saying. Because Eric, you've been so kind and like been so informative. Thank you so much, first of all, for just sharing your experiences, and I think that's awesome. Number one, and I think a lot of experiencers pick up on those cues, right? Like the more we share, the more we know. I don't even know. The more we know about each other's experiences. But anyways, I'm thinking about like Terry Lovelace. Eric, I don't know if you know or have heard of Terry Lovelace. He's another experiencer, but he has these very physical
Yeah, what is right?
abductions. Oh, you know Terry? That's awesome.
Yeah, there's very few people I don't know out there in the ufology world.
So Terry talks about a very physical experience where he's actually, this was in the 70s where I guess he was taken. Maybe it was in the late 60s. Yeah, I think it was in the 70s. But anyways, taken, and he has this experience where like these these aliens, like, they have like golf carts, okay? And they like ride around in little golf carts in their spaceships that are like massive, and like they have hangars where they have little flying saucers that fly out of the hangars of the bigger ships. Um, and I don't hear much about those experiences happening anymore, right? I hear people having experiences, but not to the degree that they're physically being picked up by like triangle craft out in the middle of the woods. Is that experience, like, are you running into people that are having those experiences currently, like in the experiencer community, or do you think like the physical aspect of like abductions have kind of ceased?
No, I mean the abduction scenario is happening all over the world right now. I mean, last night, for Christ's sake, I've worked with people in 127 different countries all over the world, and it's the same. You would think it would be very different because we have different TV, different culture, different religion, different color skin, different everything. One case I worked last month was in Ghana, Africa. These people are incredibly poor, and that was a hell of a case. But it's the same scenario. I mean, there are a handful of what you would call normal beings that are seen. You've got the mantids, the grays, the short grays, the tall grays. The basic scenario that you can hear about anywhere you look. But when it comes to me becoming aware of abductions where it was physical. I've got scars on my body that, that'll show something happened. Now, I remember not being in my home
Is that
and
still
barely
happening, Eric?
kind
Are they still physically taking you?
No, not that I'm aware of. Not that I'm aware of, but that's the thing. I mean, most people can not be aware of it their whole life. These are, I think, accidents when people become aware of these abduction scenarios. I think they're total accidents. I don't think people are meant to be aware of what's going on. But
But like,
at
think
the
about these
tip of
experiences, Eric. Like, think about these experiences where, like, we'll say the Allagash experience, right, where these men are out camping, and they see a big ball of light, right, and they have obviously loss of, like, a lot of people report loss of time after seeing craft like up close. And then they get regressed and they have these memories. And like, oh, wow, I had an abduction experience, which explains the missing time. What I'm saying is currently, like today, in the last couple of years, I don't know of experiencers who are coming out saying, hey, I was at um, this public area. And that's what I'm hoping, Eric, you might be more plugged into this, that you can say, hey, yeah, there's definitely people out there that are still reporting, like, in Ghana, maybe, right? Like, people are going out there and they're saying, "Hey, I see a craft, I have missing time, and then I have to get regressed." And like, that's the traditional abductee that we hear about, and I don't hear about that happening anymore. And I'm like, okay, are people still getting taken physically? Like, and are they reporting that? And where is that reporting going? And why are we not hearing about it?
no,
The
I
NHI might actually they might actually sort of, I don't know, they might have picked up their game and decided to abduct people in, like, third world countries or something like that.
Oh, it's definitely happening. It's definitely happening. But who do you report it to? Well, naturally, you report it to MUFON. And what happens with your information when you give it to MUFON? It disappears. It doesn't go anywhere. Here's the thing: if ufology was doing its job, we would have 10 new abductees every day, every single day, talking about what happened to them last night. But it's not happening. They're not. Ufology is not talking about it. They've got one experiencer.
How do we change that?
To politically show that they're not against experiencers, but they are 100% against reporting about experiencers. They always have. I know the Allagash twins. I got them on speed dial. I've got pictures on my wall with us hanging out at their house. But MUFON, your information disappears. It doesn't go public. You don't get notoriety, for your pain, you're struggling, what you go through. So what happens is these people reach out for help. They find a New York Times article about me or a Nexus magazine article about me, or they call a support group and they get directed to me. And that's how I find them and they find me. I've had to learn bits and pieces of languages all over the world and stuff like that, and different cultures. It's been a journey for me, and I've met a lot of great friends. But yeah, it's definitely happening. But the tip of the iceberg, and what you're not going to hear from a lot of people, is because ufology is an external study. It studies the light in the sky. It doesn't study the light in the heart and what a person really goes through. So they will talk about their external experiences, but their internal experiences they keep within themselves. They don't want to sound crazy. So putting this in science led it to a neurological situation where we know now that these NHI are interested in these highly evolved brains. That's what they're interested in. That's who they're contacting. But beyond the grays, beyond the mantids and all these creatures that we all talk about, there is an intelligence. And that is the hurdle to get over. Not to just talk about the grays, but what is the intelligence above this whole thing? And a lot of experiencers come across this. They don't know how to articulate it. They don't know how to espouse it. They don't know who to talk to about it. Is it relatable to anyone you could ever possibly meet? So when I meet a new experiencer, I dig until I find that point, and that's when they start to talk about it. And that's the most hidden thing about this whole entire thing. I see all the time where people are debating about grays during abductions. There's some intelligence behind this that is way above all of this stuff that's masking itself. That's why Dr. Gary Nolan talks about this intelligence, because he's already gone beyond all of that, and he understands that this incredible intelligent thing is playing games when he's trying to research what's going on. So he says it's humorous at times, it's highly intelligent, and he's not quite sure exactly what it is. And that's what you call a damn good scientist right there.
All right, go ahead. UFO intros.
Oh man, Eric, this is wild. This is great. Kimball went to bed, but UFO Intros is here. I take deep umbrage with the title of the space, but alas, Eric, if
I wrote that
okay,
title, by the way.
I'm sure you did. If I've had a sighting, I haven't reported that to New Fork. I haven't reported it to MUFON. I sure as hell am not going to report it to Enigma. Is there any place you would recommend reporting that to? Because my brother saw a TR3B in like southern Utah. He reported it to MUFON, and they were solid with him. They like called him up, did an interview. I recorded the whole thing, but I
But
honestly
it's not
haven't
like
even
an
bothered.
abductee. Eric's talking about like
I
people who
know.
have those.
No, I
and
know.
think
I
it's
know they're different. I know abductions are, and I want to get into that too. And I think Mike's been asking some good questions. But like, do you honestly trust any of the reporting platforms for sightings?
I don't. I don't. I've got probably 300 to 400 people that I've spoken to that have had physical evidence that disappeared with MUFON. Ruined their lives. Took a 30-day report, shut them down, never called them back. It's been a disgusting thing. Now, is all MUFON bad? Of course not. There's great people out there, but the majority, there's something really wrong. There's a you could say the same thing about Walmart. You can go to Walmart and come across a really nasty employee. Well, you can't call the entire corporation crappy because of
So,
that one person.
but you're saying there's something structurally, there's something systemically within MUFON that kind of impairs it from completing its objective.
I would say that and a lot more beyond any equivocation whatsoever, yes.
Let's go to Randy. Oh,
Okay.
Randy, before you go, I'm going to cut you off. Eric, question: have you ever experienced what you might qualify as helicopter surveillance or helicopter harassment, or even just like spook harassment, like stalking? But I'm more interested in helicopter activity.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. How many times I couldn't tell you. I've got a good friend of mine.
Could you describe
Uh,
some of it too? You don't have to go into super details, but just some brief descriptions of what it's like.
well, I mean, God, do you want the worst of the worst, or I don't
I'm
know,
on
like
to
a
something really
Disneyland
scary,
flavor?
Eric. I think I'm almost on to something that I think might get me in trouble about this helicopter harassment thing. This Marfan Lights thing. Terry
Did
Lovelace's wife was stalked by a helicopter uh, near the Marfan Lights in
Martha.
2019.
Marfa,
Marfan. Isn't Marfan
Yeah,
like a
it's
dessert?
no,
marzipan,
uh,
marzipan is.
Marzipan.
marzipan is a dessert, but it's pronounced
Wait,
as Martha.
sorry. Thank you, Kristen. I'm sorry. Please tell Texas they
Thank
have
you,
my
Kimball.
apologies. Yeah, thank you, Kristen, not Kimball. Anyways,
All I heard was Martha.
this helicopter.
Think Martha and say Marfa.
Okay, all right. Let's get back to the point at hand. Helicopter harassment was happening to Terry Lovelace's wife at the Marfa Lights. Okay, at the viewing area in 2019, and like, the footage is it's crazy. Like, this helicopter is definitely harassing these people, and like, I tried to just get Mick West to get me the flight tracker data, and he doesn't. He says I can't do it. It's too old. He doesn't have the pay for version. Mick
Dude,
West.
I bought the gold version just for you, and it still only let me go back 365 days.
But there's got to be some way to go back. But I'm sorry, Eric, not to get sidetracked.
Probably.
Could you describe some of this? I mean, whatever you feel comfortable with. I could take the worst of the worst, but I'm super interested to hear about it.
Well, that's a chapter. That is a chapter. The first time I saw a Black Hawk helicopter, it was in my yard. Myself, my friend, my daughter, my son, and my friend Christy were all bellied up to my car. Looking over the top of the car was the tree line, and above the tree line was this object. The helicopter came from behind us. The object immediately shot off as if it knew not to be around. We all turned around. The helicopter dipped down below the trees right in front of us. I had to hold on to my hat because the helicopter was right in our faces. We didn't hear it coming. Later on, I talked to a pilot, and he told me they can put it in a mode where it's really quiet until it just shows up, and that's what these Black Hawk, capabilities, do. But it put, a spotlight in our faces, blinded all of us. By the time I could see again, it had its spotlight going up and down the road, and then the yard across the street. It raised up, turned around, and left. And at that point in time, I told my daughter, I said, "Sweetie, go in the house, brew a pot of coffee. The military knows now, and they should be here in no time." Because I've seen movies. So I know the military is going to show up. They just caught this thing, in my yard. So they know who I am. They have seen this object in my yard. Naturally, they're going to come, and we're going to get answers now. And that's not what happened. There was a man at the Pentagon by the name of Lieutenant Colonel Dallas C. Wood of the Department of Foreign Technologies and Foreign Relations. He was shipped out to go to Lakeshore Condos, which was 1.4 miles from where I was living at the time, and he never contacted me. He was following my family around, taking pictures and writing notes about everything. Now, my neighbor Debbie worked at Lakeshore Condos.
That's gross.
Now, she worked at Lakeshore Condos, called me up one day and said, "Eric, this man is stalking you and your kids." And I said, "Debbie, what are you talking about?" She said, "I just walked into this man's room to change the sheets and the soaps and everything I do every day. And there's developed pictures of you and your kids at Walmart, in the local swimming pool, playing ball at the park, everything you're doing." She said, "Eric, there's a ledger on his nightstand that talks about everything that you do." So I said, "Debbie, hang up the phone, go to the office, get that man's name, and call me back." Because I got daughters. Like, if there's a man stalking my kids, that I need to know who he is. And she called me back, and she said his name is Lieutenant Colonel Dallas C. Wood. So I called my investigator in Kentucky. I said, "There's a man stalking us, and he works at the Pentagon." So he dug up this man's name, his dossier, everything. And he also went into Google and picked 5 guys with the same name. And so he sent all those pictures to Debbie. He said, "Pick which one is staying at that condo." She picked the one that worked for the Pentagon. She said, "That's the man." And that's how my investigator is. He leaves room for accidents and stuff like that. He's been an investigator for 50 years. So we figured out who this guy was. Now, when my daughter got accepted to Maine, I found that as an opportunity to get the hell out of that area. All my neighbors had moved. The street was completely empty. Everybody was scared as hell. And I found a way out. I was going to pack up the car, drive to Maine, help my daughter through college, and get my simple life back. No more objects. September 1st, 2014, our first night in that apartment, we were on the back deck, 3rd story, almost eye level with the power lines. We're having Bud Lights and smoking cigarettes on the back deck with the new neighbors, and this object comes through the park, up over the trees, and hovers right in front of that deck. I moved 2,000 miles to get away from this, and my neighbors are kicking each other, throwing chairs out of the way, and trying to get, inside the house where it's safe, because it was, scary to them. Me and the kids had no reaction. We were used to it, but my heart sunk into my stomach. But as far as helicopter harassment, it's happened way too many times. As a matter of fact, there's one, and if you guys like humor, this part, it would be kind of funny. I was poisoned. We were threatened, and this was me and Audrey Hewins. If you look up Starborn Support on Facebook, it's a support group. If you ask for me,
Hold on one second, Eric. Before we get to that story, I'm going to get to Carlos, because I know sometimes Carlos has to run. He's got a busy life. Carlos, how you doing, buddy?
I'm good. Thanks for letting me speak, Mike. I just want to say one thing. I don't think Kimball's gonna come to the eclipse with me in Missouri. I mean I want him to, but I think he's gonna flake. What do you guys think?
I think he'll show up.
You do?
I
I
do.
bet you $10 he doesn't show up.
Mm.
Okay, 5.
Is Kimball paying you to bet that? I think
No.
Kimball he's paying Carlos to make me gamble, so I'll lose, and he'll show up, and then I'll have to pay somebody back.
I think you're wrong to something, Mike.
I swear
It's
to
a
God.
setup. It's a trap.
I literally got this hotel room with 2 beds, right? Oh, see, he left.
No, we were hoping one bet. It would have been way funnier. All right, let's go back to. I want to go back to Eric's helicopter story, though. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Eric.
Yeah, this is I don't know which book. I never got it, but this particular helicopter ended up in Kathleen Martin's book. But I got a text telling me if I spoke, I would get sick and I would die. And I ignored it. I spoke at Experience Your Speak 2014, I believe, in Maine with Starborn support. Later on that night, I got sick and I became much sicker day by day, and I was dying. Audrey, doctors found a mycotoxin in my blood that was killing me, and there's no cure, there's no treatment, nothing
I
like
thought you
that.
said
I
this would be
developed
funny, Eric.
well, the helicopter part is, but I'm getting to that. I'm getting to why I was where I was at the time. But Audrey contacted me. She said, Eric, I don't want you to die alone. I want you to move in, in with me, and I'll take care of you. We all knew I was dying. I was losing weight. I was down. It was bad, guys. I'll just put it that way. So I moved in with Audrey. We went to a few conferences, and I introduced her to Travis Walton, you know, and they immediately fell in love, like immediately. And so Travis moves in with us. Basically, I mean, he lives in Snowflake, Arizona, alone. But at that time, he lived with us for like 8 months. We would just fly out, do conferences, come back, all that stuff. Well, we were getting ready to go to a conference. And mind you, we had Lieutenant Colonel Dallas C. Wood's name and his dossier. So now we're finding out about the aviary, the Aquarius, and all these people in the CIA. We're digging up names, guys. We were digging up real names. And Audrey was excited because she knew about ufology, but I didn't know much, you know. So she was really digging up names of these people. And so Travis and Audrey go outside. I'm in the shower in her hallway. And in the shower in the hallway, there's a skylight, a piece of glass right above the shower. And I'm all soaped up and I'm hearing thump, 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 thump. So I get the bubbles out of my eyes and I look through the skylight and here's a Black Hawk helicopter, maybe 5 feet above the house, over my naked body taking a shower. So I'm standing there just completely helpless to what's going on here. So the only thing I can think of doing is take my freaking middle finger and flip this guy off, And at the same time, Audrey and Travis are outside and they took pictures of this Black Hawk helicopter. So I rinse off, dry off, go outside, get in the car with them, and we went to a conference. And later on that evening, we're sitting around having wine saying, well, I'm not sure if I believe in this helicopter harassment, but if it's proven to be true, I'd like to put it in my book. And Audrey gives me that smile. I'm like, no, Audrey, don't you freaking dare. And so she sent her that picture. So every time somebody reads Kathleen Martin's book and sees this helicopter over a house with a skylight, that's me, not in the picture, but naked, giving this thing the finger.
That's like a Top Gun moment.
That's pretty cool. Good for you. Yeah, fuck them. Fuck those helo jerk offs.
I concur. Fuck them.
But I did start to heal. The doctors, I my blood checked. The doctor said you're getting better. There's no, mycotoxins in your blood. Keep doing what you're doing. You're beating the 95% here, so you're doing great. And I started feeling good. I started working out. Went to go meet a television show in Las Vegas. There was also a female out there that I was really fond of, and I wanted to see her too. So Audrey drops me off at the airport. I fly out. I talk to the television show, and I've got a stack of papers with a stack of names that I want released to the world. These are the people cover-up, crash retrieval programs. These are the people right here. And this major television network tells me that's not how our show works. You read a 10-page essay, memorize the information, and then we ask you questions on camera, and then we just record your answers. We don't take just whatever information. So I was kind of let down, and I got a call from Debbie. That's Audrey's twin, Debbie Hewins. She said, Eric, there's black SUVs behind Audrey on black ice in Maine in the middle of wintertime, and she's scared. Well, I've been run off the road by these assholes. I've been harassed by them. I know it's scary. I said, Debbie, hang up the phone, get in the car, meet her halfway, and be a beacon so she can follow you home and be safe. She can't be alone with whoever these people are. Debbie finds her crushed car in the middle of the road and Audrey sitting straight up with her legs straight out, completely catatonic. Nobody knows how Audrey got out of the car. Nobody knows how the car got crushed. We just know that she was sitting in the road. She was catatonic. So the neurologist said that there is no brain swelling. There's no trauma. There's nothing that can explain her being catatonic. So they took her to a psychiatrist. And of course, she's a vegetable. The psychiatrist says, well, there's no conversation to be had here. Their neurology says that there's no brain swelling or anything like that. So whatever this is, her brain must have shut down because of psychology. Something scared her so bad that she went into a living coma. So they put her in a institution for 8 months where she sat straight up with her eyes wide open, didn't even respond to light. Her pupils didn't even respond for 8 months. When she finally came to, she was speaking in rhymes and riddles that nobody understood. So her family called me and said, Eric, what is she saying? And because I knew her so well, I love her. I mean, she's like the fucking sister to me. And I could pick up a little bit of what she was saying. She doesn't remember what happened to her at all, still to this day. But they finally let her go home. And even though her brain's not working correctly and she can't speak right, this is Audrey. This is one bad bitch, man. This girl helped experiencers all over the world, man. I mean, she was freaking, you don't mess with her, you know. And so every Monday she was supposed to go do a wellness check, go to the hospital, put on the gown, get checked out, making sure she's taking care of herself because she can't communicate. So we need to know if she's taking care of herself while she's living alone. One day they took her into the hospital, put her in her bed. 2 police officers from 2 counties over in full riot gear came into her room, pulled her out of the bed, and beat her beyond understanding. They had to rebuild her shoulder with a bunch of metal, broken bones, just brutally beat her. And she survived that. I think she died a couple of times on the table, but she survived. Her dad's a lawyer, which is going after the hospital and the police station. It's still going on, and they're saying you need to settle out of court because there's no way you can beat the hospital and the police station. There's no way you're going to beat us. The tapes went missing, so you know you can't show that in court. But Audrey still survives, you know, to this day. So there was an attempt on my life, and there was a couple attempts on hers during a time where we were gathering information on this. So when Grant Cameron, love him to death, great researcher, but he says there's no threat out there, buddy, there's a threat. I've got 2 clients right now. Australia's got more black helicopter American activity when it comes to UFOs than you'll find in America. And I know that to be true. I'm on the phone with these
100%.
Yeah, I
Grant
believe
was in
that too.
space last night.
Hey, Eric. So, and something else I've been wondering too. Um, I do see that there's these lawsuits being leveraged against police departments about usage of helicopters and harassment schemes, and just in general, I do have the sneaking suspicion, and this is not a condemnation on people who are police officers. I'm not that's not what this is, but I do
So you
suspect.
think Blue Lives Matter, Mike? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not making a comment. I'm just saying I think the police departments or people in police departments are leveraged to carry out harassment on behalf of the UFO cover up.
Yeah, you're correct. You're
Yeah,
correct.
I would agree with something like that.
Now, picture this scenario. You've got a couple of 25-year-old cops, wet behind the ears, rookies. They want to make detectives someday. And someone from the CIA or FBI calls them up and says, look, we've got two people of interest. They are possibly terrorists. I want you to keep an eye on them. I want you to do whatever it takes to intimidate them and see if we can shake them out of the bushes. And so these police officers will do whatever it takes, within or without underlying laws put in place, whatever country you're in, to pursue that one golden nugget that's it's put in front of them. So naturally they're going to do whatever it takes to make detective. They're going to do whatever it takes to get in good with the CIA, the FBI, and of course they feel like they're stalking a known terrorist within the confines of our country. So yeah, they're going to pull you over constantly. They're going to run you off the side of the road. They're going to do whatever it takes to get those brownie points that are put in front of them. So that's kind of a basic scenario on how that happens.
That's awesome. All right, guys, I got to run. I have some errands to run. It was great talking.
Yeah,
See you,
cheers, Mike.
Mike.
Thanks for co-hosting, mate. Yeah, go ahead, Randy.
Yeah, yeah. Thanks, Mike. Thanks for taking up 45 minutes. Eric. Yeah, I see you with having a sharp memory. I think that's something that happened after the blue beam. God, you have great with names. That's one thing I'm not so great with names, but I'm really sharp with details and things. And I see that with you. About Mike mentioned about the abduction. I've done some paranormal things. And a lot of times people, they thought like in their dreams and stuff, they thought they had these dreams. And actually these were abduction, they thought they were actually paranormal and they were, I couldn't help them in a paranormal sense because they were actually alien abductions during their sleep state. And can you speak on this? How because I think a lot of these abductions happen when people are sleeping and they don't realize that these are actually physical abductions, or maybe some of them aren't physical. I'm not sure, Eric. You know a lot more about this, but I think a lot of these happen. They aren't like Mike. You aren't like walking outside. Not all of them are like when you're in this conscious state and physical state outside, and all of a sudden this beam hits you and they suck you up in the craft and take you. A lot of them is when you're in your bed and when you're sleeping, right, Eric?
Have you ever? Sorry, can I just jump in real quick, Eric? Sorry, I think my microphone's a bit weird, but yeah. Have you guys ever seen that sci-fi movie Dark City at all? But just because like there's elements of like things that are happening within that movie of like when people go to sleep, everything sort of slows down, and these NHI beings or whatever they are come and sort of like replace their memories and swap people's memories. And yeah, it was always really super intriguing. And every time I hear more about what's going on with the phenomena, I'm just like, I always go back to that movie and go, fuck, like when we're asleep, so much could happen.
That's a must see.
I'll find it and I'll post it and put it in the nest.
So Eric, so what's your take on the sleep abductions?
Well, yeah, I think most of them happen when people are, at a vulnerable place of sleep. It's obviously the best way to get the job done, but it also happens when people are literally driving down the road, in the middle of a family function. These things can happen. Now, most people that are going through these scenarios don't realize that this is going on. They notice things are out of place. They notice their underwear's on backwards when they wake up the next morning. They notice little things, but they're easy to brush away. They're easy to brush off. And you know what? Guess what? You got to get up. You got to get the kids on the bus. You got to go to work. So you have very little time to even think about your suspicions. But over time, over years, God, you could be 56 years old and just wake up to it and reach out and call somebody like me and find out whether this is going on or not. And most people never really know. They just really don't
You ever
ever
had
know. I've got a
bite
friend.
bite marks? Have you ever had reported bite marks? I had like two upper teeth, upper jaw teeth marks. So like a child bite marks on me.
No, I've never had
You
anything
had
like.
teeth marks?
But I was messing with the Dybbuk box at that time too.
Yeah, I've got what you would call scoops. There was a morning I woke up and my daughter was screaming. At the time, I was really scared about what was going on outside and confused. I had a gun under my pillow. I had a flashlight under my pillow, sleeping on the couch because I wanted to be closest to the front door, and my kids to be safe in their beds. I woke up and my daughter was screaming. I ran into her room. She was sitting up. Her mouth was open, and I saw her tongue moving as if she was trying to scream again, but she couldn't. And I was mortified as dad. You know, that's my little girl. And from her shoulder cuffs to her elbow on both sides, literally hundreds of holes, about the size of a raindrop, deep, you know, all you could see the meat in these holes. And I grabbed
That's
her arm.
fucking terrifying.
Yeah, being dad, yes, yes. I can't espouse what that feels like, brother. But I grab her arm
Rip your heart
and
out.
it's so dry. Her skin was so dry. It wasn't bleeding or pussing or anything. It was just dry, deep holes, hundreds of them, from elbow to shoulder cuff only. And I'm panicking, I'm shaking, I'm grabbing her arm, I'm saying, "Sweetie, what happened to you? What happened?" And all she could do was take her little finger and touch my arm. And I looked down, and both my arms were the same way. I took her to the pediatrician, and I known the guy 12 years. I mean, we golfed together. You know, Doc, what the hell is this? And you know, he's been a pediatrician at that point in time. He'd been a pediatrician for over 30 years. He said, "Eric, I've seen every bug bite." He said, "I've seen everything under the sun." He said, "I have no idea what this is." You know, and he pulled me outside, and we're standing in the way that I'm going to get some answers that she doesn't want to hear. And he said, "You know, Eric, if I didn't know you personally, I'd have to report you." And I said, "Doc."
Did I disconnect or did Eric?
You know,
You just kind of,
that's Eric's reception. We lost you, Eric.
yeah, Eric. Yeah, you just disappeared, mate.
I'm sorry for your pain, Eric.
Yeah, that's absolutely everything that you've spoken about tonight about kids, especially, like resonates so strongly with me. I'm a single dad, and I can't even imagine something like terrible like that happening.
I mean, myself, I would be angry. I'd want to go like in that camp. He's sleeping with a gun. You're going to protect your children at all costs. You know, and he's between the door and his children. He's going to protect them at all costs. You know, like a good father. And he still got his children. And I'm sorry, Eric.
Yeah. Oh, okay. He's disconnected. He might come back, but yeah. Really. Oh, here he is. I'll bring him back up. Eric, I'm going to bring you back up, mate.
This is kind of normal. He's in a bad cell area. I'm so sorry, Eric.
They're trying to fucking keep him quiet. I'll see how all this goes. If there's any issues, I'll just end the space and we can join another one. But I think it's oh yeah, Eric, you back, man?
Yeah, sorry about that. My screen just kind of dropped down. Spaces
Yeah, no
are
problem.
glitchy, but anyway, doctor pulled me into the hallway and said if I didn't know you personally, I'd have to report you, you know, to child services. And I said, "Doc, what the hell are you talking about?" He said, "Well, there's only one explanation, and that's mutilation." I said, "You really think I would do this to myself and my kid?" You know, I stopped counting on one of her arms at 178 holes, scoop marks, deep, all 7 layers of the skin. You can see the meat inside. And he said they're not bleeding or pussing because the skin is so dehydrated, but she's only dehydrated in her arms. He was so confused. And so there was a lot more that went on with that doctor's visit, but you know, there was no rational explanation what happened to myself and my kid, you know, while we were sleeping that night. But it
You
was
know,
one of the many times that I denied that something strange was going on. Eventually, I had to accept the fact that I may not understand this, but it's happening.
Eric, I've tried to get this discussed quite a few times, and people don't want to talk the topic about child mutilation. And I says, yes, this is happening, and it's like this. They treat it like it's a taboo subject. They want to talk about cattle mutilation. I said, no, it even happens to mice, and it's like the child thing. It's like, what about the parents and the children that suffer? And they don't want to talk about this, Eric. So thank you for bringing this up. I'm sorry for your pain.
We've had what almost 80 years of ufology, and still people don't talk about experiencers as if we don't exist, as if somehow we're not trained enough to understand that our lives are being disrupted in the most insane way. And I think that needs to be over now. I mean, that's why I've been after PhDs. That's why I've been after getting this in real science and not made up ologies that people sit around and think they've read enough books and they become some sort of ologist. Well, that time is over. It's an entertainment industry that have taken advantage of innocent people for a very long time. And these same ufologists that don't believe in abductees call me for advice. So yeah, that's narcissistic, man. I'm sick of that, and that's why I'm on a mission. This shit's got to change, and it's got to change now.
It really does, man. I think the dismissive nature of like mainstream scientists, especially like entertainer scientists like Neil deGrasse Tyson or whoever, really need to sort of just open up their understanding of all that sort of like the possibilities of any of this and not just dismiss all of it. They need to just, it seems like it's anti-science in a sense, if that makes any sense, is, to like not investigate these things and not look at it. And yeah, so it just like that's one aspect of the whole issue with mainstream science that just really pisses me off.
Is it because of they're trying to get funding, Eric? So that if they won't get funding if they touch these subjects, is that the issue, or it's just like ignorance?
I have no idea. I mean, Neil deGrasse Tyson needs to be stripped away of his PhD. Okay, in order to earn your PhD, you've got to learn how to think a certain way, and the way he just completely repulses looking into anything and having an opinion is not PhD thinking, and it shouldn't represent any PhD out there whatsoever. A lot of PhDs are really disgusted with him, but he's found that he can't hack
It's not
it.
science, I don't reckon.
He's found he can't hack it in the real world of physics, so he wants to be a physicist that shows up on TV and somehow has an opinion. And so I think he needs to be stripped of a PhD and go back to school and learn how to be a PhD. He discussed me, and many academic people much smarter than me are very disgusted by his behavior.
I think that's I guess like his just condescending attitude as well when he is on those like big talk shows or whatever. I think he was on Stephen Colbert one time, and just like seeing him just laugh it off, and he has a really kind of, I don't want to like necessarily hate on him, but like he has such a fucking condescending laugh. Like I don't know if that makes any sense to people, but
It's
yeah,
irritating.
it's just sort of like this is the whole thing. Like every time I listen to Nolan, even like other journalists slash like Diana Pasulka, everything she's trying to do as well, it makes so much sense to investigate all this, and it makes so much sense for science to just be open to like understanding everything. And something I've been thinking about a lot in the last few months is that, when science was trying to progress for like, sorry, my son, when science was trying to progress for, and go against the church were burning and killing people and imprisoning people for like having these ideas and studying these certain things. And I feel like science like had to kind of like travel through the the decades, the centuries, like trying to sort of get as much information out as they could and research as much as they could, and religion was holding them back. Now I feel like in the last maybe century, science is the thing holding science back, almost akin to what it was experiencing with religion in the past. I don't know if that makes any sense to anyone.
Yeah, this stigmatism is in the way of science, you know, and psychology is against science itself, which is kind of redundant and sort of hilarious. But there are PhDs all over the world now, and 99% of them are what I call closet case. They're not going to tell the public that they're working and sharing information on this. It's embarrassing to them. It's embarrassing to their institution. It's embarrassing to their families. But late at night, when the offices are closed, they're working amongst colleagues to take a look at a lot of these things, and their findings are top notch. You know, impressive. We watch television to see how the military and CIA works, which is a lot of fabrication. But we also watch TV and see some of these brilliant people dabble into science, and that's actually undertaking because these people are so damn brilliant. I know a neurologist I've been working with at Harvard for about almost 10 years now, and he's literally getting these MRI images from Dr. Gary Nolan at Stanford, and what he's doing is creating a AI program to map out the 100 billion neurons within the quintessential experiencer brain. I mean, that's just, it blows my mind. He's got a computer running 24/7, mapping all the connective neurons that are going on to try to find out where this empathy is coming from. Where is this intuitive ability? How is it happening? And most importantly, non-locality, which is something that this NHI is very interested in. These are the people that these NHI are doing this to. So we've come a long way without it ever going out, into the public or anything like that. And of course, you've got to be careful. There's a lot of things in place when it comes to being a scientist. You can't just find something and run down the street screaming it. You've got to have it peer reviewed. You've got to have it looked at. You've got to have the thumbs up to publish your papers on it. All that much later down the road, along with its own bureaucracy that comes with it. Not to mention CIA control. CIA can literally walk into a college, into a classroom with students and say, everything you're talking about right now is classified. And it becomes classified, which is scary. I've seen it happen. And it's like, wait a minute, this is technology that the whole world can use. Why is the DoD taking it from us? It's a very disgusting reality. But the truth be told, there are so many PhDs worldwide that are all over this subject, mostly not on television.
Eric, you know exactly why. You know exactly why these technologies and everything are kept secret. Because,
Yeah, that's a different, very long conversation. But yeah, I mean, there was some Harvard scientists that were working on oxidizing your cells, and by doing so, the little candy wrapper that goes around your cells kind of decay over time and loses its vitality, and that's what causes you to age. Well, there are some scientists that discovered, if you oxidize this candy wrapper around your cells, that they age much slowly, and it could give you up to 25 years of not just life, but more vitality, more youth. And that was squandered immediately, So anything that the military wants first, they take it.
Oh, absolutely. And I think the gatekeepers are probably like any billionaires or whoever, have, like the fossil fuel industry essentially is obviously stopping the progress of any new technology coming forward. Because, like, what are we going to do if we do have this new technology that could essentially like eliminate all the fossil fuel industry. Yeah, it's massive. Go ahead, Brandy.
Well, I think, like Eric said, is first of all, it's about world dominance, and so we have some technology. We're not going to let anybody know about it because we don't want China or Russia or North Korea to know anything about this new power source, right, Eric?
Yeah, of course, of course. But these scientists that are not under influence from those people are really doing a great job. I mean, I was last month I was talking to a guy at Harvard that was in contact with Dr. Jim, and he said, Eric, you know a lot of experiencers. We need to place a gym box somewhere. Now, a gym box is literally just a small black box. You remotely hook it up to your internet, and it's got over 300 sensors, biometric pressure, electromagnetic fields, all kinds of sensors. And you put it in the experiencer's home. And what the experiencer does is that anytime they have something strange happen, they just write it down and put a date and time stamp on it. So Dr. Jim on his end can, access it on his computer and collate the times. What was the barometric pressure like? What was the electromagnetic readings? What was, all these different sensors that were going on to help better understand this kind of thing. Unfortunately, you can't ship a gym box because all that bouncing around to the sensitive nature of the object could damage it. And they cost about $10,000 each. So you don't want to ship them anyway. So I found a place in not North Carolina, New Hampshire, North Conway, New Hampshire, to be exact, where there's a lot of activity going on right now. And there's three people I've been talking to that are witnessing, the UFOs. They're witnessing the Black Hawk helicopters, and they're scared. They feel harassed, and one of them has agreed to have a gym box put in their house. Now that's going to give data to a scientist that is not, owned by any three-letter agency, so science itself can, uncover this kind of thing. But none of these people want their names out there. They don't want to be Neil deGrasse Tyson. Don't spend all your time on TV when you can spend all your time doing the research. That's what these guys do. And, they don't want to be famous for it or anything like that. They just want to get to the bottom. Is there something going on or is there not? And 10 times out of 10, they're finding out that there's something going on. So they're not going to walk away from this pursuit. What they're going to do is send emails to colleagues over the pond and within the confines of America as well, saying, look at this data and tell me I'm wrong. And that's simple. That's the same thing I do. If I get a hold of a PhD, just like Michael P. Masters, God only knows what he thinks about me, but, I've heard him reference me as a strange human. I just say, look at the data, tell me I'm wrong, and I'm not. So we keep moving forward. And I never thought we'd get this far in my lifetime, but now I wonder, what am I going to see before I die? How much of this is actually going to come out? So people are really scared that disclosure is not going to happen this time. It's another wet napkin thrown over the top of the truth because we've been fed a bunch of crap and then nothing ever gets delivered. But now that it's in mainstream science, there's no way to put the toothpaste back in the bottle. Disclosure's underway. I just spoke with a coalition in Hollywood where famous actors, actresses, singers, songwriters, famous people want this out. And so they're starting a Hollywood disclosure movement. So every direction you look, it's coming. And you may not have the ability to know the people behind the scenes, but I know a lot of them. And it's government, it's Congress, there's medical coalitions coming together to help treat the emotional and physical support of the quintessential experiencer. It's coming in every direction. I don't see how that you can put all this back in the box. It's not possible.
Eric, you mentioned New Hampshire. A friend of mine, an investigator friend, there was UAPs flying into a mountainside there, and they saw it was like kind of hot with the infrared. So they went inside, and there was actually like a cavern. It looked like they were actually mining maybe I'm gonna say I'm gonna be speculate these say aliens. I'm gonna say aliens, ETs. They were mining some type of mineral in our Earth. I don't not sure what type of mineral, but it looked like they were molting the rock actually, and so they had. So do you know anything about that, Eric?
No, I just know that I'm getting calls from North Conway in the mountains, believe it or not, North Conway, New Hampshire, from various people that are getting sightings. Now, note, I don't have a website. I don't try to be popular. There's very little information on me out there. I've never chased clout. I want the truth. So, at best, I'm just an advocate for experiencers and a bit of a researcher. But I do get calls from people all over the world. Support groups all over the world know to call me. If I need to help a person because I understand the process that they're going through because I've been through it. Takes one to know one type of situation. So people from all over the world end up calling me, needing help, needing somebody to talk to that's not going to judge them. These calls that I'm getting, in the past month or so is North Conway, New Hampshire, and a lot of Australia. And there's, for some reason, a lot of activity in those two areas right now. That can change, and it always does. My favorite, God, man, there's so many cultures and so many stories behind all these cases. But one of my favorites is the Philippines. Those people are so, because they grow up so poor and they work hard and they take care of each other and each other's family, became a really wonderful culture for me to begin to understand. But I remember there's things called provinces, and provinces are like in the middle of the woods, the jungle. They eat bananas straight out of a tree, pick fruits and berries. They don't have a city nearby to go to and go shopping, nor do they have money to shop anyway. And because of the way they grow up so close and taking care of one another, one of the elders in the village had to find someone to figure out what was going on with their village people because this orange light, 40-foot in diameter, was coming down from the sky. And they were not upset. They were actually curious, And so the elder spoke Tagalog. He didn't know much English, but little Bella did. And so he had little Bella call me through Snapchat of all things. And she said, "Como está, Sir Po?" Which means, "Hello, how are you, sir?" And she goes, "What the heck, this?" And she turns her phone around. We're on FaceTime, and this damn thing's 20 feet over her head. I said, "Bella, go inside the house. You are too close to that thing." And she says, "Is this satellite? I think this is satellite." This thing's 20 feet over her head. I said, "No, baby, you go inside right now and get away from that thing." Because my eyes were burned as if I was really close to an electromagnetic field. So I wear reading glasses now to see far away and up close because the push and pull on my eyes were the same in magnitude, and that's what caused that damage. I had 20/20 vision before, and I didn't want her skin to get burned, her eyes to get damaged, anything like that. But the way people handle this is a manner or demeanor of perspective. What is your own personal perspective when you're looking at this phenomenon? And that, to me, over time has become a very important dialectic into how we're looking at this. So the Philippines are just really awesome about it. They decided that they were going to have a karaoke party and celebrate the fact that something from the stars came to visit them. And they made a huge buffet outside. Everybody's partying, and of course, I was invited. So I had to sit there on FaceTime where everybody got smashed and sang their favorite American song and ate plenty of food and had a great time. So it always is a matter of perspective and how you treat it. Most of us go right into victim mode, and we stay there for such a long time until we take our emotional receptors away from it and really peer at this analytically to start to put the truth together. Yes, I am a victim. I'll be a victim for a long time, But when I exhaust myself of that victimhood, what am I to do? How do I transition? So you transition over to an analytic point of view while helping people go through their victim stage, and cost yourself into away from biased opinions into further understand the truth. Because personally, I want to know. It doesn't matter if I'm ever on TV or radio or get clout or clicks or likes. I live alone. I wake up every morning and I don't believe my life. It's surreal, but I get up and I do it every day. You know, I don't get paid. I make my own money. But it's a personal pursuit in finding out what happened to me and my kids and why, and what's going on.
Yeah. Yeah, especially when kids are involved, you also definitely want to find more answers, dude. Yeah, for sure. Mistress, go ahead.
Yeah, that's a compelling story of the thing with the Philippines and interacting with someone in a call while they're literally in the middle of an encounter. That's crazy. Yeah, like the thing that I was gonna comment on in terms of disclosure is I completely agree, and in terms of them being unable to sort of, yeah, to sort of prevent things from coming out, because there's so many different things coming out from so many different places. And the term I've come up with for it is too many leaks, not enough plumbers. Because that's exactly what it's gonna be.
It's exactly that,
I
right?
love
Too
it.
many leaks, not enough
I
plumbers.
love it,
It's
mistress.
so good, mistress.
Because it's true. Like, there's gonna be so much water coming out from all these different angles and all these different pipes, and people aren't gonna be able to trace it back to who said what and things like that, and it's gonna get to a point where they just can't hide it anymore. And we're already kind of seeing that with like Hollywood and stuff barely hanging on by a thread in terms of the stuff that is coming out about various celebrities being connected to like really shady operations and things. Like it's going to be very hard to prevent things from coming out. And I think this year, if there was ever going to be a year, is the year where things are going to start to sort of finally enter the academic circle, because I'm already seeing some of that already, where people are sort of talking about this. You've got people like Michelle Kaku talking about it now. You have all these kind of mainstream sort of like scientists and things like that that have been made popular and things like that have got things coming out and papers and things that they're working on. It's going to get very, very difficult, I think, for people to sort of maintain all of that, because there's just so much. And like like even just recently, like there's been a lot of interesting stuff, like with the three body problem and how that's getting sort of the conversation going about extraterrestrial intelligence and what that might actually be like. And the clue that I've sort of given other people is, like, I don't think people truly understand the reality of interacting with. I just saw you mention me. Nice. Yeah.
Can we plug those holes with our fingers, mistress?
uh, yeah, like, yeah, you're gonna need more fingers. uh,
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, thanks, Miss. Yeah, I did. I'm actually. I might put it up in the nest. Yeah, I did. I did quote you, and I made sure I credited you in that post because
Quote of the
it's
day,
fucking
right?
great, man.
Quote of the day, huh? More leaks than plumbers.
Yeah, dude. It is. Yeah, it was super. So yeah. Carlos, how you doing, mate? Carlos,
Hey, sorry about that. I was talking to my stepmom. What's up?
how you doing, man?
Oh, I'm alright. Just here chilling, listening to Eric's story. The Indonesian story is pretty interesting. So how did these people reach you, Eric? Like, I know it was via
Well,
Snapchat, but how did they hear about you specifically?
there's various support groups all over the world, of experiencers, and my name kind of got out that way. I don't have a website. I don't advertise myself. I don't, really do that. I've got a little YouTube channel where I sit down with a good friend of mine and just shoot the poop. Nothing to try to be important or anything. But most of the listeners are experiencers. From all over the world. I think 80% of them are literally not in America. But yeah, I don't really put myself out there. I've done hundreds of radio shows that have been all taken down. But people search, man. Once something like this happens to you, you develop what I call the mashed potato mountain syndrome, where you become obsessed and you need answers. And God, I've had people reach to me from, like I said, 127 different countries that we put in the book for the Dr. Edgar Mitchell organization, where we did the first academic study into experiencers with 19 PhDs. So, sure, people reach out to ufology, and of course, ufology doesn't want to talk to experiencers. So they feel like they're at a loss. They up their game. Sometimes they run into Yvonne Smith or someone that runs a support group. But if they really need help, my name is definitely out there. People go to Starborn Support, which Audrey neurologically is no longer able to help people. So, in order to keep her integrity alive, I run it. And so, when people reach out to Starborn Support, it's literally just me. It's not a team of people like a lot of people think. And so I get a lot of people, through that way. I don't remember how the people in the Philippines found me. I can't even remember how they reached out, but I'm really glad they did because I met some really good friends over there. If you're ever over there, visit Bulacan. It's mostly known for Bit River. And but man, last time we partied, God, I sent them $100, and not realizing the money conversion in the cities, $100 is a lot of money. But in the province, in the middle of the woods, where very little money is needed, that was like $1,000+ for those people. So they were able to, divvy up that money, get on their motorbikes, and drive to several different locations and build the coolest party ever. And of course, I got grandma on screen, dragging young women in front of the screen, going, "You want to marry this one? Do you want to marry this one?" So it's like they want to
Whoa.
marry me. Yeah, they want to marry me into the family. But yeah, they're cool people. But yeah, I mean, a lot in Africa. I don't hear much from Russia or China. There's different, social media outlets. And various things like Russia is not allowed to have TikTok. So I know one Russian person on TikTok that's had experiences, and she's a famous singer over there, but she goes through some
That's
sort of
really
different.
interesting. Russia doesn't. Sorry to butt in, Eric. Russia doesn't allow TikTok.
No, they don't. You've got to use like a different server system to access TikTok if you're in Russia. Yeah, so yeah, you get used to it over time. Certain countries don't have certain social medias, so I've got to learn different ways to communicate and stuff like that, which is fine. I mean, I had to download Telegram the other day, which I hate Telegram. As soon as I downloaded
Well,
it, I had
Telegram's
nine.
great.
That's Russian, right?
Yeah. I don't know what it is, but every time I download Telegram, I've got 19 new girlfriends that I've never met. It's like all those hustlers and stuff like that, which is funny because, a lot of these people a lot of these people are from South Africa. They're starving. They have pictures of American women and they try to seduce you, which is so funny to me because I've got all the time in the world to screw with them until they break. And then we, meet each other for real and, have conversations. But yeah, I mean, you've just got to, learn what area has what apps and, what's compatible and all that stuff. That's difficult on top of the language barrier being difficult. I use, translators and stuff like that until I can kind of pick up on the language a little bit. It's difficult, but guess what, man? I mean, it's like traveling the world. You get to see what they eat, where they go shopping, what their native culture is all about. So, on top of exhausting me emotionally, helping people through this process, you also get to learn this stuff. And I know now that I love my country. I love America. My son is in the army, for Christ's sakes. We're patriots, but learning about the money conversion and, what these cultures are all about, I highly doubt that I'll retire in America. I think I'd travel to all these countries and really get the smells and the feel of what all this is like. I think what America's 13% of the world's population. And so it's cool. I'd love to go to Brazil and Colombia and Panama and all these places that I've
Australia.
learned about. Australia. Oh my God, I'd never be able to leave Australia. I've
I've
got
been to Cebu City.
way too many friends.
Oh, yeah, definitely come to Australia, and Mistress will agree. Go to New Zealand too. And probably go to the South Island. Maybe Mistress will disagree with the South Island, but yeah, I highly recommend coming to Australia at some point, and definitely going to New Zealand too.
Oh, I went to the South Island a year or so ago for a friend's wedding, and it's beautiful down there. Yeah,
Yeah, the South Island is amazing.
yeah, like that's where they shot a lot of like Lord of the Rings and like the mountain-esque stuff in that. It's just stunning.
Yeah, it's beautiful. And going from like the East Coast to like Christchurch to the West Coast is like maybe a couple of hours or something, and just everything, the mountains, everything on the way over there was just amazing. But yeah, Carlos, yeah, go ahead, mate.
Yeah, I just think it was interesting what Eric said about how, Eric, when you told that woman that she was too close to that object that she was showing you, because it's interesting how they seem to affect certain people in a negative way health wise, while other people they don't really seem to be that affected by it. And I was wondering if if you think it's like intentional when people get hurt or if it's accidental, because there are close encounter cases when people there sorry, that's my son. There are some close encounter cases where like people go into the ships and they come out just fine, versus some people who are a couple feet away from it and their like health deteriorates horribly.
No, that's one of the best questions ever, man. I mean, slam good point. It reminds me, and I hope he doesn't remind me. I hate dropping names a whole lot, but a lot of narcissistic people do that, and they just talk about people they don't even know. But I've known Kevin Day since I think 2014, and this is a prime example. There's many examples, but a lot of people know who Kevin Day is. He was a radar operator on the USS Nimitz when they had the Tic Tac account, and Kevin's not allowed to leave his post. Like he's not. You stay as a radar operator. If you got to pee, hold it. You're in the Navy. But he watched this thing. He watched the Black Aces chase this thing around. He had to see this thing with his own eyes. So he got up on the bridge, left his post. There were 20 plus servicemen standing on the bridge looking at this object, going, "Oh my God." Kevin was the only one that, just by a sighting, guys, just by looking at this thing from the bridge, he developed a change, an overnight change, a neurological change. And he, the other guys made fun of him. He felt extremely empathetic all the time, as if, just really emotional. And that's not acceptable around a bunch of guys in a ship. But he went through that neurological change. And it's postulated that if you do have this very unique brain, that it's open to the electromagnetic fields, communication type situation that goes down between a craft and a quintessential experiencer. So he went through the change. When he left the Navy, he moved out into the middle of the woods, camped and stayed there to get away from people and be around nature and animals and things of that nature until he can put himself back together. He had no idea why he became so different, and nobody else went through that change. So when you look at quintessential experiencer with a EEG and you study the electromagnetic fields that the brain is producing, it's like 30 hertz, guys. That 30 hertz. Now, the average EEG, the electromagnetic field that a person produces is 7.38 hertz, the same vibratory level you're going to get in which DNA speaks to each other. So why is the electromagnetic field higher? Why is the caudate putamen and basal ganglia something to discuss when it comes to non-locality? All these things kind of fit when you kind of look into it. So there are a lot of people in my neighborhood that saw this object, very low in the yard, they went through a worldview change that was obvious, and they were frightened and they moved. They were scared. I get that. But why did I go through this change? Why did it target me? And I think Dr. Gary Nolan has found what has been found before. There were neurological studies starting back in 1962 that still classified that were studying the experiencer brain. And everyone was under an NDA, but there were actually fiction books written about these programs back in the day. Some friends of mine found that on Amazon. I can't think of the name, but I can dig it up. But one of the lead scientists, actually wrote a fiction book on actually what they were studying before he died because he wanted people to know. Travis
Well, that's a
Walton
great point.
was pulled. Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but that's a great point because see, they were able to give this information, but only if they wrote the book as science fiction. And right, Eric?
Yeah, it was wrote in fiction, but it literally talks about the change, what you go through, the whole nine yards. I think it's like $138, but there's some guys doing a documentary that I'm in, and it talks a little bit about what I experienced. And they dug up this book and they said, Eric, everything you're talking about's in this damn book. And they started sending me screenshots of pages, and I was reading, and I thought, my God, we've known for such a long time, about experiencers. But a lot of people don't know this, but back in 1975, Travis Walton was MRI'd under a surname, a different name, so the public didn't, know what he was up to. But they noted, and Travis can tell you this himself, they noted a brain anomaly, but Travis doesn't remember what that specific anomaly was. I mean, that was like 40 something years ago. So, and who knows who that scientist was? It could have been Dr. Christopher Green himself.
Eric, I'd love to get your opinion and perspective on probably everyone might ask you this. Everyone asks, a lot of people this question, but Bob Lazar, just if I can just say my personal opinion is, there's a lot of really credible people out there that I believe. Kevin, as you were talking about Kevin Day, like Kevin Day's a very big aspect of the Nimitz encounter that people don't really think to talk to. And so like Mick West has tried to talk to the other pilot, what's her name? I'm forgetting her name right now,
Alex
but
Dietrich.
like he,
Faye?
Alex Dietrich, and so like Mick West has even had a podcast with Alex Dietrich, trying to desperately find a a reason, that might explain it that isn't, it's the fucking tic tac. And what I find interesting is like no one ever is getting the fucking radar people. And Kevin Day is so credible, and his experience and what he witnessed, because he was seeing it like not just that one tic tac encounter, like they were seeing these things, right? Dropping down from like 80,000 feet to like 20,000, in a matter of seconds. And they'd been like noticing these things for like weeks or something. But so yeah, that was just, I just wanted to share that about that particular thing. And Kevin Day, really respect that guy. So what's your opinion on Bob Lazar? And
Yeah, me and Kevin spent so much time on the phone emotionally, going through this process, that the first time we met in person was 2019 at the San Francisco conference. And I had a nice suit, damn it. And he walked around the corner. I locked eyes with him, a big hug. Next thing you know, he's snotting all over my shirt. I'm crying, because of what we went through all those years over the phone. We finally got to meet in person. But that was a great conference, but I had to do a public talk with no jacket on because I needed dry cleaning for that. But Bob Lazar, I've spoken to people that worked at Los Alamos that remember him, but I've never met Bob at all. I've never spoken to him, no emails, no conversations at all. So I don't know him personally, but I have spoken to people that put him in the locations where he was there, some people call him full of poop. Some people don't. But, the thing is, he blew the whistle on Area 51. It was a myth back then. And he brought it to light. So, in a way, he could be known as a hero, in that perspective. Did he do bad things? Did he lie? Probably. We're all human. But he did bring things to light and help push this big mountain over that we're still dealing with. So what he did, I think, was heroic. He brought it to the surface, but I just don't know him, so I really can't speak on his character and who he is. But to me, for the most part, I think he's telling the truth. People dig themselves into semantics and all those things, but I tend to zoom out and look at the big picture. Who is the guy and what did he do? And he brought it to George Knapp, and George Knapp brought out the fact that Area 51 exists, and that was a big step, for us all to move forward in this. So there's a lot of things I could probably say I don't like about him, but I'm a positive person, or try to be, and he took a big punch for all of us, to get this out.
yeah, I'll go to you in a second, Randy. But yeah, like I also, my understanding is that because they were like keeping tabs on his wife and everything, and they knew that she was having an affair because she thought he was having an affair or something. I feel like I think he was in his like mid to late 20s when he was there and when he came out. And yeah, I feel like, as a human being, whatever you're working on, if you know that the business, the company you're working for, essentially is like knows secrets, like really personal secrets, and haven't told you, you're probably just gonna be like, "Fuck this shit. I'm gonna come out and say some stuff." And I've always like considered that as a kind of credible reason, from like a humanistic standpoint. But yeah, Randy, go ahead.
Yeah, I've been to Kevin Day's house. I consider him to be a hero, Eric. He's taken a lot of rep for speaking out. I have a picture of his jacket by his front door. Actually, I think he's involved with the fire department. For I think for flight. But yes, I've seen a change over him recently, though. He used to be more anxious, nervous when he spoke, like in front of the camera. And recently, I see him more calm and like okay about the situation. And I think people aren't attacking him so much now. And I see like when he's on the camera. And on Facebook, I'm friends with him on Facebook. He makes posts, maybe 4 or 5 times a week, and he's pretty active. So I think socially, he's kind of come out of his shell, Eric. So he's kind of like, maybe a good time for you to reconnect with him or whatever. But he used to be like really like when the camera's on him, you could tell, he was anxious and nervous, and his hands. You can see his whole mannerism. I spent 4 years in the military government. I know about mannerism, and I would watch his hands, face.
Yeah, and the sorry,
Go
Randy,
ahead.
if I could just butt in real quick. Yeah, the Joe Rogan podcast with him and Jeremy Corbell. I know there was a lot of people saying something about him like having a migraine or something, but they went out and had drinks the night before. And Bob Lazar is a very sort of you can tell that he's a very sort of maybe even a person kind of on the spectrum, possibly. He's just very sort of nervous, and he might be really good and like social in his like small network of people, but when it comes to the larger audience, he's a bit sort of, yeah. But he has kept his story for years. Sorry, go
But
ahead.
I was talking
Keep
about
going,
Kevin
Randy.
Day. I was talking about Kevin Day, though, right?
Oh, you were talking about Kevin Day? I thought you were talking about
Yeah,
Bob
yeah, yeah,
Lazar.
yeah. I was talking about Kevin Day. Yes, yeah, because he's the one, the radar operator. And I think, because
Worst host ever.
yes, he gets really anxious when the camera's on him, and I think he's gotten a lot of shit from military for coming out and speaking out, because his files were taken immediately by men in black, and they got on a helicopter and flew off, and he knows what he saw on the radar, and it's like, so he's come out. When he first came out, he was, like I said, his whole mannerism. He was nervous, anxious. His hands, his face, but now I see him more calm, and so Eric can probably speak more about this.
Well, yeah, like Kevin Day. Sorry if I could just respond to that. The correct person you were talking about. Yeah, you could see in that. I don't know if anyone saw the Ross Coulthard 7 News thing that came out a few years ago. He has Kevin Day there, and yeah, Kevin Day is sort of not as, I would say, not as kind of like Dave Fravor is very, I guess, not eccentric, but like extroverted in like much more than Kevin Day. Kevin Day seems to be a lot more reserved in everything. And yeah, I mean, if he had this experience and was essentially told to shut up, or all the information was taken, yeah, you'd be kind of really hesitant to know how to approach speaking up, I guess. But yeah, Eric, go ahead with that.
Yeah, Kevin was attacked in every direction, from the Navy to the public to reporters. I mean, he's been through it, and it's terrible. It's depressing. You can't sleep at night. Might as well have a couple of beers, a couple of drinks, get more depressed, call my friend Eric, feeling shitty tonight, type of thing. But I'll tell you the secret behind Kevin, and any man would fall apart under the pressure that he was under. But he got better because of Kim, his wife. He met Kim. She's an experiencer. I hope she doesn't mind me saying that. And she helped put him back together. A woman's love is a powerful thing. Or as I'd like to say, behind every great man is a woman rolling her eyes. And that was the case for Kevin.
I put the picture of Kevin's jacket down in the purple pill that I took. I hope he doesn't mind that I share him that, but that's some kind of private.
Yeah, I like that. Behind every good man is a woman rolling her eyes. I have the fortunate yeah, I'm kind of fortunate with the fact that I've been single for years, and so the only person rolling their eyes with me is just my own eyes rolling at myself.
Yeah, the last woman I was seeing, I met actually at a Bigfoot conference, and I got out of the car with my friend Eric. Randy, you know who Eric is. We traveled together a lot and went to Skinwalker Ranch together. I've been everywhere. But I didn't want to go to this Bigfoot conference. It's not something I'm into. But here's this gorgeous woman. As soon as I got out of the car, we locked eyes from 30 yards away, and fell for each other. And she immediately, wanted to come back to my place, which was about 4 hours away, and spend more time with me. We just had a blast, and things were wonderful. And she seemed to be perfectly okay with me being an experiencer, and a very rare one at that, because the activity happens out in the open, for everyone to see. So for a whole week, we were just having a blast. I mean, we were going out to nightclubs and restaurants and making love, and just a wonderful week. And one night I went to bed early. I just really felt like I needed to lay down. And a lot of experiencers will tell you that. They're like, man, I just felt narcoleptic and I had to go to sleep early. I shouldn't have been tired, but I was. So I laid down, and she went out onto the front deck for a smoke. And a triangle object came up over the oak tree in my yard and hovered over it. I wasn't there. I was asleep. She told me about it. She came inside and tried to shake me and wake me up. Now I wake up if my cat farts. I mean, I've been through a lot. I don't sleep very hard, but she couldn't wake me up. The entire house lit up with a blue light, and she started screaming and shaking me more. And then there was a big flash, and she was waking up at 8 o'clock in the morning. And I woke up, I sat up, I had no idea any of this happened. And she was screaming to the top of her lungs. She said, "It's morning. It's not supposed to be morning. It was 9 o'clock at night 2 seconds ago. The house was filling up with blue light. I saw a craft in the front yard." I'm trying to calm her down, and she's packing her stuff, and so she couldn't handle it. She went back home to Oklahoma, didn't hear from her for about 8 months, and she finally contacted me, and she was a different Kimmy. She wanted to get back with me, and this time I needed to put my best foot forward and being popular and getting out and doing TV and radio more, and she had this whole ufological idea of how this is supposed to work. Which, I mean, when you first step into ufology, that's what they want to do. They want to cart you around. They want you to be popular, and they want to make fame and money off of you. And I tried to explain to her, this is not going to work. This is not what I'm meant to do. I'm doing what I'm supposed to do with the information I have. I don't feel like people I don't know should like me. I mean, I'm still a redneck, I'm still a deep South guy, and you see a hole in the world and you try to patch it. And she was coming at me with a freight train with this whole popularity type of thing going on. And so I quit talking to her. But yeah, it's definitely a thing that keeps you single.
Yeah, it those my son's 11, and in the entire 11 years he's been on this earth, his mother and I are friends now, but initially we ended things pretty soon after he was born, and reconnected mutual respect way pretty soon after that. But yeah, in this whole 11 years, I've actually only had one woman, like, long-term relationship with someone I really loved, but their perspectives on relationships and stuff were sort of different to mine, and it ended, and it was fine. Bit of sort of angriness. I ended it, but yeah, I mean, I personally feel, because I'm a dad as well, like, I don't really sort of have a lot of opportunity, but at the same time, I don't know. I'm 42, mate, and you said you're 45, right, Eric? Like, and you've got a kid in the army. Yeah, I just don't care too much for it, as long as I'm happy and and my son's happy and my dog's happy, and I'm doing what I need to do. I don't really worry about like romantic relationships.
Luke, my
Uh,
dad, my dad and my mom got divorced when I was 3 years old. And my dad was single from the time he was, I think it was like 25. No, I think 27. 27. He was in his, mid to late 20s when they got divorced. But he didn't find someone until he was 43. And he's been married to a woman who he very much loves and has had a kid with for since 2014 up until now, so 10 years. So there's still hope. Don't give up. If you don't find someone, doesn't mean you can't be happy, but it's never too late to find love. That's what he's taught me, anyways.
Yeah, that's awesome. Actually, yeah, I agree with that. I'm cool with the idea of it happening again. Like, I'm not necessarily afraid of the experience. But I am just not really like focused on it, I guess, and that's cool. Um, Something might happen and come along at some point, and that's great. And I'll embrace it when it happens. I won't be uh, fearful or anything of what could happen. I'm just gonna enjoy the time.
That's a great attitude to have.
yeah, I mean, for me, if
Oh yeah, for sure.
I don't need a woman's attention nowadays, I'll just have a couple of Red Bulls, get my brain going full experiencer mode, hit the nightclubs, tear up the dance floor, show the world what I'm about, and hopefully wake up alone. But since you're recording and you're into the helicopter harassment, I really want to tell you what happened with Jeremy McKim, and almost nobody knows this name. As a matter of fact, you can go on Facebook and look him up. He lives in Hot Springs, Arkansas. His name's Jeremy McKim, and I met him last year. Now, to rewind the clock back to 2013 when these objects were coming into my yard, he lived in a hotel. His dad ran the hotel. They lived on the sixth floor with a back trellis, and he would go outside on the trellis to smoke. Off to his left is where I lived, just over a lake. And he would notice these objects coming down and darting away and doing figure eights. And he showed his mom and dad, and his mom and dad would watch, mostly his mom. And when I moved to Maine back in 2014, the activity stopped. And so Jeremy and his mom stopped, going out onto the trellis and looking for them just to smoke, and they didn't see anything. Well, I go off to Maine, North Carolina, Kentucky, Nevada. I moved all over the place, getting away from the situation. And not only, these things coming down, but I got away from these things because people were noticing. And it's not fun when people, are around and they just all that stuff. Various situations can happen. So I moved back home, a year and a half ago. And I'm so happy about that, man. And I moved to the only place I can find that was open was a small office space with a kitchen and a bathroom and a bedroom on the other side of this hotel. So Jeremy calls MUFON, Cindy Bailey Dove, and says, I've never reported this before. It was happening in 2013, but it's happening now, except it's on the other side of my building. So Cindy hangs up, calls me, and says, Eric, are you home? And I said, yeah, I'm back home. I'd love to have coffee. We can catch up. And she said, Eric, hang up the phone, send me your coordinates, and I'll call you back. So I looked up my coordinates. I sent it to, Cindy, and she calls me. And she said, Eric, across the street at Sun Bay Resort, there's a guy on the sixth floor that's been watching this activity over your home at night while you're sleeping. And he wants to meet you. So I agreed. And Jeremy, 35 years old, great sense of humor, cool dude. We went out and had coffee. We met. He talked about these objects, and then he was showing me video. And I was like, "Oh my God, you're videoing over my house at night, And there's up to 7 objects, and we became friends. I mean, what a cool subject, and what a cool story. That he knew about this, but never knew it was about me. It was about my case. And so it just kind of added to my case is life goes on. There's always more to throw on the pile. Well, one day I was at work and Jeremy texted me and he said, Eric, I think the aliens are changing my brain. And then I got another text and I couldn't really answer because I was working. And it said, Eric, I think these aliens made me sick. I need your help. And that was the last message I ever got from Jeremy McKim. The story goes that he was on the back trellis. There was an object, spherical, orange ball, fiery ball, rippled like the sun, was floating over the lake, and there was a Black Hawk unmarked helicopter chasing behind it. Jeremy went to film this instance, and his brain started to vibrate. And he thought, since his brain was vibrating, that the quote unquote aliens, he outright called them aliens. He didn't know anything about the subject, was doing something to his brain, kind of like me. So he stood there and took it while his brain vibrated. He went into the bathroom, threw up twice, texted me telling me that the aliens made him sick. He laid down on his bed. His dad, Rick McKim, the man that ran the hotel at the time, came in with a cold washcloth, dabbed his head, and Jeremy's arms stretched straight out, his eyes rolled back into his head, and he passed away. So the coroner report showed that.
Fuck.
Yeah, this is my life, brother. This is my life. The coroner report said that his blood pressure went so high that it choked off the oxygen to his brain and it killed him. Now, I don't know any UFO sighting that caused a death like that. There has been deaths, and they're clearly accidents. I mean, if you really research these things, they are accidents. But I believe that whatever hit Jeremy in the head, I believe it came from a helicopter. I don't believe it came from the object. But yeah, you guys can look him up on Facebook. Please respect the family. You can see that he passed. Rick, his dad, is the only survivor of the family. And of course, every time I see Rick, he just stares at his shoes. He doesn't know what to say to me. How do we even have that conversation? My heart breaks every time I see him. Yeah, Jeremy never had any children to make him a grandfather, and he's old.
That's
and he's
absolutely heartbreaking.
It's just one of many chapters throughout the last 11 years I've had to live. And the thing is, I mean, I see people walking in the malls and shopping and talking about their favorite football, and people are just so immersed in their own distractions, and
Like you
I'll
say,
never
Eric,
get back into
this
that.
turns you into an empath, so you absorb this energy and it really affects you, and it's like when you lose these people, it's hard not to absorb this energy and affect you. And it's like, oh my God, it's like, it's hard to move forward. And you've done it though. So, bravo to you, Eric. It's like, I don't know how you do it, brother.
Yeah,
Every
I
day I get up.
agree, man. It's sorry to butt in there, Eric, but yeah, I agree, mate. It's a pretty heavy burden, in a sense, especially like everything you've discussed about your kids as well. I keep going back to that. Obviously, I'm a dad, but man, that's a fucking massive, really huge burden. I guess um, yeah, I can't imagine having to do that.
But it makes you more sensitive, right, Eric?
Oh gosh, I don't know what it's turned me into. Every day I get a cup of coffee, I stand on my front porch, and right across the street is Sunbay Resort. Jeremy, became a good friend. He was 35 years old, healthy. There's no medical reason for that to happen to him. And, his father's alone in the world now. These guys did not act like father and son. They acted like 14-year-old brothers. They'd pull pranks on each other. They would screw with each other. It was like watching a television show. I was constantly laughing with these guys because they just always messed with each other all the time, practical joke after practical joke. And that kind of bond, man, I wish I had a father with that kind of bond, because it was just a beautiful thing. And an extra heartbreak to Rick, losing his son. They were so close and so together. And how is Rick, you know assimilating this. Now I have seen a little bit. Like he went through a midlife crisis, bought a motorcycle, got a girlfriend half his age. I applaud that. He's having a good time or trying to at least stabilize himself or immerse himself into, fun activities and behaviors. But deep down, he's torn apart inside. How can a parent outlive a child? And especially the
Oh
way he died.
man, 100%.
I know that pain. I lost Brad. You know that.
Did you lose a child,
Yeah, I lost my
Randy?
son, Brad, 12/8, 21. And the beautiful thing is Eric, we know energy never dies, on his 1 year, I've shared it before, on his 1 year anniversary on 12/8/22. I called it Brad's moon. It was a full moon because everybody was sharing a few days ago, it was a full moon. So on 12/8/22 was a full moon. So I took pictures of Brad's moon. It's like his energy was shining bright. Instead of being sad on this 1 year death anniversary, I was like going, "You go, Brad, man, shine on this whole planet and show everybody your beautiful energy." And it's like a beautiful tribute, man. It's like I couldn't be sad. I was like, "Yes, man. See, energy never dies. You go, son. I'm gonna keep on burning bright like you, and I'm not gonna give up."
That's fucking man. That's beautiful, Randy. Shit, I didn't even. Yeah, I didn't even know, and I can't even comprehend
Exactly 180 days.
having to go through that, man.
Exactly 180 days after my blue beam does thing, and
Hey,
like
Kimball, how you doing?
and like what Eric's talking about.
Thanks for coming up, mate.
What up? Doing great.
Eric, how many kids do you have?
Uh, that's a difficult question, and don't laugh beforehand. But I married a woman in my 20s, and she was older than me, and her kids were 7, 8, and 9 at the time, and we had one of our own, and she ended up with a poison problem. She had a drug problem, and she was hiding it. Um, about 10 years into the marriage, it kind of fell apart. She went to a psych ward for a while, and tried to get off of, substances, which didn't help, didn't work. And she ended up spiraling down a road of cheating and stuff like that. So I ended up leaving her. And in court for divorce, the judge says, "Well, I don't want to have these kids being raised by the state. Will you legally adopt them, from their mother?" So I gladly um, agreed. We had to wait 30 days for a petition. There was no petition. She didn't fight it. Her Their biological father didn't fight it. So I ended up legally adopting them. So that's how I ended up on Milk Lane in Hot Springs, Arkansas. I needed a cheap apartment to start over with almost nothing, with 4 kids. And so, at the time, my oldest
You're a
son,
good man, Eric.
thank
Holy
you.
fuck, Eric. That's fucking hell, mate.
Bravo, Eric.
That's sorry to butt in, man, but and continue, but I just want to say that is like so much respect for you, man.
Well, thank you. At the time, my son was graduating, so I sent him to Fayetteville College in northern Arkansas, and he was in the band for the football team. So he was having a blast, going from one game to the next, doing what he loved, playing music. Now he's a fifth grade music teacher. And my other daughter, she wanted to take a trade class, so she went to a thing called Job Corps, got her welding degree. So at the time, I had when these experiences started happening, I had 2 kids at home. My daughter was 15, and she just graduated high school. She was doing Penn Foster homeschooling on top of regular school during the day. Very sharp kid. So I got brought into the principal's office, and they told me she has to graduate. She has too many credits. So at the time, I was taking her to National Park Medical Center college, community college, to get her basics taken care of. And my biological son was 12, and he, they did have some terrible times, but at 34 years old, I was so socially engineered in life, especially not to believe in the paranormal, that it hit me really hard. And I was under the impression it would do that to my kids, but it, they, they were excited that this was real. They were fascinated.
Oh my god, please don't tell me you've disconnected again, Eric. Everything
I
you've
blame Carlos.
This is normal.
yeah,
Don't
look,
freak out. Don't freak out. This is normal. We'll just reset them.
Actually, no, I
yeah,
blame
yeah,
Randy.
go back down and come back, Eric, if you can hear me, mate. And continue what you were talking about. Yeah, great stories, dude. I really appreciate you coming in here and sharing this with everyone. But yeah, come back, Eric, if you can, and have a chat. Kimball, how you going?
So good, dude. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad, not too bad. Yeah, I just want to open up the opportunity. Oh my god, I can't even English tonight. The opportunity for anyone to like come up. Oh, Eric's come back. Awesome. But yeah, if anyone wants to ask Eric a question or whatever, shit, did that work?
I
Oh
don't
my
hear.
god, I'm so bad at this, Kimball. Oh yeah, here we go. Hey, Eric. Yeah, continue on with what you were talking about.
Oh, I was just saying that I was learning at the time that because my children were not completely social engineered, that they were not going through the same things I was going through. They were fascinated. I was dad. I was there to protect my home, my family, but they were kids with their imaginations wide open, so they really didn't suffer the worldview destruction that I was going through. So I was really thankful for that. But yeah, I mean, at the time, I had two kids at home, sometimes three. The weekends, my youngest daughter would come home from trade school, and of course, she had experiences as well while being there. But it built curiosity in her. So I'm just really thankful that kids are so able to just open up and take it in as reality, because as a grown adult, socially engineered to believe that the paranormal isn't true, I fought it with every part of my being. I did not want to believe any of this was real, so it was really difficult for me to break down my worldview and rebuild that structure in the most responsible way possible.
Yeah, man, everything you've been saying is incredible. You've been through such a journey. If anyone wants to like ask Eric a question, I don't know how long you can stay on, Eric. But yeah, anyone want to come up and chat? People already as speakers, go ahead.
Fringe, do you feel like asking any questions, Eric?
Sorry, sorry, Randy, my audio is a little off. What did you say?
I was asking Fringe if she wanted to ask you any questions. She's a beautiful spirit.
Yeah, she's awesome.
She's really been pushing it with the UFO Twitter week, so she may just want to
Yeah,
stay.
I brought her up, so Fringe, go ahead if you want to ask a question.
Yeah, I see B up here, so I'm going to defer to B because we really wanted to hear Eric this week, and we did have some specific questions, but B is much better equipped to ask them, so I'm going to let her jump up here and go.
Good morning, lovelies. Eric, the other day we were all in a space, and the question was asked about the studies of the caudate putamen before Nolan and Green were on it. And I know that you know a lot of that stuff, and would just love a rundown of the information that you have of those studies that you did with Harvard.
Yeah, as far as I know, it's still classified, so I haven't been able to get a whole lot of information. But the Experiencer studies started back in 1962. I don't know the name of the book, but one of the lead scientists did a nonfiction book that's for sale on Amazon. I believe it's $138. I'll have to reference that with a film team I'm working with right now. They actually found the book. I didn't know the name of it. I still can't think of the name of it, but they did buy the book and sent me several pages. And the pages that I have read is me. I'm like, wow, this is they were nailing it back then. But I think in 1967, Dr. Christopher Green really surfaced. He had been a part of the phenomenology desk on the 5th floor of the Pentagon, which a lot of people refer to as the mystery school, where Green spent a lot of his time studying experiencers there. And over time, he learned to use the oath that military servicemen and women take, which gives up their rights, completely to the government. And so he was able to utilize that mechanism to study experiencers, through servicemen and women. So from what I'm told by PhDs that are involved, he's already removed over 300 implants in servicemen and women, studied those. He's no longer interested in implants anymore. He's mapped out the sociology and psychology and dichotomy of the quintessential experiencer throughout many years. And now he is a bit of liaison over the shoulder of Dr. Gary Nolan, looking at the same concept. So right now, his major interest in implants are the ones deep in the nasal cavity, which is very close to the caudate putamen and basal ganglia. His belief is that, and I'm sure he's going to get upset for me spilling the beans, but I don't care. I don't know the guy. I've been told to stay away from him, so I will. But he's probably a good guy, but he should share this information with the world. I don't have an NDA. I don't sign them. I just don't. No. I'm a free person, and I'm going to stay free. But he is, now working with Dr. Gary Nolan, and because of a lot of the funding comes from the DoD, they're specifically looking at the damage that's done with these electromagnetic fields, specifically to the caudate putamen, because these electromagnetic fields are not damaging any other part of the brain. They are just damaging your motor function. So they're not completely, because Dr. Gary Nolan is a genius of a man, 6 PhDs, so many businesses and patents. I mean, I can go all day, about his repertoire, but he's just an amazing man. And a lot of people don't know he is an experiencer. He literally is. And so he's had questions his whole life. Looked at his own brain. He's got the anomaly. So the thing with being a scientist is you also have to be a capitalist. You have to work in areas where there's money. Well, there's money in this to study, this fibrous scarring that has happened, with pilots that are ordered to chase these things down, put a gun camera on them, and eventually getting smacked in the face with an electromagnetic field at a certain frequency. And it's funny how your brain is an open receptor to the outside world with this highly evolved motor function. So I find that incredible. Just, they used to call it the antenna. Now they're calling it the brain within the brain because it's got its own 100 billion neurons. So now that I know that there's 3 letter agencies involved, you walk away. That's what I do. You go play in your pool, I'll play in mine. So I started talking almost 9 years ago to a top neurologist at Harvard University. We had a good long 4-hour discussion. I sent him some emails and information I had on these studies, and he took a look. 3 days later, he calls me back and he says, "Holy shit, Eric, are you serious?" And I'm like, "Yeah, there's a lot more." I've worked with over 3,000 experiencers in 127 different countries. There is mannerisms. There's things I don't understand. There's things I think that are woo-woo that could be explained by science. And this man was all over it. And I introduced him through, I think it was either email or text, to Dr. Gary Nolan. And over time, Nolan had shared all of his findings with these guys at Harvard. And more people are looking at the data and they're saying, "I want to get involved, but I don't want the public to know," which is fine with me. Scientists are not, they're not doing their job for popularity. They're doing their job to get results. And so kudos to them for that, because if they had to spend all their time on social media answering for themselves, they wouldn't be doing the work that they're doing. But they've come a long way, and as of right now, my colleague, who is a great neuroscientist, won a prize for his papers on consciousness a couple of years back, is under the director of Gary Nolan, literally taking these images, building an AI program to literally map out the caudate nucleus of the quintessential experiencer, which is 100 billion neurons. You can't do that without an MRI. But hopefully, this mapping can give us some sort of deep answers into how is this empathy mechanism working, how is this intuitive ability working, and most of all, most intriguing is, how do you study this non-locality that's happening, where the activity of the brain leaves and comes back with intuitive answers. So he's really intrigued by that. There's a lot of other scientists. There's Dr. Jim at Harvard. He invented the Jim box. It used to be under a different name, but I can't remember the name of that. But this has over 300 sensors in the box. You put it in an experiencer's home, and it collects data all the time: barometric pressure, electromagnetic fields, gamma ray energy, and so the experiencer, all they do is kind of write down when they have experiences or feel funny or just anything, and put a time and date on it. And the information will go to the experiencer's computer online, and it'll also go to Harvard, where Dr. Jim can analyze everything and collate it with, the ledger that's written by the quintessential experiencer to write it all down. So there's so much data collection when it comes to the experiencer now. Modern day ufology really doesn't like to talk about experiencers, but modern day PhDs are all over it. And I had that strange experience. I don't know how Dr. Michael P. Masters wants to explain it. I think he's still trying to conceptualize it with himself. But last year we were at a Arizona UFO Congress, and I didn't know he was a PhD at the time, but intuitively I needed to have a conversation with him. The moment I walked into the room, one of my best friends, Heidi Gadd, I went to meet with her because it was the first time we were going to meet in person, but my intuitive receptors made the room turn black. He was the only thing, in my zeitgeist. So I went over to him and I said, look, I don't know who you are. My name's Eric. I really have to talk to you about something right now. Because most of the time when empathy and intuitive ability shows up, and it literally does show up, it's a mechanism that it gets strong or it kind of turns itself off, depending on the situation you're in. Most of the time, I'll read a person at Walmart or something on accident, just pick it all up and just keep buying carrots. I'm not going to bother that person. I'm not going to freak him out. But with Dr. Masters, it was so strong. I knew it had to be one of those people where I have to voice what's going on here. So we went out onto the balcony. Heidi smiles at me because she's cool like that. She knew something was about to go down. And so she kind of got into our bubble. And I scooted my chair forward. There are strange things. And you can look this up. I've got a little YouTube channel. I'm not trying to be popular or anything, but we did interview Dr. Michael P. Masters. Heidi did make a short where I leaned my forehead into a microphone and supercharged the electromagnetic field that our brain naturally produces. And it makes an audible sound. So I did that with, as soon as I sat down with Mike, I told him something that nobody else could know. So he could understand that what's happening right now is real. And I did this audible thing with my forehead. And here's a important neurological note to understand, is that sometimes when you're immersed in a very particular part of your brain, other aspects of your brain have to go to sleep or rest in the background while you're putting this energy toward that. So sometimes it feels like almost a dream state or in and out of consciousness. Many people report it in articulable different ways, but it's all kind of the same thing. But somehow Heidi was in it with us. I mean, she was kind of in and out of consciousness too. And Heidi was just being reassuring to Michael Masters, and she was nodding her head, looking at him, saying, "Do you understand what's going on right now?" Mike had his jaw on the floor, and he's just going, because he was taking all of this in. There was no rejection in this man whatsoever. I mean, I was shocked. This man didn't reject any of it. And when it was over, he got up, he hung his head down, and he walked through the crowd and left. The next day, I didn't think anything of it. These things happen sometimes. The next day, I'm in an experiencer group, which a lot of conferences have now, which I'm really happy they do. Had a great discussion in there, and I kind of leapt out into the hallway, and boom, Michael Masters is right in front of me. And he just looked at me and looked at the carpet, and I put my hand on his shoulder. I said, "Hey, buddy, are you okay?" And he was just, just completely, mind you, there's no drugs or alcohol or anything going on in this whole scenario. We planned on, there was a party later, but, we never really went to it. But Travis was there. So I made arrangements because me and Travis are together. Naturally, a lot of people have questions, so we're not able to really talk and catch up on things. So we made plans for breakfast, 5 o'clock the next day, and ate, and it was great to hang out with Trav again. But yeah, that's a basic. He told his story on a couple of documentaries on his end, but my end was, that's my side of the story. And I think people deserve to hear both, when it comes to that stuff. But it took a year. It took a whole year. And I finally reached out to Mike, and I had no idea the impact was so large on him, being an anthropologist, a PhD professor. But it gave him a kind of peek into the abilities of some of us experiencers. So I think it won't be very long before he's, of course, I introduced him to people at Harvard, and I don't think it'll be long before University of Montana Tech gets involved in more experiencer studies. So another ball moved.
You mentioned frequency. The tic tac. That's a very frequency sensitive area. The great whites, they breed in that area. The humpbacks, they travel from Cabo San Lucas area all the way up to Alaska. So I know that's like a very frequency area. We speak of frequency all the time, and I think that always, like, even Skinwalker Ranch. I think the radiation, native tradition with frequency has something to do with. Well, I know. I'm gonna say I know, but I speculate it does. And like when I meditate, I use a tuning fork with a certain hertz, to help me kind of connect. I'm not doing that right this time, but I think that plays a huge role. And as far as, like, I think UAPs, I think human consciousness, frequency, AI, NHI all play a role in UAPs. That's my opinion. What do you think, Eric?
No, that's on point. That's on point. In 2013, where my case leaked out to a lady named Chase Koletsky, and then it leaked out to MUFON, and then it leaked out to ufology, my phone was ringing off the hook, and I didn't know who any of these people were. The first time I heard the word ufology, I thought, oh my God, ufology, I need to get an online class and learn about all this stuff. First time I've heard of MUFON, I didn't know much about that, except Bear, who was, conducting the case. But Travis, some of the Travis witnesses were calling me at home. I had no idea who Travis was at the time. I didn't know what they were talking about, but they assumed I knew. But I was trying to get the point across that it's about consciousness. And typical ufology, a lot of these researchers just took it and ran. It's about consciousness, and they're banging a drum, and they had no idea what they were talking about. They just here's a new word to throw around, consciousness, But what I was trying to espouse is that the electromagnetic field of the brain is somehow communicating, whether we know it or not, with this NHI. And I knew that but I didn't want to look like a crazy person at the time. But I knew that's what was going on. And of course, now we find in EEGs, the electromagnetic field of the brain, in the average experiencer is 30 hertz, sometimes 50, sometimes 100, with recordings that I've done in Nashville, studios and stuff like that. I've gone around 1,590 hertz on paper, but even more than that, off record. And, Bear just felt that this was such a unique ability that we need to keep most of this kind of hush hush. But the short that we did on YouTube, I say we, Heidi does all the editing and stuff like that. I just show up on camera and look like a doofus, but um, she did pull the audio and make it louder. It's what you're going to hear is not exactly what I did, but she did make the audio louder to where you can tell there's sound going into the microphone and doing all that stuff. But that's just lab rat stuff. But it is. I mean, if this is where science goes from metaphysics to reality, and we're just at the cusp of trying to understand what this is, how to study it. And the problem is we just don't have the tools to understand these quantum effects that the brain is able to utilize, and a lot through meditation and remote viewing and all these things. So we're like children, with a cell phone, and we're trying to figure out how
We
it
can't
works.
measure it. That's it, Eric. We can't measure it.
It's the remote. Yeah, it's the remote viewing thing that and quantum entanglement sort of stuff. And I've said this multiple times in spaces, but yeah, that's the two things. Or well, quantum entanglement, I guess, and the understanding of that it allows me to sort of have an open mind about stuff like psychic, past life, remote viewing, and the ability for our brain and our consciousness to be able to connect to certain areas in the universe, essentially, like not just in certain places on Earth, but yeah, it's so intriguing. I love it so much. But yeah, Fringe and B, and then Mistress. Yeah, so maybe Fringe or B. Go
I
ahead.
think B's next.
Oh, you're more than
Yeah, go
welcome.
ahead, B.
You're more than welcome to get in front of me anytime, friends. Eric, a couple of things. When you say Dr. Jim, is that by chance Dr. Jim Segala with the MUPAS devices? Or are you familiar with his work?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the question.
Jim, I was wondering when you said, can you hear me now?
Yeah, there's just a bit of an echo on my end.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me see if that helps. Hopefully this is better. When you said Dr. Jim, are you referencing or
B, you're super, super low volume now.
I'll be right back.
And echoey. All right, so B's
Yeah,
dropping
the only
out,
reason.
Eric.
Yeah, the
Sorry
only
to
reason
interrupt
why I
you,
brought
Eric.
up
B dropped
Dr.
out.
Yeah, the only reason why I actually mentioned the name Dr. Jim is because I believe he's done some podcasts. So I don't want to reveal people's names that don't want the public to garnish their life. So but yeah, I think Dr. Jim, he did some stuff at Skinwalker Ranch and worked with the experiencers and stuff like that. And I don't know him very well, but I appreciate the work that he's doing alongside people that I've been giving information to at Harvard.
Well, if it is Jim Segala, he was actually in that space yesterday talking about the MUPAS device and the research that they've discovered over the last several years on the Utah Basin and at Skinwalker Ranch. And that's a very interesting space. If you guys haven't listened to it, I'll go find it and link it here. Jared Jedi Clamper and Lucius Labs hosted it last night. Phenomenal, because they are finding there's a bunch of tidbits to learn from here, but through the MUPAS devices that they're putting with these experiencers and having the experiencers log when they're having experiences, they're finding that with the UAP phenomena, there's really high burst of gamma radiation and radiomagnetic fields. My question to him yesterday was revolving around if that could interfere with the consciousness
of the experiencers, because when it gets down close, we're losing time. Like my profile picture, me and my daughter were together, and we remember up to a certain point, and we have the Google timeline photos when the video, and you can see it get to a certain point, and that's snap. That's all we remember. We don't know what happened next, how we got home, nothing. But there's something in this stuff that he's finding that's interfering with the brainwave patterns of the people that are seeing them. And I was just wondering if that was Jim Segala.
Yeah, it's the same guy. I talked directly to my colleague. He's a neurologist at Harvard. He does not want to be in the public eye for obvious reasons, but he's doing a lot of work. And he noted that since I work with so many experiencers, and you can't really ship a gym box because the sensors are really sensitive, and these boxes get kicked around. So they don't want to waste the money on something that might show up broken. Plus, you got to hook it up, hook it up manually to the internet and stuff like that. So what they want is an experiencer that's having a lot of activity in the right now to put one of these boxes in. So his colleague, the neurologist that I talked to, was asking me, where can we place these gym boxes? And right now it's we're going to try to anyway. It's a bit of a drive for them, but they're probably going to make the drive to North Conway, New Hampshire, where there's a lot of activity. And specifically, and I know my friend wouldn't mind me saying this, but his name is Mike Patero. He just recently wrote a book on his experiences, but he's having high activity right now. And I've collated that activity with other experiencers in the area. And there's activity, there's Black Hawk helicopters, there's a lot going on in that specific spot right now. So once I can get my neurologist friend and Jim free, they can make the drive together, go to Mike's house, hook up the box, and hopefully get more data when it comes to this. And just that minute point can kind of let you guys know that even though these scientists don't want to be in the public eye, they don't want a Twitter storm in their household, there are scientists all over the world that are going after this. And yeah, they're quiet for now, but they're quiet gathering data, i.e., ammo towards this anti-disclosure movement. And the shoe's out of the box. I mean, I just spoke with some people the other day that are doing a Hollywood disclosure movement, and they're just barely starting that now. So once you can compile, where disclosure is coming from, I would assert from every damn direction possible. And us as people here on the ground, we can play our part and poke these little holes in the boat until it fills up, man. Because it's game over. There's no way anybody can put this back in the box.
I think by the way, Eric, it's fucking awesome to see you. We need you here during UFO Twitter Week. Luke and Lula. I'm an idiot. I've had maybe 1.5 hours of sleep. This has been no. Go ahead and
Nice.
laugh. This has been a tough
Finish yourself, Lucky.
a tough week for us doomers. Eric, people have been blowing up my phone, throwing shit at my face, just picking it up off the street and saying, "Ulrich, you asshole! When are we getting the part 2 Q&A with Eric Mitchell?" And it happened. It happened today. It's
It's
happening
happening now.
right
It's worked
fucking
out, hey.
now. And B,
I'm guilty.
yeah, go ahead.
I'm
It
guilty.
feels like this was meant to be.
I'm guilty, Eric. I've been blowing your phone and saying, "Get your ass in here, man."
Yeah, Randy, why did you want my ass in here?
Because Eric is just so full of compiled knowledge. He's so organized. And he really, I know he doesn't like to be credited for that, but the guy really is. He's so organized. He's done so much research. He needs to get bravoed, man, because Eric, you are really amazing. For being like an experiencer like myself. I usually don't like research shit because it kind of like affects my own experience, but you are a badass.
I would even say he's a bad motherfucker. I mean, let's just go for it. I mean, the world's fucking ending, Randy? I mean,
I would actually, from Australia, and this is meant as a term of endearment. You're a fucking mad cunt.
Say that again. A mad what?
You're a mad cunt. You're an awesome cunt.
This is the number one reason you should have an iPhone, Luke, because you could have enabled clipping. Clipping isn't enabled for people with Android. But I'm going to talk to Elon today. I'm going to sit him down in his cyber truck and have a firm, stern South African conversation with him.
Yeah. Please do, because in all honesty, I would only get any Apple product if I had multiple Apple devices. It's got nothing to do with Apple itself. But if I had if I was doing music production or whatever and had a Mac or something like that, then I would definitely get an iPhone. But I don't know if I would ever choose that platform.
Oh, I'm just giving you shit,
But
Luke.
yeah, it is a shame if it's not working for the spaces that might actually
No,
change
I'm
my
just giving you
mind.
shit. I mean, Elon, it is operating system racism, right? I'm just saying, I would have loved the clipping. I would have loved that South. I mean, that Australian. What is it? What I even forgot the word. What is it called? What would Australians say?
Oh,
Europe,
cunt.
Yeah.
Europe. Let Fringe answer it question for question, please.
All right. Well, one second. I'm about to bounce, but can we do some marketing? Can we do some housekeeping here? I want this thing to blow up. I want it to break the internet like Kim Kardashian's intellect. Can we tweet this motherfucker out? Can everybody post this, spread it around? People have been waiting on a Q&A with Eric Mitchell, and Luke, I highly recommend. I think B has a block list that might be extensive, so I don't know if you want to make her co-host, but I think you should treat her like a co-host because she goes deep into the science. I'm talking Titanic, Mariana, Oceana Trench level deep. I think you should bounce off with her and Carlos and anybody else who's up here and go deep into the science of Eric Mitchell. Eric, I fucking love you. I fucking miss you. And I just didn't want to do a Q&A with you that was like 6 or 7, 8 hours long when we've already had 4 or 5 other spaces and I couldn't give it my all. But you've got a bunch of people here and people are dying. And just to trigger people, I labeled this a doom space because I think people will talk about it. But I think we should doom hard here. So I'm just going to tweet this out and I'll shut up and Carlos and Fringe and be, you know what I mean, Luke? You use these people here because a lot of them have a million questions, and you've done an amazing job as a host, man.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. And yeah, I'll definitely if you're going to drop down, Ulrich, I'll pop B up as co-host if you're keen, B.
No, I can't. I have too many people blocked, and I don't want to cut this important conversation off from anybody.
Yeah, just treat her like a co-host. You know what I mean? Like she can call on people and
Oh
stuff.
yeah, for sure.
And I will drop down regardless. But yeah, you guys are doing a great job. I won't even call on hands because I'm drunk with power. You know what I mean? Look at me hogging this mic right now. So I'm just drop me down like a wild animal. And I'm gonna start posting. And if everybody else in the room,
You can stick around, mate. If you are you going to bounce, Ulrich? You
I do
said
need to
you
run.
going?
I need to do basic like adult stuff, but I'm still gonna listen. I'm just not gonna be able to speak. So you'll see me in the space.
Okay, no problem. Eric, would you be co-host? You be interested
That's a
in
brilliant
being
idea.
the
So yes,
co-host?
Eric, that's fucking awesome.
Yeah, I think that's an awesome idea.
Luke, I'm gonna drop down
I don't.
a listener. I'm just kind of listening at this point, so then that way you can add more people in.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't know how to accept co-host. I've been offered a few times. I hit the button, nothing happens, but I can try.
Okay, I sent you the invite for co-host, so hopefully that works out, mate. But in the meantime, Fringe, you've had your hand up for ages, and then we'll go to Mistress.
Thank you very much. Yeah, and I know Eric is uncomfortable with the praise that he's been getting especially from this room and probably just in general, but from a doomer to a non-doomer, you might be my favorite person on the entire planet, Eric. So I was wondering if you could speak to any DNA changes or changes in the immune system with experiencers.
Well, I am no scientist by any means. I'm self-educated, but I have heard talk of random nucleotide polymorphism within the epigenetic DNA of the quintessential experiencer. So basically, what you would see in a monarch butterfly, the first, second, and third generation having this same type of DNA will just be the same. The fourth generation monarch butterfly um, has an epigenetic that wakes up and it produces a stronger electromagnetic field within their brain. And because of doing so, they fly south for the winter, just like birds do. Their brains are open to these electromagnetic fields and resonant changes. So it's the same thing when you look at quintessential experiencer, that these brains are producing a stronger electromagnetic field. So it's in your family line, just like this butterfly, but it's random. So it only pops up usually during early childhood trauma. Will trigger this DNA to wake up, feed into the motor sensors of the brain, and within a dime size part of your motor function, it builds its own 100 billion neurons on its own, which is why it's been first called the antenna, and secondly called the brain within the brain, because the neural tissue is so dense it looks like scarring. It looks like Havana syndrome. But if you change the contrast and take a closer look, you'll see an ungodly amount of interconnectability. So yeah, I am aware that there is the experiencer dormant DNA.
That's incredible, Eric. Thank you. And anything on the immune system, any changes or any other changes that you can speak to?
It does seem like 50-50 with like I said, again, I'm not a scientist. I'm just a lab rat, but um, from what I've heard and from what I can tell personally, because I do my own work, on top of that, is that half of people seem to have a compromised immune system, which I think, I might be saying this wrong, CK or PK levels within your blood enzymes. I'm not sure if I'm saying that right, but it's the same enzymes that attribute to muscular elasticity and growth. Um, the levels are supposed to stay around 200, but a lot of experiencers with a compromised immune system, their levels are going up to around 2000. So this is a physical response within your blood that's saying something is going on. And a lot of times it looks like fibromyalgia or lupus or MS. A lot of times it looks like something that it's not. So if you're my advice, if you're an experiencer and you're having immune problems, I would go get your blood enzymes checked, and this particular one, and consult with your doctor and find ways to lower these levels. It could be diet, could be vitamins, it could be a lot of different things. And of course, once you lower the levels, your symptoms are going to go down. Your immune system is going to be better. I've always been told 50 milligrams of zinc with a vitamin D supplement, to help absorb all of it, is really great for your immune system. If you want to do that 1 week off, 1 week on, doing it all the time can be dangerous, but it's great for your immune system in the meantime. But the adverse effect, which is what I have, is it's through the roof. I burn at least 1,500 calories in my sleep. I stay incredibly thin unless I go to the gym. If I go to the gym, then I get built really well, no fat whatsoever. Well, I mean, low fat count. I mean, if I was talking to a PhD, that'd be a no-no if I said no fat. I mean, everyone has fat, but I'm 2% below all the time. I never get sick. I could be in a room full of people with the flu, the cold. It doesn't matter. I don't experience allergy trouble, anything like that. I mean, any trouble I have is a bad headache in the morning, but that's self-induced. So, but yeah, there's a lot of attributes to having a boosted immune system, and that's something that you see on both sides of the fence.
Thank you, Eric. And I apologize for missing this blood marker you were speaking of. Can you repeat that?
It's I think it's CK levels in your enzymes. It could be PK levels. I've got that kind of
Yeah, I think
confused in
it's
my head because
CK sounds right. Yeah, CK I think
yeah, but
sounds right.
they're supposed to, yeah, the levels are supposed to stay around 200, but with people with compromised immune systems in having these experiences, have that effect where it can go up to 2,000, which definitely looks like an autoimmune disease. But if you can get those levels straightened out with your doctor, and get to the problem, bring it to your doctor and say, I want to check these out. I know I'm self-educated, but I want to take a look at these because this could be causing my lupus or fibromyalgia, symptoms. And if you can get those leveled out, then you no longer have a guessed diagnosis on your condition. A lot of doctors are really rushing patients through and not really paying attention to what's going on. So a simple diagnosis is the quickest way to get paid and get you out of his office, which is terrible. But that's how our system works nowadays. But if you bring it up and address it and definitely tell them I want this looked at, it could improve the quality of your life if that's something you suffer from.
Go ahead, Mistress, and then B.
Yeah. I'm actually just about to head off to bed. It's nearly 4 a.m., so I better get some sleep soon for me. But yeah, the thing I wanted to chime in quickly on, because we were talking a bit earlier about like quantum entanglement and that kind of thing, and it reminded me of it, is in the Safari space, he explained that whole thing. He had like a term for it and everything. Yeah, I don't know if it was him that coined the term or I think he was alluding to it being someone else, but he was saying that it was called entanglement signaling, and that's the science behind how remote viewing and astral projection, like that's how all of that works, apparently. So yeah, I thought that was a really interesting kind of little tidbit and takeaway
Yep,
from that space.
everything relating to quantum entanglement and the understanding of particles having an effect at a distance. Yeah, blows my mind, and yeah, makes me really sort of open my mind to everything in the phenomena. But just quickly, I just want to say, Fringe, I added you as possible co-host. No problem if you don't want to be co-host. But yeah, I figured, yeah, if you want to come up. Eric did send you a request to invite the co-host, but I understand you're having trouble with that, and maybe it's probably because I'm on Android, as Ulrich mentioned. But yeah, B, go ahead. I'd love to hear what you have to say.
As far as that model for Mistress, the biophoton model of science that they're studying has a lot of correlations with a lot of the PK and the psi stuff. I did throw up into the nest quite a few links because that's what I do. Eric Nolan worked. He was credited, and I threw this up there. He was credited with inspiring Dean Radin, Helene Wabe, and Garrett Yount of the Institute of Noetic Sciences. He was credited for being a main driver in their genetics of psi study from 2015 to 2018. In 2019, Dean Radin gave a speech as the president of the Society of Psychical Research that I threw up there as well. That has so many important nuggets to all of this, guys, because he's discussing the genetics of psi study that they performed. And what they found is they were able to isolate genetics that they believe responsible for these higher psi cognitive functions in people. And through hereditary lines, they also found that, well, I think it should have been called the epigenetics of psi, because they're finding through these familial lines, when they're tracing them back through like the Salem witch hunts, that the body showed, that the study and the science showed that when the body repressed those abilities for fear of being burned at the stake or whatever, that those genes regressed the ability and grew telomeres and like went into hibernation. So he's discussing that in that that video that I threw up there, absolutely a must watch, because he's also talking about the golden puzzle piece being the caudate putamen and the caudate nucleus. And he also discussed in that science in that video of how people with prefrontal cortex lesions, hyperreflexive lesions, right? Because the medical terminology for lesions is dead or scarred tissue, but what they're finding is beefier. It's not dead or scarred. It's just growing beefier neuronal connections in the brain, acting as amplifiers into this. And then he discussed that in 2019, and then I also threw up their neuropsych science just throughout that they were. They've propagated on that, because Raiden was mentioning that people were working on. Well, now we have a paper showing that even when they're inducing the fMRI lesions to the prefrontal cortex, there's a much higher quality of feed out on their PK experiments, and they're saying that the brain is acting as a filter for this side. And I'm wondering, Eric, if you know anything about ions and their involvement with the experiencer revelation, because they have come out, guys, during Eric Mitchell's birthday party. It was the same week that NASA had their thing, so they didn't really get that many looks, but they called out NASA for failing to, well, they were obfuscating their science into the Bledsoes. They've also done studies on psychosocial interactions of mind over matter with electrical plasma. So they definitely are on this realm of figuring out the quantum entanglement of the experiencers, because something that's really important that a lot of people don't give a lot of heed to is that there's something in these experiences that are kickstarting those genetics back online out of hibernation, those side genetics, right? And people are having mind matter interactions, and they're not even aware that they are affecting their surroundings, and even affecting the way that this phenomena filters and the way that they see it.
I haven't said it for a while, but you know what? I love you, and you're also a badass. You also the science part about the brain and stuff. I know you've seen a lot of lights, and you're looking for answers, and you've served our country. Thank you so very much. I love you so much. I appreciate everything you've done. I appreciate. I know Eric, you don't like it, but I appreciate both of you because you helped me understand all of this. That I sit there at night and I can't sleep, and I try to find answers to this shit, and I lost my son, and you guys help me kind of make sense of all these questions, and it's like these feelings that I have, and I've been in the dark for so many years, and you guys help me understand the things that I feel and sense and pick up, and like I say, I sit there with a tuning fork and meditate, and I sit there and you know I communicate with them, and I used to sit there with my, like I said, my consciousness. I used to go to my laser light, and then, oh, you're so beautiful. Can you go brighter? And they would react and respond. Oh, okay, okay, can you come closer and go brighter? And they would do all these things. And this is what I was talking to you, Eric, about the consciousness, and they react and respond to you, and as long as you're being loving and kind to them, and you're being positive and light, they do these things, and it's beautiful, but it's like it pulls you in. It really does. It pulls you in, and it's like, and it was like, my wife is like, you're always outside, Randy. You can't go watch a movie. You can't sit down for more than 30 minutes. It's like, it was like taking my life, it was like, wow. But you guys helped me understand the neurological part of it. So thank you.
Don't worry about the
Yeah,
obsessive part, man, because there's a question about whether experiencing this stuff either creates a spell or if it breaks a spell. So there's a fine line between that. So don't worry about that.
Thank you.
all I'm going to say is about creating a spell is a low key, without getting into detail, future thing, three body problem. Anyway, we don't need to get into that and spoilers, but I will just like deviate a little bit to that whole thing of Eric. Is there any sci-fi or any sort of fiction that's out there that resonates with you because it is very closely related to the phenomena, more so than something like Independence Day or whatever, that you can speak to and that you might have like watched in the past before your experience, and have watched since then and gone, holy shit, this is so connected.
I don't really allocate a lot of time for television unless I'm, looking a specific thing up. But as far as entertainment wise, I don't see much. I did have a friend force me to watch Close Encounters of the Third Kind. I thought that was cool, except they threw in Project Serpo at the very end, which I didn't think was classy.
Yeah, which is a little
Yeah,
unrealistic in a sense, isn't it?
Contact.
Yeah,
The
go on.
movie Contact really got riveting without the entertainment mind involved. Just basically the playing out of that entire movie and the confusion and trying to communicate. I found that really fascinating. And even though it was Hollywoodized, like everything is, if you read through the cracks, I thought that was fascinating.
Awesome. I know that at the moment the three body problem is pretty popular, and there's a lot of people connecting certain things, uh, with the fiction novels, and there's a lot of aspects on that, in those novels that resonate a lot with me. So yeah. Any other questions and hands? This has been great, and I really appreciate, Eric, you being here for so long and talking. Um, Everything, yeah, you've been talking about has been like really like blown my mind, if I'm going to be honest. So yeah, B, go ahead.
I'm going to try. I know I threw a lot of links in there and then I talked, so I got sidetracked from my question. But Eric, last year you were speaking of your interest in getting experiencers together to do some of these experiments on psi stuff. And I'm wondering if you know anybody that is doing that.
I don't as of right now. In the past year, it's been really, really slow for me. Not on purpose. I have been tired. I'm not going to lie about that. And I made it home. I was on a long, years and years journey, bouncing all over the United States. But I came home in time for my mother to pass away. So that was difficult, and I had to deal with that. And a couple of months later, my best friend of 25 years passed away, which was really hard because I grew up moving around all over the place. So knowing only one person for that long was a heavy hit. So I had to deal with a lot of that recently. So I've been out of most of the game I'm used to being involved with, but I'm not aware. I do know that there are people that are looking for donations and stuff like that. I mean, there's not a lot of grant money that can go into these things, so money is a huge problem. If you put money on the table, the scientists will follow. They need a paycheck. So, but so far it's just been stirring up enough muck to get people interested in it, and so in the future there are grants written for this type of thing, and I think there will be, most certainly will be. And I'm a patient person, but I hate I hate being patient when it comes to this. I would love for 50 of us experiencers, and I don't care which ones they are, because every time we gather, it's different people, and it's we all get along like we're 10-year-old kids. We don't have to have that societal cloak in front of us. We could be ourselves, and it's so relaxing and relieving to be around people like yourself, to be accepted and feel normal for once, around people. So I have high hopes and high beliefs that these studies are going to keep happening and move forward, especially with the data that's being collected. So I know it's just a matter of time, but I wish right now, Harvard would get some sort of a grant and we can all go, because what, grants pay for your bar tab and your hotel room, by the way, which is great. But yeah, I mean, it's moving along, but not as fast as I'd like it to. And hopefully, these studies are going to pop up everywhere. And seemingly, you can kind of see it in every direction where, once enough information comes out to piggyback off of, which is being done, it's going to be a wide open field. And I mean, I just talked to a lady from Stanford University a couple of weeks ago, and she's starting a UFO class at Stanford. That's a, oh, no, excuse me, Yale. I'm sorry, not Stanford, Yale University. And so I think, it's just these doors are going to open all over the place. We're done wasting our time for the past 80 years on a made up ology. And now we've got a grip on where to go with this. And the answer has always been start with the experiencer. UFOs aren't landing in everybody's yard and turning off, and beings are walking away from it. The only thing you can study is the remnants that's left behind, and we are that remnants. So start there, and let's figure out what's going on.
Let's go to Fringe.
Yeah, B, you put some really good links up in the nest. I was just wondering if you could link them down in the pill so that they'll be available after the space. Those things in the nest disappear once the space closes, and it looks like great information. So thank you, B.
I'll do that. Absolutely. One thing that gives me a lot of reassurance with that as well is Diana Pasulka stated a couple of times that when the Space Force approached her about the phenomena, they weren't looking for information on the UAP, but for information on the people that interacted with the UAP.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, I have ufology. People have been in ufology for years, call me up and ask me for advice, ask me for information. They will parade this information as if they discovered it themselves, for clout, because that's a lot of how it works. I know it's ugly, but it's the truth. But that's the whole mechanism that kind of left us behind in the first place. But, when it comes to all these professionals, none of them even pretend to the public that they listen to experiencers, that experiencers are not really important. Yeah, they're cool cases and this and that, but behind closed doors, they're all over it. It's like, come on, guys. I take bipolar medication, whatever it takes. Just be a solid person. And if you're interested in experiencers, then tell the public. Yeah, it's a neurology, it's a quantum, it's all these fascinating things that we should have been paying attention to a long time ago. But I mean, let's face it, the social engineering around the sociological sphere of ufology has always been maintained and controlled by people that want to control the narrative. And that's going to be these people that have retired from the CIA and have a foot in the game, and they don't want experiencers a part of disclosure. And just like I was talking a couple days ago with Congressman Brichette's constituents, they want to know what do we need to do to help experiencers in the future, because they know it's coming. And the government thinks in numbers, two numbers, two different types of numbers: money and votes. And when you tell them that there's millions of voters out there that are suffering, they want to get ahead of the curve and do something to help the American people, because it's the government, I think, hopefully the world eventually. But instead of being caught red-handed, they want to have something in place before all this comes out. So that's another number: voting and dollars. If you speak voting and dollars to these people, it's a conversation. Otherwise, it's an argument. And hopefully, I mean, my vision, my dream, would to have a wellness center. A wellness center that isn't built too clinical. So a place that an experiencer would recognize as safe and relaxing, to have all sorts of amenities available for healing and to help heal each other. That would be a dream for me, to have something like that created. And of course, we could all participate in further studies while going through this healing process.
Eric, for me, I think I wish it'd be a presidential debate, about UFO topics. I really wish that would be something that we in the world could see, that two candidates running for president would discuss about what they're going to do moving forward about the UFO disclosure topic. That would be beautiful.
Everyone in the room, please retweet the space. This is a great time to Q&A with Eric. I'm not sure how much time we have with you, Eric, but don't be shy. Come up, raise your hand, ask a question. This is the gentleman of all of UFO Twitter who he's probably the most studied experiencer, has the most witnesses, the most evidence of any experiencer I've come across. Please do not be shy. Come up, ask a question. This is your time. I know we've had a lot of spaces this week where we weren't able to get all of our questions in. So please take advantage of it, retweet the space, get people in here for as long as we have Eric. And Eric, I hope I didn't interrupt you. If you want to speak to Randy's statement, and then maybe give us a little idea on where you think the holdup is on disclosure, and that might be multiple areas of holdup.
What do you think about presidential debate?
I think eventually a presidential debate's going to happen. As far as the holdup on disclosure, it's these shikady folk. I don't think I've ever said that word publicly. I mean, when I speak to pilots that want to reach out on a personal level, it affects them too emotionally. I mean, it really bruises the ego to realize we're not alone. So sometimes pilots reach out, and I do hear the word shikady when helicopters show up and black boxes are being removed. Of course, I tried to Google it. Naturally, it's not there. But basically, a very small amount of people from almost every aerospace corporation out there that collate together on these crashed craft, these materials, the technologies, seemingly retired special forces, retired CIA, and aerospace. A lot of people throw around the word government. And yes, there is some government involved, but not very much. I mean, it's all private industry from what I can see. And they don't want the information out. They're benefiting from it. They're making money from it. They're making technologies that make billions of dollars a year. They don't want to let go of that. And, even, Congress walking into Eglin Air Force Base, you even have generals that are saying, no, you're only Congress. You're not privy to have this information. Well, of course they are. Of course they're privy. They answer for the people. They work for us. We own this nation. We pay for this nation every single day when we go to work and pay our taxes. So who are you to tell Congress you're not allowed to come into space and look at our UFO stuff? So that's the real holdup. I don't see a whole lot of politics holding it up at all. I mean, we've got great Congress. Well, a lot of crappy congressmen. Let's face it. There's more citations among them than there is a football team that parties on the weekends. But for the very few that are really pushing for this to happen, you've got Gates, you've got Luna, you've got Brichette, some great people that they're not going to let this go. They're not. And there's a couple of experiencers in Congress. And yes, indeed, we are everywhere. I think it's just a matter of time. There is a holdup, but that's just the kid caught with his hand in the jar. It's just a matter of time before punishment comes around, and we're eventually going to learn what our government will allow outside of national security. Naturally, things have to be secure if it can benefit us against a foreign enemy. But the things that can come out eventually will. But the kid just doesn't want to get caught right now. I mean, I can imagine them scurrying and burning paperwork and trying to bury everything they can. But it's just too late. We've gone too far. You can't put disclosure back in the box. There's too many pieces all over the place. So it's just sometimes I feel like I can sit back and have a beer, turn on my television, and watch the ride play out. Like I'm not even needed anymore. Like the job's done almost. I know a lot of people can't see that, but from where I sit with the phone I hold in my hand right now, and the conversations I've had, it's just if I was the most powerful man in the world and I wanted to put this back in the box, I wouldn't be able to.
Eric, what do you think about this idea? Oh, sorry, Luke, I didn't even see you up there. You are the host. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I was going to, and then we'll go to Aidan. I'm going to. Basically, this might be an unpopular opinion. I agree with the idea that for instance, America's people, you do pay your taxes, you know, so there is this expectation of wanting to know where the tax dollars are going to. Same in my country, we want to know where that's going to. There's an element of the whole national security side of things that I kind of feel like maybe I'm okay with. Obviously, this is more for American citizens, but I would be okay personally with not knowing certain things if there is technology that is securing the nation in a sense. I don't know if I'm making any sense, but like I'm all for disclosure, obviously. But at the same time, if there is something, some kind of technology that if it was announced and released that it would harm national security. So I guess I would ask the question to everyone here, Eric and everyone else, as American citizens, do you feel that you could be okay with the idea that certain things aren't disclosed because they will protect national security?
Yeah, I'm perfectly fine with that. I mean, I know of some things already, that are a matter of national security, and I can clearly see why these things are secret, and for me, maybe it's just my one track mindedness, but my major goal is to vindicate people like myself, fix this problem. People suffer every day. I spoke to a man a few days ago. He's been married to his wife 56 years, and he called me because he was thinking on maybe telling his wife. They shared a bed for 56 years. She is the love of his life, and he's just now getting to the point where he can open up to his wife and talk about it. People like myself do not deserve to hide most of who we are inside all the time when it can clearly be celebrated, utilized in so many different fashions and ways. Okay, so I have a different brain. Put it where it's useful. How about that? And just take the suffering out of the people all over the world that have to feel like they're different or feel like a freak all the time, when that's really not the case. If you look at this brain capacity, you'd know that people like and much smarter people than me can really contribute to this world. And how am I doing it? I'm doing it towards disclosure. There's nobody that you could possibly meet with a ninth grade education that educates PhDs. I mean, for Christ's sake. So you just, for me, I don't care what they disclose or don't, as long as disclosure happens and experiencers have sort of notoriety of who they are and how we operate. Autism is noted. Savant syndrome is noted. There's so many things that are noted, and we're noteworthy. We're worth a notation. So I think for me, that's the major goal, but that's just a personal preference that I have.
Yeah, that's a great answer. Yeah, I think like something, especially when it vindicates experiences. Sorry if I don't know if that's my sound that's being. Oh, here we go. Especially when it comes to the vindication of experiences, I think that is very important. Really, really important. Everything I've heard on these spaces and learnt about over the last 6 months, yeah, there's so many experiences out there, and yeah, they definitely need their voices heard and not be considered crazy or insane. Yeah, so anyway, Aidan, you've had your hand up for a while. Go ahead.
Hi, everybody. I'm here. I guess I'm familiar with a couple people in the group, but Eric, I'm very appreciative of the knowledge that you've brought. I just want to recount my March. This has been a pretty wild, or I've been
Just hold on. Sorry, Aidan. Oh, yeah, he just dropped out for a second, and so I'm just bringing him back.
okay.
I think he's back now, Eric.
I still see his
Uh,
icon, but
he Eric has a grandpa phone. Uh, so I've just sent you another invite, Eric. So yeah, come up when you can, mate.
Well,
And then go ahead, Aidan.
okay. Well, so over the last 3 years, I've been working with the alt propulsion people, Tim Ventura, Mark Sokol, Jeremy Reese, and Michael Perrone. Jeremiah Pop is a brilliant electrical engineer. So we've been focusing on the hows of flying saucer propulsion. Within the group, I was the experiencer, and since I think 2011, I've been working on a series of crop circles, which I learned from like Patty Greer and others that they're like there's technology in them, or it's a physics teaching on the ships. So just to fill in some people, about in September last year, I moved from Hawthorne up to Worcester, Massachusetts, and I had my first close encounter. It was a pair of Zetas came down, and it was a blurry dream. That's the best way I can describe it. But after that encounter, like when I'd been trying to translate the crop circles, it was kind of like there was a glass wall between me and some of the meanings, and then last couple months that glass wall has been removed, and or they would come over and give me visions in blue light, and then I'd wake up and I'd start scribbling stuff that relates to one of these crop circle teachings. Um, so yeah, at the beginning of March, I just had this premonitional dream. I was in Hawthorne briefly, and then I took off on the off of the East Coast. I had a vision about going, or a telepathic communication from the Greys, and they're like, go to Vegas. And if you make it into Albuquerque within a week, there'll be a ship so you can do a psychic uplink. So I got the GTFO out of the East Coast, drove across, and made it to Albuquerque. And sure enough, that Sunday afternoon, it'd be like the second Sunday of March, there was a single ship up there, and I started sending imagery from the crop circle teaching, and I got a brief re- response. So this speaks to the national security thing. The Zetas are farming consciousness in Albuquerque around the nuclear weapons industry. Most of my sightings have been on a Sunday afternoon, or Sunday morning, because they're using the quiet around the military base and the airport so they can send in a vehicle or two and broadcast whatever they're broadcasting, or take measurements of the nuclear stockpile that's in Albuquerque. And so I made the uplink connection. They reminded me to keep going to Vegas. The next place, so I get back on the truck. This is like the third week of March. Make it out to Barstow. I spend a night there, and in like a Super 8, and I'm going to bed, and I have a psychic flash of the alien, or the Zeta icon, big head, big eyes. That night I had this is in my high maybe category, but the dream was pretty simple. I was just rigid on the bed, and I was standing next to myself, and didn't know, I could see myself, and a hand shaking the bed, and in the dream, I was in both places at the same time, and I could feel my body, and I couldn't move. Why I'm treating that is that the flash, there was a flash of light from like the light, or the bathroom, that was bright enough to make me want to open my eyes, but it was just there and gone. Sorry if this is the first time I'm really trying to recollect this one, but while I was there, they said they
No, take your
were.
time, mate. That's no problem.
Thank you. In that encounter, if it's real, not just my mind trying to make things up, they said that they were using my neural structure, and they were going to go and modify a couple of the Marines in the training camp near Barstow. So I don't know. I didn't approach the Marine camp or anything. It was just at a Super 8 hotel, and then the next day I drive up to Vegas. I got George Knapp's producer's contact. That's what I was there for, and then headed down to Arizona, because there's a Buddhist retreat valley that I helped build years ago. And that was the big urge to, like, when I left New Jersey and Worcester, was to go to retreat, because it's just been, for me, it's been emotional hell being on the East Coast. I'm a country mouse from the mountains of New Mexico, and living in the inner city is just not easy for me. Anyway, March 17th is when I roll into the retreat center. I went up, I helped build the first little stupa, and I get there and I just have like an emotional breakdown, trying to do prostrations, uh, clear off the negative karmas from working on this stuff, because there will be warfare using this technology. Well, it's already in use in certain places or certain vehicles, but that future doom radiates backwards through our consciousness, and that is part of why, like, the ufology, we're all kind of feisty or we'll start fights with each other, because we're working on something that is tied into future conflicts, and that the death and destruction of the future, like, that knowledge radiates forwards and backwards through time if you're aware of it. Anyway, I leave the retreat valley. They didn't have like a room or these cabins. They weren't prepared to have people stay. And I'm driving down the road. It's by Fort Bowie, where Geronimo. There's a mountain in that little area where Geronimo had his divine revelation that he'd become an immortal of some sort. But I'm not emotionally fit because I'm still kind of like just this tremendous release from just going and doing prostrations at a stupa that I helped build. So I felt a lot of, I don't know, like liver tension in my liver dissipated. Anyway, I stopped the truck because I'm not gonna go on the highway and dodge trucks. And then I'm sitting there in the car, and I'm watching lights, and I'm paranoid because I know my next encounter is gonna happen. Like, subconsciously, I'm aware of it, but so I go to sleep in the truck, driver's side, blanket up, and all that. And the next thing I know, I thought I was having like a rainbow body reaction, but I guess they sent one of the spheres down to like follow me and mellow me out. I'm sorry if anybody doesn't know, but the Zetas, the probe ships, carry the small spheres, and the small spheres can cloak if they're not under propulsive field effects. They can just spin light up into the UV around them, so it's invisible in our spectrum, and then they carry some sort of directed energy systems that's, mind control rays is a simple way to say it. But anyway, I'm in the truck. I'm going to sleep. I pacified my mind. I'm like, all right, stop being paranoid. And I thought it was a rainbow body reaction because I started to get really blissful. I didn't need to breathe. And then my whole body felt like erect, proud, if you will. And then I do have inner sight. So I started seeing, I guess, like a bunch of psychic trash come off of me. And then this blue light comes down, and it's kind of fractally, and I'm having some sort of diamond mind experience with the Dharma teachers for this Diamond Mountain retreat, but it doesn't feel right. It's like I'm, I see Geshe Roach and Lame Christie, but we're kind of like in a rock and roll Irish pub feeling. Then that fades, and then the psychic visions kind of started coming down. I felt my body be moved twice during this one. Once was when I had this blue fractally light, and there was some sort of like conversation that I had with a group of people. And then the energy's starting to leave me, but the bliss is still there. So I try to grab onto it with my mind again, or my body, so I don't have to breathe and just can let the energy
Aidan,
flow. Yes.
sorry to just cut in here. Sorry. I just wanted to ask a quick question. You keep referring to these things as Zetas. Could you,
Mm-hmm.
at some point, just expand on what you mean by
Yeah.
Zetas?
Well, I will in a second here. So the second vision, I think, is one of the craft coming, and it's in psychic vision. They did not let me be fully awake for this encounter. But if I can decipher it, it's like the vehicle, I saw it approach, it came down within like 30, 40 feet in front of me, and then a single unit. In this conversation, the Zetas, what I'm referring to are the short guys. Skinnybob.com, the big head, big eyes. They're under 5 feet tall, long arms. So from over the last couple months, I've had, I guess, downloads or clarifications of the process, the mechanism that the Zetas. There are tall ones using the short ones. The short ones are a synthetic type of life that are used to interact with humans. They're silicon based, so they don't carry carbon based contaminants, or it's easier. Some of the tricks that they can do with electricity and manipulating fields, like they can teleport, they can change the density of the electric field around them, which allows them to manipulate the rate of flow of time. If you change the field density, then you're changing the rate at which time happens. So the little units, the little short guys, little gray brother, they're reported both in sometimes with the mantids, or then the tall grays are the intelligent ones that are, I don't know. I mean, there was a really good episode of the Y-Files a couple months ago that talked about some of this, but the short units are, I mean, if you can hear me, I'm calling it a unit and not a sentient being. Um, so on Sunday night, on March 17th, one of them came up to the car, my truck. I felt my body move, but that's where the missing time is. Like, the movement in my body for me was just like a second, but they got me out of or that unit pulled me out. They did something to my left kidney, which is what I've wanted to talk with Eric or B about. They left me a psychic note that they've sampled my adrenaline gland, and it has something to do with the ant people, or the mantids. So I don't, and in the morning, I'm like, okay, wow, that's just a vision or something. And I go out and relieve myself, and then I come up to the truck and open the door, and my mala, my prayer beads, is in the doorway. I have a Chevy Silverado, and it has those little door pockets. And in the 20 years that I've been wearing a mala, it's never come off me. And this morning I opened the door, and it's in the door jamb, or the doorway underneath that cubby pocket, laid out. So, and it was kind of like, it was a little like, hey, the encounter was real. Um, I take off to go back up to Illinois, and 2 days later, I'm renting a hotel room, and I stop and take a look, and I've got a puncture bruise in my floating ribs on my left side, which is healed since now. But uh, I don't know. I guess I need to go and talk with the doctor and maybe get a CT scan. And I don't know. Did they do something? They did something to my kidney. Over the last couple days, I could feel sort of a tension between the two, a corrective tension. September. Sorry if I'm going backwards in time, but in September encounter, when the telepathy became more, or like the glass wall for translating was removed. There was another thing, like I said, I've been involved with the alt propulsion, the APEC group. And I was talking with one of the researchers that we had on, this Isaiah guy, and he's trying to replicate the Searle effect generator. And we were having a talk, and I started knowing a lot of stuff about it. I haven't studied deeply the Searle effect generator, but I started telling Isaiah about like second and third ring effects on it, and then my voice got really nasally and high pitched for some reason. I just had to like stop myself in the middle of the conversation with Isaiah and be like, "Whoa, that's weird." Um, and then I've noticed, like, if I do have a nasal implant, when it's active, there'd be this funny bump in the side of, or in the roof of my mouth. That's, it's not the pineal gland drain onto your tongue. It was off to the side of it. And if they were present or watching me via telepathy, I mean, their remote viewing is like, they can ride on our consciousness, or our active states, and they're somehow are able to see what we're experiencing. But during the group chats we had like a weekly engineering meeting, and every so often I could just feel that the thing was active, or the nasal implant. So as far as like in conclusion, I don't I don't know what to do about this stuff. And I can talk about some of the propulsion stuff later. And but the Zetas, there's a tall species that has created little short guys, and then sometimes the mantids have captured them, or if there must be some sort of interspecies exchange off world. But um, yeah, the little gray brother with big head and big eyes and three fingers is, it's a machine that's designed to interact with us. So they left me laughing about the conversation or the encounter. So I'm not, and it was sort of like a mutual prearranged. I don't know if it was prearranged or anything, but it was like a mutual telepathic exchange. So if any experiencers ever want to try to make uplink with the Zetas, then go to Albuquerque and Sunday afternoons and watch the skies for a glowing ship. I think
Aidan,
that's
thank you so much for popping in and
yes.
telling your story. I know we've talked just a little bit, and it's hard over text to actually hear the story. Number one, I want to get to Eric on your story because I think he's going to be very well equipped to help you. But number two, I want to, I just want to suggest that you push past any possible post hypnotic suggestion, that you ignore that evidence that you have right now on your kidney. I would love to see you get into a specialist to document any evidence you might have there and any issues you might now have there. And I just can't say enough how important it would be to get in there, have that looked at, secure your evidence of this encounter, and just make sure your health is intact. And I would do it right away. And I don't want to push myself onto you or push my ideas onto you, but a lot of times, we are post hypnotically suggested to ignore this evidence that our bodies come away with. That's happened to me so many times, I can't even tell you. So while you have this and while your health, might be an issue in this area, I would just highly suggest that you go get that taken care of right away. And Aidan, here's Eric Mitchell. I think he's best equipped to help you.
Yeah, B, you're spot on. I mean, you are. I always say doctor first, to figure out what's going on. The unfortunate thing is that I hate lying. I'm not good at it. My face contorts and I smile and I give up in mid lie. But a lot of experiencers do have to tell a little white lie to our doctor. If we want an MRI, we're not going to tell them why, of course. But if we feel like we need one, tell your doctor, look, I'm having bad headaches and I need this checked out. Same thing with your kidney area and stuff like that. It's really important to have that documented on your medical records, and to make sure that you're okay. A lot of times, from what I've seen, and it's miraculous. I've just seen it too damn often when there's a medical problem. Someone has an experience and the medical problem is healed. It's better. I mean, look at Chris Bledsoe Sr. He suffered badly. He was dying from a terrible disease and it's not curable. And after his experience, it was gone. I know a construction worker in Arizona fell right off the roof, landed on his butt, and he broke his tailbone in half. And that was going to be a very difficult surgery for these doctors. So it took them a long time to really put together on how to save these nerve endings in his back, how to remove the bone without, causing, loss of feeling. Really difficult surgery. And he went in the day for surgery, and they were going into a final X-ray. And on the final X-ray before surgery, the bone was gone. It had already been removed, no scar tissue whatsoever, and the nerve endings were placed in a place where he didn't, have any future problems. So I've heard a lot of these things happen, and I've seen the medical evidence, which really blows your mind. So getting medical evidence for that is highly important. And I'm so glad that you meditate. I often tell people if you don't know how, it's good to learn how. But since you're already there, you're just going through the emotional responses of having these experiences. And God, I commend you, man, because you're saying stuff that a lot of experiencers feel funny saying. It's just outside of our science. It's not possible. How are these psychic connections happening? But they are. They are. I mean, I was astounded in the very beginning for me because I had a witness and he was 12 years old and he was blind. I know that's hilarious. But he was blind, and this kid never left his chain link yard. It was too dangerous. He couldn't see where he was going. And one day he left the gate, walked all the way down the street, went to my front door, and tapped on it with his cane. I opened the door. Here's a 12-year-old kid, big dark glasses, um, with a walking cane. And I said, "Little man, are you okay? Are you lost? Can I help you find your parents?" And he said, "Sir, I don't know how to explain this to you, but I just felt like I have to be here right now." And I had no idea what this kid was talking about. And a few hours passes. My son gets off the bus. They're around the same age. They start playing. Everything's great. Nightfall comes. The object comes down into the yard. Well, above the yard. A lot of people were out there waiting for it. And he tapped my arm and he said, "Mr. Mitchell," he said, "what the heck is that?" And he pointed directly at the object. And I said, "Well, I'm not going to lie to you. It's a UFO." And he started crying and he said, "I see a face, you know." And I said, "What do you mean you see a face? The kid's been blind his whole life." And he started crying, not because he was scared, but because he saw something for the first time. And it was in his mind's eye, of a pointy chin, almond eyes. He described what you would call a gray. And all
Mm-hmm.
we were seeing, sighted people were seeing this object hovering up over our heads. So it was just fascinating. Out of all the witnesses, you actually have a blind person that has this psychic connection, and visions from what's
Right.
going on. And I
Well,
highly think.
so yeah, that's their mind control technology, or their they have something. They are aware of our thoughts, and they can take an imprint of your consciousness and take a look at the probabilistic timelines. So I guess that's what they're doing with when they're monitoring the military industrial complex in Albuquerque. Just looking at these potentials. But yeah, if the ships are around and you have the structures in your brain developed for inner sight, it's going to activate it, or it will be tuned. You will be activated. So anyway, okay. Well, I did make contact with you guys, and I bookmarked a couple of those posts that you just did, and I will take the advice to go and get a checkup. My aerospace mentor said to go get a CT scan as well to see what's going on in my head.
Eric,
But yeah, thank you
Thank you for
guys.
sharing.
Eric, would you say MRI, CT scan? What's your experience on experiencers for medical care if you can get it?
Mostly MRI, but CT scan would do great. But yeah, it's always important to check in with your doctor. You don't have to say how you sustained any injury. It's not a prerequisite for a doctor. You just present the problem, and they go in to fix it. But the only problem with getting something that they feel you don't need, you may have to come up with a white lie, which as long as you're paying them, I feel like you can give them white lies here and there. But yeah, CT scan I think would be great, but you want that documented for yourself. And let's face it, if you find something, it could help all of us out.
True, true.
Aidan, I want to thank you for your bravery in speaking up about your experiences. I'm sitting here just gobsmacked listening. I'm really glad that you did bookmark those, because I kept thinking Jim Segala. If you don't know, I was wondering if you know who he is or the work that he's done with the MUPAS devices with experiencers. I think that his research and his findings are something that could give you a lot of comfort. And as far as the MRI, migraines and headaches are really hard to diagnose with just the symptoms, right? So that could be your little white lie to get you in there to get that MRI. And if you, hopefully, that will also push them to do one with contrast, though.
Okay, an MRI with contrast. All right. And you said Jim Segala. Is he on Twitter
He
or?
is. He is. He actually just came into a Twitter space yesterday. He's been doing the research work on the experiencers of UAP for some years now out at the Utah Basin, and he's one of the scientists behind the Skinwalker Ranch. He's stepped away from those, and he's actually spoken out about how the making of the movie was interfering with the science so much. But he's also stating now with these findings with these MUPAS devices that they leave with experiencers, and the experiencers document when that they feel that they're having an experience, and then these devices are picking up the electromagnetic waves. The new APs are showing up. They're picking up burst gamma radiation as well. He goes into a lot of that talk yesterday. I put that in the space. I linked that as well as the video he's done. And there's some more research that he's putting out that I think you'll find really fascinating. Another part that he's specified is that through patternistic of working with these experiencers, there's a genetic component that is interfering with the way people are experiencing and interacting with a phenomena, like a filter, the same way that our brains work as a filter for some of this stuff as well.
Right. So they came down and sampled me after I had gone to a place of holiness for myself, and so they were interested in, I guess, I don't know, my blood chemistry and the change of. I mean, because I could feel there was like this, there was a whole bunch of tension that had built up in my gut from living in the East Coast, and as I was approaching the retreat center, it was like wave of stuff lifting off of me, and I've felt released of guilt or trauma or whatever from being with the alt propulsion people and trying to work on disclosure, the technical aspect of disclosure. I mean, there is warfare involved with this. People will, I hate to say it, but people will be killed because of the propulsion technology. They already have been in the black projects if we take Grush seriously. Um, I'm not looking for followers or anything, but I did document the telepathic communication with a tall gray. It's on my YouTube channel, same as my Aidan Schaefer. If you look up Aidan Schaefer on YouTube, and it's called Economic or Blue People and Economic Development. So now when I go more into detail with the psychic discussion, in Falcon Space, the Hawthorne Lab is being monitored. Like if you're ever in the building in the backside, or there's a little electrical lab part where we were making electronics and stuff. But when you're in there, you'll start feeling a cool sensation in your mouth and your head, and it's triggering your pineal gland, and like that's so they're the Greys, I don't know which group, whoever, but that building is being monitored through remote viewing psychic technology, which is kind of weird. So there is some interaction with the normies. All the other guys aren't experiencers, and so they kind of, there was some cognitive dissonance because I was giving them advice on physics, and they're like, "You don't fucking know your physics." I'm like, "Screw you! I'm talking with the aliens. I'm trying to get you away from the patterns, the stuck patterns that our education system." Like, I mean, I'd have to remind them constantly. I've seen near or 60 plus vehicles in the sky, and have had interactions solidly since 2014. So excuse me, since 2010. So I don't know. I don't know. But I appreciate the answers and the advice from everybody. I think I'm gonna let go.
Aidan, thank you so much again for sharing. It's so much easier to hear your story verbally and in a space, and I appreciate your courage and bravery coming in here.
I really sorry. I really appreciate you two coming in, Aidan. Thank you so much for sharing that.
I would encourage
Yeah,
you, and Eric, not to put this on you, but I think Eric is the best equipped. I would encourage you to contact Eric, maybe just privately through DMs. And I was wondering, Aidan and Eric, what do y'all think about this idea that our private corporations have actually outpaced our own military industrial complex or our own military? They've actually outpaced our country on technology. They're
Lockheed.
taking us over.
sorry to step on you, but Lockheed hands down has, access to the recovered vehicles with the foreign materials recovery program. Um, my aerospace mentor, he's got gray in his beard and he's a family man, so I don't want to drop or call too much attention to him. But he's also taught Sal Pius, and in conversations since 2014 with him, like he kept he brought me in and started teaching me because of the literacy I developed with field propulsion through the crop circle teachings. But over the years, we've talked about the NRO's Black Triangle. Everybody calls it the TR3B. I don't know if that's its real name. But that Black Triangle I've seen in person over the skies in Albuquerque as well. So yeah, the United States has field propulsion technology or anti-gravity tech. We're way farther ahead. I was in the directed energy community down in Albuquerque around it, trying to get out on the other side of the fence for a better paying job in New Mexico. The best money in New Mexico comes through the federal labs. Anyway, so there's, and over the years I was down there, I had some interesting shop talks with people, and one guy was in a weapons test, and they were given, it probably was over in Utah. He didn't say where, but the gist of the story was they were told to set up their equipment, and at this time, in this direction, start shooting. And he said the thing that flew through, they tried to hit it and they couldn't. This was a military training exercise, and some vehicle that was using field propulsion. They, um, this engineer was like, yeah, we literally couldn't hit it. He talked a little bit about the compartmentalization, like you're given a box and you know what the inputs are and what outputs they want from it. They won't tell you anything about the next box or the box further down. And he was just saying it's really annoying because you're just focused on this one little thing and you don't know where the signal source is coming into it, and they're asking them to solve these things of this advanced technology from the foreign materials recovery program.
Aidan, thank you for that. And Aidan and or Eric, what do you all think about this idea that's out there that our own military doesn't have this tech as reverse engineered as we like to think, and they don't have pilots for it, etc. Just from my own experience, I tend to very much disagree with that. But I do wonder if it's actually our private corporations that are outpacing the government. And it's our private corporations that have actually successfully reverse engineered all this tech. And they are definitely testing it on experiencers like myself.
It scares the hell out of me. I mean, you look at Eisenhower, one of the first presidents on television. His last day as a president of the United States of America. And instead of bragging about preventing war and the good he did during his administration, he contacted the television companies, this new concept of television, to announce to the world to beware of the military industrial complex. And I believe that's what he was directly addressing. He didn't bring up names, he didn't bring up aerospace divisions or anything. He just wanted to leave that in the air for people to pick up on later on down the road. And he said only a knowledgeable citizenry can compel this vast armaments industry, although we're in desperate need of it because of war. And it's just a misplaced power that has really gotten out of control. And if it's not checked and checked often, it could cause nothing but damage, not just here, but all over the world.
Thank you, Eric. B, go ahead.
Sorry about that. I'm actually cutting another link to throw up here. I have to argue or just put in here that it's not just about the physical technology. There's also human biotechnology that is going into this. When we're talking about it going into private tech, Cognigenics, their business right now that they're starting is pioneering new approaches to treating mental health disorders and neurocognitive disorders. Cutting-edge, patent-pending technology employs genetic neuroengineering techniques to accurately and non-invasively target the neural networks implicated in conditions such as anxiety, depression, cognitive decline, and memory. Hearing all that and knowing that it is ran by Dean Radin of the Institute of Noetic Sciences, and these patents were pending after this genetics of psi study stuff that they were doing, and hearing the hints that Nolan has even referenced. You fix that which is broken first, right? And Radin goes on to talk in this interview he did with Kelly Chase, the UFO Rabbit Hole, about the findings that they did with this study and the strong need of ethics to be involved. Because in the video, you can see him wrestling with it as he's telling you. He'd go from one day thinking it's the greatest discovery of mankind to the next thinking it's the most terrifying discovery of mankind. Know that these psi abilities that everybody's going through, they're real, and people are looking into that.
Thank you, B. Appreciate that. And I think B is going to be posting all of her links down in the purple pill so that we have access to it after the space. I think this space has been so extremely valuable between Eric, Aidan, and B. I'm not sure I could have asked for a better morning. I appreciate Luke and Lula for opening up this space and getting this information out there. Thank you all so much. Luke, where do we want to go from here? I was hoping to encourage people to come up and ask Eric questions as long as we have him, because they're...
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, I'm thinking that's good. Eric, how much time do you have, mate? If you can stay on for some longer, or we'll try and get some more people up to ask questions.
Since
Hello,
we
Eric.
might not have a response yet from Eric, sometimes he might be trying to reach his mic or be a little bit out of touch. B.
Oh yeah, no problem.
Okay, so we have Kyle coming up. Hopefully we can get some questions from Kyle. I don't want to waste this valuable time with Eric. B, what do you think about this idea that I just put out there? I mean, and again, I always talk crazy to people who haven't experienced this, but I am testing equipment for, I think it's private corporations. I think it's beyond the black military industrial complex programs. And I am sometimes wondering if this is actually private corporation tech that I'm, for
I
lack of
agree
a
with you,
term,
Fringe.
being used for to test to see if it works. And the connection is all consciousness. The testing is consciousness. There is no connection. There is no joystick. I've only had one encounter with a joystick flying craft. Some of this other tech, there's nothing, no connection whatsoever other than consciousness. And I do think, okay, this is probably not the aliens. They don't need me for this. So this has to be something else. And I think it's frightening to think that last night in a space with Grant Cameron, he was discussing the idea that we do not have the ability to access this tech. And I would venture to say that if that is true, then there's something happening behind the scenes outside of the control of our own government and our own military control with these private corporations. And it's even scarier than having our own military having this tech. And again, they might just be hiding behind a cover that they don't have it. I'm telling you right now, someone has it. It's out there. B.
2 years ago, Luis Elizondo, via the UFO Garage podcast that he did around Christmas time, and I quote, "Right now, in the dark room at DARPA, there is a man operating a drone halfway across the world using just his mind," end quote. That, with a lot of other stuff that we're hearing with brain-computer interface and synthetic telepathy, we know that these things are being weaponized. I mean, they found this aspect of it, and we can safely say that they've weaponized it with being able to operate a drone with just your mind.
Yeah, exactly. So this whole idea that we don't have the tech, I just have to push back on that. I've seen it, for lack of a better term, I've seen it with my own eyes. I've experienced it. I am used regularly. And this is against my will, by the way. And I'm not volunteering for this as far as I know. Anyway, I'll stop ranting. Hopefully we have Eric back and would like to hear from Eric on this, and then Randy.
Yeah, yeah.
You
Okay,
know
okay.
what, Randy? I'm sorry. Yeah, here's Eric. His mic is back.
Sorry, it cut out for a little bit for me, but I've had a couple of personal experiences that can kind of tell me that we do have that kind of technology. I was in my backyard in Las Vegas at the time. I'd moved a lot. There actually started a UFO cult on accident right across the street from there. It was like a thing called Red Rock, and you'll hear about a lot of UFO activity that happened back then. And the reason being is because, Las Vegas, it's a big city. People were filming these things. It wasn't like I was out in the country in Maine or Arkansas. So MUFON naturally came to my front door with pictures and videos and say, "Are you aware this is going on outside your home?" And all these uh, people in their 20s drinking and smoking joints on top of the mountain watching my backyard. And one day I went outside enjoying the sun. My girlfriend brought me a Coors, not a Coors, it didn't matter. She brought me a beer, and I sat on a little rock wall and I'm just enjoying the nature. It's beautiful outside. And next thing you know, it sounded like literally the first thing that went through my mind was, oh my God, there's a bee nest, because it was just multiple buzzing sound behind me. I turned and there's probably an 8 foot frame with little propellers on it and cameras. And this was some sort of it looked like a metal bed frame with propellers on it and little cameras just moving back and forth. And I pulled my phone out and this thing came up, went over my house and took off. And I thought, Jesus Christ, I didn't even get a picture of this thing. And there's no way, that a civilian owns something that big of a drone. So I went into the kitchen and I told her about it. She came outside and we both looked around and we sat down on some chairs. And next thing you know, here comes a military drone, very low, just over, our yard. And up, when I stood up, I looked at this thing and I completely blacked out, hit the ground. I was completely passed out for about 30 seconds. And I felt whatever that was hit me right in the head. And of course, my girlfriend was upset. I fell down. I smacked my head on the concrete. It was just completely unexpected. 100% healthy, going to the gym every day, no hypertension whatsoever. But I always like to talk about firsthand knowledge. The further it gets watered down, the further it goes into speculation, which I don't mind speculating. But I am well aware that these types of technologies are constantly being worked on. It's just where and is the public safe? And when I say that, I mean no. People aren't safe. These MyLab things happen. These technologies happen. They've got a little black box with a screen in front of it and a little antenna, and they can push this box up against a wall. It picks up all heat sensory perceptions that are in whatever building they're about to infiltrate, so they can see if people are laying down, standing up, what room they're in. They can also emit a frequency in which makes people drowsy or pass out, move slower. And eventually they can enter through the front door, know everything that's going on. And these are special forces kits, and they could be used for my labs, and they have been. I talked to Melinda Leslie at great depth over these devices that they use, and it's simply disgusting, and it's got to be stopped. And we can't sit around and wait for politicians to tell us it's going on. We've got to, take it into our hands to force these politicians to go after these criminals and keep our children safe out there.
And Eric, I appreciate hearing that so much from you because you are such an important voice and such a well respected voice in this community. I really appreciate that you're willing to come out and say this kind of stuff that, it just helps support all of us. Randy, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't tell people often, but I worked, from government from '84 through '88, the Reagan era, till Nancy took over. And then I left, and I saw the ugliness of how the government worked. You talk about this technology. The government gives this to the private sector, so that way we don't ever see, because these contracts, they don't have to disclose. We don't have the right to know, the Freedom to Know Act. It does it just like SpaceX. All the shit that's going in space, we will never ever know. Just like NASA, we would find out what was going on in space. Most of the stuff that was going on in space and science stuff is going on, but they keep all this stuff secret by going to these private companies and letting them do all the scientific secrecy stuff, and we'll never know because this stuff is all private contracts, and we don't have the right to know what's going on with these companies. And this is how the government hides this shit from us.
So true, Randy. Exactly what we're talking about right now. This is how they hide from us. Eric, I would be very much interested in anything you can speak to, whether even if it's not firsthand knowledge, just for this particular category question. Do you have any knowledge out there about? And we just lost Eric. So what I would really like to know from Eric is, this post that I posted yesterday in our other Doomer space, and it was a post from Covetous on the patent that they have that appears to show, and I haven't looked into it, it appears to show the ability to transfer consciousness. And so much of what we talk about in here today and in general is this ability for our own government, and I say government loosely, it's the military industrial complex, whether we're talking about our black projects or we're talking about our private corporations involved in these black projects, and their ability to transfer our consciousness. And so I would love to hear from Eric once he gets his mic back, and hopefully he's heard at least part of my question. In the meanwhile, B, do you want to speak to that while we get Eric back up here?
I will, for a brief second, because talking about this makes you even more of a conspiracy theorist than UFOs, right? But our military industrial complex has stakeholders and shareholders that are not governmental tie-ins that don't belong to the American people. These contractors have all publicly bent the knee, so to speak, to the World Economic Forum, which is, everybody knows about that. But when you're watching some of their videos lately, they're talking about monitoring and modulation of neural networks non-locally to be able to know if somebody in the workforce is flirting or thinking about flirting with their coworkers, or if they're too tired or stuff, just by watching a Fitbit watch at the moment. They're openly talking about this. And you even have it with DARPA, with the NEAT, the Neuro Evidence Aggregation Tool. And we know DARPA is all about graciousness with humans, right? They're not very entropic type of platform. But with this, they're talking about doctors being able to know whether a patient is lying to them about suicidal ideation with PTSD, just by neural monitoring. So there's a lot of.
That sounds terrifying.
Yes, I will post that link here because I think so too.
Yeah, you guys.
Well, B, I heard.
Sorry, Randy. You guys.
I heard about imposing like kids, like they urges to have chicken nuggets in the morning and these type of things. McDonald's is working on these type of things.
And the whole thing is terrifying, you guys, because what's happening to us, they're doing it for a reason. And this what they're able to do to us, this ability to transfer our consciousness involuntarily. I know it sounds like science fiction. I promise you it is not science fiction. They have the technology to do this. I hope to hear from Eric on this now that he's back to speaker. But please understand that this is being targeted to experiencers right now. But why do you think they're doing it? This will reach far and wide, and this is going to come to your average, everyday American citizen and worldwide citizen. That's where this technology is headed. This is not just some random experiment on Martha. This is something that they're very serious about, and I do believe this control will be reaching out to touch everyone. Eric, I'd love to hear from you on this since you're back.
Yeah. Grant Cameron, love him to death. He is a great researcher. Half the time I'm digging around on something and he just pops up. He's like a hound, on the scent all the time, and I love him for that. But where he and I differ, he says there's no threat out there, and I'm going, Grant, you just sit down and have a talk with me, for God's sakes. There's a woman that a lot of people don't know about and should. Her name is Audrey Hewins, and if you look her up on Facebook, you'll see lots of pictures with me and her and Travis Walton. And when I did get sick, and I was warned, I got a text on my phone. It was in Russian, and we deciphered it. If you speak, you'll get sick and you will die. Now, what I'm saying is hard for me to wrap my head around, but I lived it. So, and I have to live with it every day. I spoke. It was called Experience or Speak in Maine. And it was a great conference because what else is named experience or anything, you know? So it was a lot of experiencers and a little bit of ufologists, you know, that showed up, and it turned out to be a way different conference, and it was just absolutely wonderful. I spoke, I got sick, I started throwing up black stuff, went to the emergency room a couple of times. They said they couldn't slow down my heartbeat, so they think it might be a panic attack because they're not finding any problems. My daughter was going to school to be a microbiologist at the time. That's why I was up in Maine to get her through college. And she finally took me to a mycologist and drew my blood, did a test. It was an $800 test. And I had mycotoxin coursing through my veins. I somehow got a toxin in my body that was killing me. There's no treatment, 95% chance I'm going to die. I moved in with Audrey because she begged me. She said, Eric, I don't want you to die alone. And I was losing weight. I was throwing up black stuff. Turned out to be, old blood, because my body was falling apart. I got down to 98 pounds. You can see my bones everywhere, my cheekbones hanging out of my face, and it got pretty terrible. And in the meantime, Audrey was kind of excited about going through my case because there was names like Lieutenant Colonel Dallas C. Wood of the United States Pentagon Foreign Relations and Foreign Technologies. This guy was stalking me and my kids. She's like, oh my God, we have a name. You know, ufology doesn't produce names. We've got a name. So she started digging through his constituents, his life story, who he might have worked with, led her to some Pentagon projects that we all know about now, including the Phenomenology Desk, which a lot of people call the Mystery School. And I mentioned this earlier, but there's a lot more people in the room. I started healing. I took off to Las Vegas to do an interview with a television lady. What I wanted to do was give up these names and projects for, well, I'll just say it, ancient aliens. And Aaron Ryder, I think was the producer's name at the time, or one of the producers, told me that's not how we do our show. You know, you basically do a 10-page study guide, and then we put you in front of the camera and ask you questions about that specific subject. She's like, we can't just release a bunch of names. So I was let down. I got a call from Audrey's sister, her twin sister, saying, Eric, the black SUVs are back and they're on Audrey's butt. Now, I know about this. I've been ran off the road in that area. I've been attacked by those vehicles. It's really scary stuff, you know, especially on black ice in Maine, 14 feet of accumulated snow on each side of the road. I said, Debbie, get in your car, go out to where she's at, where she's driving, and be a beacon for her, and she can follow you home. That way she feels safe. And this black SUV was right on Audrey's butt, which you should never do in Maine. That stuff is too slick to drive on. Debbie got out there and found Audrey's car crushed. As a matter of fact, it was so crushed, nobody can figure out how Audrey got out of the vehicle. She was sitting with her legs straight out in the street, catatonic. She was brought in for an MRI, and there was no brain swelling, no damage, and no reason for her to be in that condition. Her eyes would not respond to light at all. At all. Now, this is a real person. These things really happened. She spent 8 months in a psych ward because the head psychiatrist believed that she had undergone some sort of emotional trauma that literally shut her brain into a catatonic state. So for 8 months, she sat there with her eyes open, feeding through a damn tube and unable to communicate. She wouldn't even blink. Once she came out, I got a phone call from her family saying she's talking and we can't understand what she's saying. She was speaking in riddles and rhymes. And I was so close to Audrey, and I love her so much to this day, that I was able to pick up on some of the things that she was trying to say. So I can relay that to her family. And she was allowed to go home and live by herself and her animals as long as she did a wellness check every Monday at the hospital to make sure she was taking care of herself. One out of many Mondays, she went in, got into her gown, said hello to everyone because they're, you know, she's used to them all. And two police officers from two counties over walked into her room, drug her out of her bed, and beat her beyond belief. They had to resuscitate her, rebuild her shoulder, immediate surgery. She has a bunch of metal in her shoulder because there was very little bone left after these men hit her, um, which contributed to PTSD very badly. So now she's not only in bad shape, she's in worse shape. Her dad's a lawyer going after the hospital and the police station, and they both said, you can fight us, but you'll go broke doing it. You need to settle out of court, you know. And being a lawyer, he knows what they're talking about. You can fight in court and keep spending money until you go broke, and the system is flawed that way. So Audrey is now living with her sister Debbie, and it's a very bad situation because Audrey will go into different states of mind of freak out, break furniture, go nuts, speaking in rhymes and riddles. And what breaks my heart the most is sometimes she's there for about 5 minutes, and it kills me
It's
knowing
okay, Eric.
she's.
It's okay, Eric.
It kills me to know she's still in there. But there was a time where we were really happy, just joking around, sitting on the couch before all this happened, watching a movie. Travis was off doing a conference somewhere, and she starts moving her legs and grabbing the cushions next to her and pushing up with her legs, and she's going, ow, ow, ow. And I'm like, Audrey, what's wrong? You know, we were just joking and laughing. And it's like, you know, those slow cameras that will watch a tree grow in 2 minutes or something like that. It's almost like she got a sunburn sitting in the house at nighttime, and it peeled almost immediately. Her face, her arms, her skin turned red, and a thin layer of skin was peeling all over her body within seconds. And for the longest time, I wanted to know what that was until I spoke to someone that said there's a patent, a military patent, and it's microwave energy. You could literally take a microwave converter out of your microwave and make one of these things. Microwave energy disperses everywhere like rippled water. But if you direct 350 megahertz directly at your target, microwave energy will ride that like a highway, and you can cook someone from a distance. And I believe that's what happened to her that day when it comes to those types of weapons.
Eric, thank you so much for sharing. I know that was emotional for you. We appreciate you hanging in there with us on that.
Love you,
And
Eric.
just so everybody understands, and so people have heard me say this many times, there is entirely too much overlap between these, what we refer to as aliens. I don't think they're aliens at all, just for the record. We refer to them as aliens, but these aliens are working side by side with us. And so Eric is talking about something that is probably us. This is us, human beings running other human beings off the road to protect these ideas, this technology, our speech from getting out. They're trying to keep us from telling people what's going on. This is us. These are humans after humans. It's very important to understand that. But I do want to emphasize the cooperation that goes on between at least some alien groups and us humans. This does not negate the possibility of positive alien groups being out there by any means whatsoever. But we do have some negative alien groups working with us. So I would ask everybody in this room, if there is all of this amazing technology, the technology we talk about that Larry wants, this free energy, you know, all of these systems of consciousness, you know, upgrading, all of this stuff, if this stuff is out there, which I think we all know it's out there, and we have benevolent aliens, why are these aliens sharing this technology with the absolute worst of humanity? Our most power hungry, evil, narcissistic parts of humanity. That's who has this tech. And so, did they get that tech from benevolent aliens? I don't think so. However, I want to stress this does not negate the possibility of positive aliens giving us tech. We might have some people who have not been abducted who are just, you know, receiving these downloads of tech information and helpful information, you know, for the other side. I don't want anyone to think that I'm saying that that's not a possibility. I think that's probably also happening as well. So we just have to understand that when we talk about aliens, we talk about the military industrial complex, these black programs, these private corporations. This is a cooperative effort in most cases. And that's what's disgusting about this. We have humans turning on the human race, experimenting on us, experimenting on experiencers, on witnesses, and targeting family members. This is a real thing, and it's coming for you. It's not just us. They're not experimenting on us for no apparent reason. They're experimenting on us because they're gathering demographics, they're gathering all the scientific information behind who is susceptible to this and who isn't, how it can be targeted, how it can be used. And they're not going to be using it against themselves. They will be using it against all of us. And sorry, B, to jump on your little conspiracy theory there, but I agree with you in that area. Again, Eric, thank you so much for sharing that. If you're recovered at all, I'd love to hear from you.
If I could just quickly jump in and say, I feel like it's not us working with them, but us working for them.
Very good, Luke. Very, very, very possible. I hear you there for sure. If we don't have Eric back yet, anyone feel free to jump in. B, what do you have on that?
I'm actually back to looking for more links into that if we wanted to go down that route, or we could come back over here into this route from my conspiracy theory thing. You got me in a rabbit hole over here. I'm sorry.
Sorry about that. I was on a bit of a rant. I don't want to take away from the space. I want to focus on Eric's ideas and his responses and anything he has to get out there, and take advantage of anyone who wants to come up and ask
Well, I
him a
think
question.
Fringe. I think some species are kind of like a working bee, and they do all the work, where another species is more intelligent. I think we see that, correct?
Sorry about that.
Go ahead,
Sorry
B.
about that, Randy.
I was just saying that we see one species of alien is more like a working bee, and another species might be more intelligent and be more controlling.
Yeah, I mean, it
Correct?
does seem like we have some species that are more lower on the totem pole. Maybe they're just biological androids, and then other species seem to be able to control those. Luke, we're getting to B. B, go ahead.
Oh.
Well, I shared the work that Jim Segala has been doing. I put a lot of those into the nest. And I'm wondering from Eric, since you've worked so long, I don't know if anybody in the room knows, he's worked so long helping experiencers with their struggles with this phenomena. And he's really actively doing that. And it's amazing. But I'm wondering if you've noticed any patterns of the experiencers and how they experience and interact with the phenomena the way that Jim Segala is stating that there's genetic differences in the causing causal effects in the way that people interact and interpret the phenomena. And I'm wondering if you've seen that represented in your experiences.
That's an amazing question because you do over time. Anything you do a lot for a long period of time, you pick up on the phonetics of the whole thing. So when it comes to an experiencer, give me 5 minutes and I'll be able to tell you. Like I know it's the thought process, tendencies, like the entire outfit. We are so much alike that when we get together in gatherings, we already know what to expect. Even though we haven't met half the people that are about to show up, we know what to expect. We're empathic people. We sometimes wake up at 3 o'clock in the damn morning for like 2 weeks in a row, and nobody can explain that to me. There's just so much about us that is really cut in. And the fact that Jim says DNA intrigues me because, you know, the first time you get a cat, it might take you 3 years to figure this damn thing out. Its tendencies, how it acts, what it doesn't like. But it pretty much is up outside of its personal personality. Its DNA as a cat has various behaviors. It might take you 2 years the first time you have a dog because they're a little easier to understand and very loyal and loving. And so it might take you 2 years to understand this very particular creature. So, furthermore, when you look into what a quintessential experiencer is on deep down, not the surface level where a lot of people are aiming, but deep down inside, we are a lot alike. it's incredible. It's fascinating, you know. So putting DNA, yeah, it's got to be there because our behavior is so much alike, so much the same, and it doesn't matter what culture or what language or what jungle you live in. Without a TV that tells you what to buy, what to wear, who to like, and who to hate, you strip it all away, and it's deep down inside the same person. So I mean, without a sample of DNA in my hand, I could definitely put my money where my mouth is and say I'd bet anybody that, you know, it's a DNA thing. It's just how we all are, and how we get along so well. You know, it's amazing to see a bunch of people take off their societal cloaks and be their 10-year-old self, not having to hide who you are. You know, the experiencer is well aware and unaware at the same time that we become chameleons in everyday society. No one can fit into who we are. So we fit into every aspect of what's going on around socially. And it makes us professional chameleons. It makes us, draw more empathy to put our feelers into the world of how to act and react around certain people. And you just get better at it to the point where you're not doing it on purpose anymore. You know, it's just a natural reaction to the environment around you, with, i.e., intuitive ability that's it's constantly going on with your empathy, you know, feeling your area. And so yeah, our commonalities are, it's striking. It kills me, you know. I just hearing a new language on the phone, you know, for the first time, and trying to decipher it, and within minutes I already know this person's tendencies, what they're like, and and then they have their personal personality on top of that, cloaked inner self. I often use the term understand, because once we understand ourselves a little bit better, we can understand a lot better as well. But what was the second question?
You pretty much answered it. It was noticing the patterns amongst people, and being in the genetics. And I think that this community as a whole, or society really has as a whole, has a really hard time discussing that without the stigma and the societal generational trauma that's been attached to things such as genetics. But I think when we break it down and look at it as just like codes into different software programs, and maybe pieces of that code are recognizing each other's codes when we get together, and there's a lot of that sensational vibrational resonance that people have. For me, I've been doing a lot of I've been trying to get more experiencers to sign up to do some of these experiments with Psi, because there's substantial findings already that exist in the science. And I know Raiden is doing a revamp of the double slit experiment, but he's doing it with people that are in a synergetic bond, and they're showing sigma amplified results coming out when people are in that coherent state together in agreement with intentions. And I feel like I know that a lot of experiencers, and even ones that get stuck in these negative loops, if they were just able to see real statistical scientific data that their thoughts and intentions are affecting matter, such as with the non-local micro PK experiments, that would give them such a freeing sense of more control of what they're doing. Because I see people getting stuck in these quantum belief entrapment that they're going into. And the more you believe something, the more it's represented in front of you, and the more you see it represented, the more you believe it. And they're getting stuck in these traps. And I feel like just having that knowledge that we are so much more than we know could help break so many people out of that negative loop.
No, that was very well put. I mean, people are given lots of information and speculation, but and after a while it becomes true. And how do you graft more information on top of a dead end road? I mean, you really can't. But it's very true. I mean, these experiments have been done where you put 28. I call guys, don't laugh. And don't take this to heart either. I just like my cute little words, but I call them muggle fuckers. Other people call them the cohort group, people that have never had an experience. Um, so you can put 28 regular people in a room, and then you can put one experiencer on one side and one experiencer on the other, and tell everybody this is a waiting room for the next experiment. Should be about 30 minutes, and we'll be back to come get you. Well, within a minute to 2 minutes, those two experiencers are talking every single time. We are attracted to each other with an unseen force. I've had, God, countless times I go to a grocery store, and if there's an autism kid in that grocery store, that kid will find me and that kid will tell me their life story, whether they're nonverbal or not. That's an attraction. They pick up on whatever this is. But every single time. And, Dr. Nolan even talks about these bloodlines. We are, for some reason, marrying each other, not knowing that we are experiencers. We are finding each other in the world and we are attracted to each other in that form. And that suggests some sort of natural selection that hasn't really been documented by, people like us. So, there is that attraction, on top of that. But it's great that they're learning how to somehow measure it because they call it the quantum measurement problem. I had a girlfriend, long distance relationship. We all know those work in New Jersey, and I got these cool bracelets that just light up. If she pushes the button on her bracelet, mine lights up, and I know she's thinking about me. Cute little thing, loved it. But the most peculiar thing that happened was every time I went to go touch my button to let her know I was thinking about her, it was lit up. She was thinking about me at the same time, over and over. And there was once in meditation where I was done meditating and I wanted to, uh, what some people would call remote view. I learned this from a meditation master, but you kind of allow these visions to kind of come and go. Don't bother, don't bother with thought or ideas or creativity. Don't just let it go. It's great to do after meditation, but you allow these pictures to go through your mind randomly. And one of the pictures I saw is I was hovering above my girlfriend, looking down at her, and she's standing in the grass. And she sends me a picture immediately saying, "Look what was just over my head." And it was a green, big sphere of light just floating over her head and took off. So I thought that was just fascinating. But how do you tell PhDs this kind of thing and expect them to take you seriously? And the answer to that is you can. They've got enough data where we can open up these conversations and not being, looking like a total lunatic. I've seen enough psychiatrists. I've worked with psychiatrists that don't know how to deal with experiencers because it's not within psychiatry to be able to do so. So they're being treated for trauma and everything else is being left behind. And they want to be more effective. So, I mean, if I was some kind of crackpot or if I had some sort of mental illness, I would have grabbed hold of that from day one, got my free check every month, free medication that makes me want to follow the little duckies in the yard and been happy for the rest of my life. But, the nightmare happened that this is real. It's really going on. And it's happening to more people than any of us can possibly fathom. We are literally everywhere. You cannot go into a grocery store without being in the same room as another experiencer. You can't do it. I mean, we're just quiet about it. We're embarrassed about it. And we're all playing a game, in this society that we don't exist. And quite frankly, it's not true. It's everywhere. It's every continent, every culture. And we're all having to feel like we can't say anything or we're quote unquote crazy, which is not a diagnosis, it's a social engineering tool to keep the slaves in line. And the more we can have these conversations, the more comes out, and it helps people that live a very quiet life about who they are to kind of come out of the closet and be who they are. And once we are allowed to be who we are, we can affect this world in a very positive way because I've never seen a narcissist with that much empathy. And just sharing that kind of love around the world is a powerful impact, one which any of us know what we've done with ours, how it's impacted that person, the next person, and the next person. It spreads like a disease. And I think that's one of the most positive things about us, is that type of ability to connect and care. And if it spreads and we all are allowed to have these conversations out loud, this is who I am, this is how I'm going to act, then it can spread so fast. So the faster experiencers rise up out of this social stigma, get together and work together for amazing things, then the sooner this world will be a better place.
B, jump in.
I kept putting my hand up and down because there's so many little branches of what you're saying that I could totally take us down a whole new tree, and I really don't want to do that. But you're so right. But the way that I've seen this, as when you look at the people that are involved, you see biochemists and geneticists involved in this, and that gives you a huge hint of where they're looking with these familial lines and that attraction, the replication, and people seeking this out, each other out, noticing and finding each other. To look at it more as a like a biochemical pathogen seeking, or a bacteria seeking to replicate itself in a driving factor of humanity. It really seems like it's more of an evolutionary shift that mankind is going through, and we're so busy looking at the leaf on the tree of the UFO and the UAP when it's really just a window into seeing the whole tree that's going down for all of humanity. And I understand wanting the recognition and the validate. It's not even recognition for people. A lot of these, it's just validation that they're not crazy. And I absolutely agree with you there. But as far as putting us together, that is really where the world is going to shift. Because of those experiments, like I'm talking about right now, when they're isolating the neurological and the genetic differences in people that represent this higher quantitative interaction with this quantum world that is all around us and that we don't see or recognize. But just like the RF rays and the UV rays, they're there, but our brains have just evolved to where it's shut out all the noise that doesn't directly interfere with our ability to survive. But when we finally figured all of this out, and you put these people that have that makeup to affect that, and you put them together in synergy and combined thought. I mean, things like the Maharishi effect, with those kind of people practicing it, can just be expanded on. And even the studies that they're doing with affecting crop and yield growth and healing. I see a future that's full of brightness for humanity. So Ulrich, that's where me and you will always disagree on the doom room. I'm really excited that Eric's here. Thank you so much. I
But
didn't really have
you
a
know what,
question.
B, though? This is be a segue to my own question. So let's talk about that. So Eric, you heard me kind of ranting about how it's my personal opinion, and this is based on experience and many other things, that we do have negative alien factions, for lack of a better term, assisting the worst of humanity. But I hope, and I do believe that this is true as well, that we also have positive factions trying to help the best of humanity. And so I think this is happening. I think this is going on. It's my personal opinion that the positive factions do not rip us out of our beds at night against our will. However, there are positive factions out there. They are helping us. I just believe they help us in different ways, more subtle ways, more synchronicities, more nudges, more maybe downloads. If you've asked a question and suddenly you have the answer downloaded into your head like a Dropbox. That's just my personal opinion, but I want to make it very clear that I do believe there is another side to the doom. It's just that I don't think we can operate properly without the truth of the doom. And so I'd love to hear from Eric on any possibility of some positive factions out there, helping the best of humanity, helping people like Eric, to get information out there, maybe to get some science involved, maybe to get these experiments going. The good side of us, because there are many more of us, for lack of a better term, who are good and who are empathetic and who have a lot of love. Humanity will sacrifice itself for another human. Humanity, we will sacrifice ourselves for an animal. We'll give our last meal to an animal. And so there is so much good in us. And I would love to hear from Eric on this.
I think they're both, and I can only try to speak from firsthand, because I don't want to water anything down for anybody's conception of anything. But my firsthand experience, I think there's both. I mean, I have had someone I was working with years ago was constantly abducted, and he was going through such a hard time because he didn't believe in the subject. Here's this big military guy, been married to a sweet, sweet woman for, gosh, what, 23 years, I think. And at first he thought they were dreams, and then he saw the marks, and it got worse and worse. He reached out to me, and these abductions were terrible, mutilating. God, I mean, if you heard the sound of his voice, you would know, because he was mortified, absolutely mortified. But he was being milked. They were putting things in his body he didn't understand. And within a short period of time, he began to transform into a female. Now, we're not talking about a transgender person here. He is a man. He enjoys being a man, and he loves his wife. He's not attracted to women or men whatsoever. But he was slowly turning into a woman. He developed perfect breasts, in his 40s. His estrogen levels were through the roof. His hips slowly started to shape like a woman. His bone structure started to change. And for a heterosexual man, I don't think there's a worse nightmare to be had. And all these memories of these, terrible creatures that are doing this to him. Doctors couldn't explain what was going on. He let me in, with he put me on paperwork to look at his medical records and see what was going on. And it was horrifying. And so I'll never say that there's nothing bad going on out there. I think people want to take on two groups instead of the whole enchilada, but there's wonderful things at the same time. There's healings. Seemingly, the intelligence will lead experiencers into certain aspects of their life that they would have never gotten into to have a positive outcome. We see synchronicities around this, coincidences all the time, have feelings to do some things that we didn't really want to do in the first place. But then when we do it, our intuition catches up and we realize we're doing something really good. And there is a situation I was in one time where it really hangs in the back of my mind with a big question mark. And back in 2013, early 2014, my fear was starting to alleviate with this object. I would go outside. I would interact with it. I would feel when it was outside and where it was, which is really strange for me. It's normal now, but back then it's like, what the hell? I'd be in the middle of cooking bacon or going to the bathroom, and I just have to get up and just go outside and see this thing. And one particular evening, I got some Pixar films for the kids. Um, let's be totally honest. I love watching those things. It's hilarious. But I got up right in the middle of a climactic, funny part, and I opened the door. My kids already knew if I get up unannounced and go to the door, they're grabbing their cameras. Because at the time, my investigator, he knows I'm bad with electronics, and so he would instruct the kids, anytime your dad goes to the door like that, take pictures. I need more footage. And I opened the door smiling. This is my new friend. This is some sort of entity, that I'm connecting with. And it's becoming a positive thing instead of negative for so long. And I opened the door smiling, and I'm looking at the object, and I voiced it out loud because I literally felt it. And I said this out loud. I said, "Whoa, are you mad at me?" I felt like I was in danger. This thing immediately took off to my right really fast, just over the top of the trees, and started to climb up into the sky, at like half moon shaped, just going right up into the sky. Next thing I know, and it's completely silent, this other object that looked just like it swooped through my yard and ended up chasing this thing in the sky in front of us. And it made me wonder what it looked like to me. And I try not to speculate, but what it looked like to me is there was something nefarious, and something good chased it away. And they both looked like the same craft, an orange 40 foot in diameter sphere that did not project light around it. So I would definitely stay away from the subject of good and bad. But we're dealing with something we couldn't possibly understand, i.e., the word alien. It's fun to speculate. I love to do it. But, when I zoom out and look at the puzzle pieces I have on my own table, I can't really label good, bad, or anything. I just know it is it, and there's something going on here. And until I can really feel confident about knowing exactly what's going on, I don't want to taint the subject with any filling in of the blanks because I might be throwing the baby out with the bathwater. But it seems like there is nefarious, and it seems like there is amazing things going on at the same time all over the world.
Thank you so much for that, Eric. I'll just throw in there real quick before we get to B. I have been saved from abductions by positive forces, and just my own personal perception of that. B, go ahead.
I'm going to throw that back to that layers of deception that Colin Keller it has been vocal about, that there's layers of humans that are imitating the phenomena, and then you have the phenomena imitating those humans. Now, he was speaking, and I threw this link down in the bottom and up top. Now, he was speaking specifically about the cattle mutilation phenomena, but it would be very naive and foul for us to not know without a doubt that they are expanding that far beyond just that corner of the phenomena.
Yeah, I've been told point blank by somebody that's deep in the know. And I could barely get any information out of this guy. He's really tight-lipped. But I did ask him one time. I said, "How much of the budget is actually going into this crash retrieval stuff?" And he said, "You wouldn't believe the amount of money." And something that really stood out and smacked me was he said, "We spend more money on the cover-up than we do the technology."
That is throwing me back to what Diana Pasolka is saying when she's telling us that her worst epistemological shock wasn't finding out that the phenomena was real, but that finding out that that there is a small group of people that she never even, quote unquote, that she never even knew existed, that orchestrate everything that I thought to be real, end quote. And I'll throw that in there as well. It's this perception management aspect. She's come out and she's told it, and she's a religious scholar and researcher, world renowned for her capabilities in this. And she's out here point blank telling us that she had it corroborated so much to the fact that the point that it made her nauseous. But she's even telling us that there have been agreements made between church and state about the perception management of the phenomena, which is, of course, the cover-up.
Yeah, I often say this. We work overtime in our society. Yeah, I was just going to say we work overtime in our society to be able to afford our distractions, and we're thoroughly addicted to our distractions. It's what we do. It's what we do in our society. And we want to brag to our neighbors and show our neighbors our new distraction. And maybe our neighbor will get addicted to this new distraction. And it's a constant thing. I think we're easily managed, to the point where there's no importance left in our life other than to get the new Xbox game or watch the new football game or just be distracted instead of, the deep root of what is humanity. Are we born bred consumers to work, buy, consume, die, or are we something more? And I say we're something more, and that comes with disclosure, by the way. And, that's a very important aspect of when you are disclosed, when you go through your personal disclosure and you're no longer a believer, you absolutely know beyond any equivocation, you wake up to this sick world that really doesn't serve anyone but our corporate masters.
And that's part of the doom, right, Eric? When we really wake up and investigate these things, it's not just about the aliens, it's about us.
The truth will set you free, but first it's going to piss you off.
Well put, yes. Yes, but yes, I had to hand out some doom for the day.
I knew I could get you, Eric. No, thank you very much.
I knew Fringe is going to get that doom in.
And really, let's go back to Eric's very personal story, very emotional story. That's us, you guys. That's us. That is the human component of what I see as cooperation between the negative side of aliens and the negative side of humans cooperating. But again, I also believe we have a positive side of aliens and a positive side of humanity cooperating as well. Carol, welcome to the space. What you got, Carol? Carol, I'm not sure if you can hear me, but feel free to jump up and speak. Ask Eric or anyone in the room a question.
Hi. Wow, this has been an amazing space. Really appreciate the thoughts that there's both positive and negative ETs or NHIs. I've experienced both on the extreme sides, and it's been difficult because I'll tweet about one side and get hell from the other side on both ways. So really appreciate that. And just enjoying the space. So I'm just listening in. But yeah, tons of experiences here on the technological and sci side. But I don't want to get into that. Just enjoying Eric's take on all of this and everybody's. But thank you.
Thank you.
Luke,
it's always good to just have like new people come up, and we're all a part of the same thing essentially. So yeah, thanks. I appreciate you coming up, mate.
Yeah, Luke, I will have to dip out here pretty quickly, but I'm gonna go down to speaker or listener because I want to get every bit of this. Where do you want to take it from here, Eric? I think I just saw your mic open up. Go ahead.
Oh, there we go. It was being stubborn there for a second. I was just going to add that, our perception can be in the way of reality as well, and that's a hard thing to accept. But I do it too. I'm not impervious to the whole thing, but you can take your 2-year-old baby, to the doctor to get the shots that this baby needs not to be infected with illnesses in the future. Some vaccinations are, good for you. And so we don't want this baby to have polio or anything like that. So it breaks mom's heart, but it's got to be done. The doctor sticks the needle in the baby cries because it hurts. It hurts the little baby, and the baby doesn't understand that it's for the baby's own good. That's why mom produces ice cream or a lollipop afterwards. You did a good job. I'm sorry we had to do this terrible thing. So a lot of us, looking at this in a negative fashion, could have been a positive thing. But since our perception says this is all bad, it could be just all bad. But it is our perception as well. But yeah, I mean, there are case scenarios where it's all bad. There's no way you can throw a freaking pony or a rainbow at it. It's just bad. And so I think the victimhood that we live a lot of times, which we do suffer from, I mean, how could you not, can get in the way of things. And that's okay. It's a natural process of what we go through and how we get by one day at a freaking time. It's not easy. But yeah, I mean, perception management for yourself is really hard as well when you're dealing with the biggest puzzle humanity has ever seen. It's the most difficult puzzle, and I wake up grateful every day knowing that this is getting into the hands of scientists that are going to make a difference in the world with it, and one day at a time, they're moving. They're constantly moving, and I hope to see vindication, and maybe retribution for what so many have suffered for in complete silence their entire lives. Many, many people have already died of old age that have struggled this, and we're privileged enough to live in a time where this is finally tipping over within humanity of thousands of years of not being able to talk about this, or you're going to get burned at the stake or stoned to death, or made fun of in public and be shunned off into the woods. We're getting to the point where science is stepping in and saying, these people are real, they're genuine, they have a lot going on for them, and let's see what they're capable of, and I think that's a fascinating time to live, and especially with me having children in this world, they're not being pushed enough. My daughter graduates at 15. She's in college at 15. Now she's 25 with a master's degree in microbiology, kicking butt. My son, he wasn't being challenged enough in life as an experiencer, and he joined the army. He's already at E2 and he's halfway through boot camp, and he's got weapons training in Virginia. So he's going to get security clearance as soon as he gets out of the jungle gym, you know. So, you know, for my own children as a father, I want to see this world for them. And so I do everything I can. And that's the reason why I do what I do. I don't like to do radio or television or clout or any of that stuff. I want to see this boulder, this impossible boulder, tip over for everyone that suffers the same thing I do.
That's amazing, dude. I truly really appreciate you being in this space and learning so much. I appreciate everyone coming in here. I will say that it is 3 a.m. in Brisbane, Australia right now, and I am super tired. So I may have to close down this space soon. But obviously, people, you know, start a new space and continue the discussion. I won't close it down straight away right now. You know, final thoughts would be great. I would love to hear some final thoughts from you, Eric. And yeah, but yeah, go ahead, Fringe.
Thanks, Luke, so much for having the space. Eric, for being here. B, everyone who contributed today. Eric, I want to go back to your perception management. I agree with you 100%. And I'm very happy and just excited to hear you talk about the times where the things can't be sugar-coated and they can't be taken any other way, no matter perception or not. I'm going to just point to things like sexual assault. And I'm not talking about a sexual experience. I'm talking about sexual assault and some of the very violent attacks that abductees sustain while in the custody of both aliens and humans. And so there are some things that are just beyond being able to be explained away. And so I truly appreciate hearing that from you, Eric. And I'll just give it to B and Eric and Luke. Thank you so much for the space.
Agreed. It's
Yeah,
been
no problem. Sorry, just quickly, B. Yeah, continue on. We'll just continue on for maybe another 10 or so minutes and just have some final thoughts. But yeah, I'll probably close it off after that if that's okay, guys.
I was just going to thank you for the space. It's been a phenomenal conversation. I always learn so much from Eric. I of course bombed your nest, and the below with all the links that I mentioned and brought up. And I guess my closing thoughts is as far as the perception of the phenomena and the perception management of the phenomena. My feeling is that to control the perception of the phenomena the narrative of the phenomena is to control the belief of the phenomena is therefore to control the phenomena itself. I implore people, don't just looking into this stuff. You'll hear a lot of people talking about how it has a reflective quality. But knowing about the perception management aspects of it and knowing how hard that they do fight to keep that perception, I think it's really important that everybody just maintains the mind about all of it, because I don't think anybody has it figured out. I definitely don't. Just saying.
Eric, do you have any closing thoughts for us?
Not really, no. I just had to getting some food together to maintain the blood sugar. I really appreciate you guys having me hang out. A lot of awesome people here. If there's anyone that's really going through a hard time, please contact me. You don't have to be alone. You don't ever have to be alone when it comes to this. And hopefully we can do this again sometime.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Eric.
Love you, Eric.
Randy, Fringe, B, Eric, Ulrich, especially, you helped me with this space tonight, and I really, truly appreciate it. I love the conversations we're having. I love learning and learning about everything, but just like I love learning about people, as silly as that might sound. I think it's really important that we have strong community and a strong connection with each other. It is so important. So I really appreciate everyone coming in tonight, and hopefully I will be able to do another space in the future. Hopefully Eric can come along, and we'll have a good chat again for sure. just before I go, I will say experiences. Contact Eric. You know, speak out, communicate. Um, like you aren't alone. And I think that this community will support your experience. So yeah,
Luke,
thank you so much, everyone.
really quickly, I was
Yep.
inspired by both Eric Mitchell and Randy's stories, being experiencers, being abductees. It's also rare that you get to have two co-hosts who are both experiencers interviewing another experiencer, right? So that's kind of special. People who know Randy's story know why I call him the John Wick of ufology. So if you take a look at that image in the top right, Randy, that is that is you, and obviously the image on the left is meant to be Eric Mitchell. So just a little memento to you guys, and you guys have made UFO Twitter, I think, really exciting for a lot of people, Luke and Lula, and it's awesome when you can host a space that's so humble that miracles just fall into your space. So, Friend, you're extraordinary like always. Randy, you are also filled with heart and courage, like always. And B, I'm glad you got to go deep into the science. So, and everybody here, thanks for following along. And Randy, I'm sorry for trolling you, pretending like Eric Mitchell had never been in our space. I couldn't help myself. You guys, yeah, great job, Luke. And I didn't want to have the last word. Great job, man.
All right, no worries, guys. Have a good night, day, wherever you are in the world. I appreciate you. Be good to each other, and we'll speak again. Bye.